This is Audible.
Stormcrow Productions presents Nocturne, Book 2, Erebus. Post-apocalyptic LitRPG progression fantasy. Written by J.D. Glasscock. Narrated by Wayne Mitchell. Coins and a sliver of silver. She's destined for the scream, like a horror flick playing in a dream. And his pockets are empty. Got ruled in a back alley, hoping for a taste. A melancholy tune strumming chords on the threaded strings of a beat-up violin, aged in kisses. She said his name once, in a fever, sweat carving pictographs to a black and white noir frame. A dial-up of a vision on a phone with no tone. They say in the soft segues between tomorrow and yesterday, you can hear their whispers. You can hear their goodbyes. It all happened on a Tuesday, that forgotten slip between a touch and a punch, on the cusp of a promise. What are words but breaths held against the memory of today and the spot between her neck and lips, between her breasts and womb? That man is still there, in the midnight, knuckle-crawling silver, holding a last wish between teeth. Chapter 1. The game begins. Somewhere on Erebus, city ruins. Welcome, citizen, to Erebus, your new home and future. Be prepared. The first monster wave begins in 3 days. Face the challenge, grow and flourish, or die and be a footnote to the hunger of those who are lifted. The generosity of the Multi-Versal System is eternal. Warning, native flora and fauna of the 3 worlds have been transported to Erebus and enhanced. Adversity is a perpetual path to power. The last bit made him think they needed to create a base and shelter quickly. He had a feeling the system was not going to wait 3 days to throw death at their feet. He shook his head, cobwebs spinning across his mind. Everything was twisted and upside down. Gideon tilted his eyes up. His gaze tried to take in everything, the jungle, forest, city ruins, the wandering, disoriented Shador everywhere, anything but his own flesh, scales, whatever he'd seen. He tilted his head and stared at what he knew was Lasana, but now it was a Lasana that was a kind of half-cat, half-shade elf combo. She was still on hands and knees like he was, even more stunned, eyes closed and breathing heavy. Ari was eyeballing his hands like he'd just been upgraded into something cool and gave him a wink and a claw thumbs up. Of course, she'd like the new scaled look. He needed to get some new bracers that included gloves in the design. He gave her a half-smile and felt a difference in even such a small act telling him his face was not as it was. Ignore. Focus. He was happy for the hood of his cloak and half a mask. He had a shit ton of notifications flashing in his vision, but they weren't something he wanted to dive into at the moment. First things first. He stood slowly, his entire body strange, unwieldy for a moment. He was taller, he could feel it, and heavier. There was a density to him, a solidity to it. Several of the Shador near them turned their black orbs zeroing in. They gave a heavy bow, then Dory's voice blasted out from somewhere nearby. All the Shador started moving towards the sounds off to the left, many picking up the young or helping the old. Gideon, Lasana, and Ari were on the top of an outcrop of rock that had a 15-foot drop down into a gradual slope that descended towards the ruins, or one could walk around the rock outcropping to either side, hooking up to the slope.
All the Shador were a good 50 yards further down, spread across the descending ground. Large and small ruins of buildings dotted the landscape leading to the city, and the sky was a dark, perpetual gray. No sun, no moon, just dark gray slate with a few wispy clouds of stormy black breaking its ominous reality. Dory was off to his left, standing next to her grandmother, the rest of her small group of fighters surrounding them. The twins, Budko and his wife, and the other new addition, the big Shador in full demon plate with the giant two-handed sword. Unra was conversing with Orin, Iona, and Orson's wife, who he hadn't met yet, along with the two warriors they had left there at the end. Unra's eyes flashed towards them, and her eyes glistened with tears after a moment. She stopped mid-sentence with Orin and started stumbling her way towards them. Dory and the rest clocked what she'd seen, and all of them thundered after her. Dory had Budko and his wife stay to collect and organize all the Shador, while Iona and the two advanced Shador did the same.
Gideon.
The low-key whisper jacked his head to a now recovering Lysana, who was standing, wobbly. Even with his new height, her new form still cleared him. She had to be about 6'7" now, a bit bulkier with muscle. It was a good thing for them both that their armor and leather underclothes resized themselves. She was impressive, a taut spring of muscle. She smiled, a smile that now sported predator fangs. Aerie hovered in the air above her, looking like a proud mama. Gideon dropped his half-mask and watched Lysana's eyes grow big. Her words were a tumble.
Looks like I'm not the only one to be spun through the new racial blender.
She stepped close just as the Shador, led by Unra, closed in, sliding around the outcrop and climbing up the slope. They stopped a good 10 feet away as the new and improved Lysana slowly pulled his hood back, a few gasps slipping from the Shador. Aerie piped in.
Dang, Giddy, you look amazing! Your scales are beautiful!
He didn't quite know how to feel about it all. He needed more power, more strength for what he knew was coming, and he could feel it coursing through every part of him. Lysana's violet eyes were still the same, and the intensity of them a churning river that rushed out as a hammer to his chest. Truly, besides the new fangs and some light wisps of fur along her neck and arms, and her pupils now being slit like a cat's, she looked the same. Her fingers brushed his cheek, a butterfly touch. She leaned into the side of his head.
We did what we needed to protect those we love, Gideon. You are as beautiful to me as you ever were.
She shifted her head to a sliver from lips, eyes, violet flames an inch from his own. The intensity within him spurred. Whatever he was now, combined with the passions of his class, Umbral savage, tripped a catalyst to igniting a hunger within him that was not his own, or at least not a part of who he had been. He pushed his will hard, grinding the emotion down. His senses and combat awareness spiked as a look he was becoming very familiar with danced across her eyes and lips. A grin that said, "Duck a second too late," as a hand in light gray-blue fur landed upside his head. He staggered back to the memorable sounds of snorts half choking the grave Scion's throat, followed by her low-toned voice croaking.
People are waiting on you, Gideon. And Mama's got some good things waiting in her notifications. She just feels it. Go do you while your woman gets her loot on.
The last words resonated something within him. Your woman. Not now. Too much. He'd said he loved her when he was delirious with pain and shock. His emotions were wound tighter than a nun's legs. He shoveled it off into a box of moments not yet ready to shift through. His eyes wandered anywhere besides the swaying hips he knew were happening as she strolled off towards a large piece of rusted metal that could have possibly been a car at some point. He noticed there were many of them in the vicinity, as well as broken concrete that could have been roads. All of it looked as if they had been aged by 1,000 years overnight. It screamed system fuckery. His eyes widened as he clocked that many of the Shador circling Budko did not have weapons, armor, or anything else but the rags on their backs and several small bags. The bags no doubt held what meager supplies they'd been able to take. He turned and called out to Lasana, who just sat her rear on the rusted metal, looking as if she was a hot sec from digging into her notifications. "Lasana! Throw all the weapons and armor I know you got stashed before you deep dive. The Shador have nothing." She gave a grunted, pained look his high perception caught even from the 30 yards that separated them in crystal clarity. Whatever had changed in him, his body and perception among many things had been boosted heavily. He hid a smile. That woman wanted to let go of loot like someone with a heavy sweet tooth wanted to hand out their lollipops. Then little Shira ran up out of nowhere and leapt onto her lap, one small pudgy hand reaching out to pet Ari, her other gripped tight on the knife sheath at her waist Lasana had given her. He knew with the little girl in front of her it was a done deal, and as he turned back, that truth was cemented with the sounds of metal landing on metal as the loot mistress unloaded her ring. He could imagine her shifting between wanting to cry and growling expletives. Unra had a fond look and smile thrown towards the spectacle, then whispered something to Dory, who motioned to the twins and the large giant in the infernal armor, who had grins on their faces as they charged over to grab the weapons and armor. That left him Unra, Orin, his wife, and Dory to deal with. Before he could say anything, Orin's wife, now looking healthy and not a burnt hunk of meat, Tulwar at her hip, stepped forward, grabbing his scaled hand, and dropped to one knee. She bowed her head to his hand for a moment before shifting her eyes up.
"I wanted to thank you, Lord Gideon, for the life of my love, and for my own and my people."
He was about to argue, but she held a hand up as she stood once more.
"Please let me finish. I have already been told a lot about your journey by Priestess Anra and the others, including my husband. If not for you and Lady Lasana and little Ari, not only would my love be dead, but so would Iona and myself, as well as Jari and Dignan."
She motioned to those back with the rest of the Shador. Before he could comment, her voice cut back in.
"The system also told us all what you and the others sacrificed to bring us here, to this new, wondrous world. As usual, in a way that said it thought your decision weak, but where it sees weak, we see strength and heart. Our cost was nothing in the face of yours. Some memories, mostly bad ones, were given easily for us to see our people finally given a chance, a place to fight for our freedom ruled by leaders who value us and who've sacrificed for us. Most wouldn't have done what you have done. It means everything to us as a people and as a race. We now can see a future that consists of more than just slavery and death, and that is something we can never pay back. Something that holds a value beyond any words can express."
She looked towards the others and motioned towards Dory, all of them slipping from smiles to hard, serious looks. Dory turned and her voice thundered across the slope. Gideon certainly saw her grandmother in the barking.
"Shador! Show Lord Gideon and Lady Lasana what their sacrifice and loyalty means to us. Show them the heart and spirit of our people."
As her words rolled out, he found it uncomfortable, but then everyone, even Budko and the others, carrying armor and weapons down to the main group, stopped. As one, they went to knees, even the little ones and the elderly, heads bent as if in prayer, their hand clasped, all facing him. His newly amplified insight screamed the intense level of sincerity and truth to the action. The broken spirits long carved into their flesh, finding new purpose and healing. Unra, Dory, Orin, and his wife followed suit. Unra's eyes tilted up with the true glow of love and empathy, her words slipping from her lips.
"Lord Gideon, and yes, I know, you do not like to be addressed as such, or what I am about to say, but say it I must."
She took a deep breath, and he held his tongue, as she had earned that much. He felt a hand slide into his, and then Ari crawling onto his shoulder and neck, which was new. He turned to find Lasana staring at him, a smile in those new predator fangs wide open, Shira on her opposite hip smiling and waving up at him. Lasana's predator teeth would take some getting used to, as he assumed, so would his face, even though he as of yet had to look in a mirror to see what the fuck he looked like now. He waved back at Shira, who giggled and hid her face into Lasana's side. The small girl's voice whispered to her hero.
Giddy looks so cool, Sana, like a dragon.
His face must not look too bad if the hungry look in Lasana's eyes had any say, and Ari was biased with the whole scales thing. He did his best to keep the smile off his face. Unra's gravelly voice dropped back in.
You are our Lord and Savior, whether you wish it or not. We had tomorrows only etched in death on our homeworld if we'd returned. We are not so lost in fantasy to have thought we would have been successful in the tutorial, or even if we had, that a city stone would have changed anything. That was how desperate we were. That was how sick we were of watching women taken, raped, and killed, our children slaughtered by beasts or thrown in mines in endless toil. We were heartsick to watch it all while we were kept from gaining any abilities, skills, or weapons that would have allowed us to protect them, to change anything.
Gideon's heart clenched as he could not only see the tears carving her cheeks, but also the wrenching emotions in the shattered timbre of her voice. His eyes caught the others with the same, Dory, wiping eyes, Orin and his wife, hard looks that rode the edge of breaking. He could hear the sniffles from Ari on his shoulders, and Lasana leaned into him, her arms circling his waist. He didn't need insight to tell him the shattered lives the Shador had lived through at the hands of the Sanctum.
We dedicate our lives to you, as you are the path to our future. I have had another vision, this time from the Lady of Secrets herself. We must grow strong. We must become powerful and support you, or even with your great skill and strength, we shall all fall. The vision told of a sea of enemies all around us that would seek to drown us. We must be the bastion, the symbol for this world if it and we are to survive.
His body had tensed as soon as the word vision left her lips. The damn gods could fuck themselves. Lasana knew him well enough to squeeze his arm hard. He took a breath and let Unra finish. He also reminded himself there was still the slim possibility that Sybil, the goddess in question, may have not known what had transpired. It still did nothing to free her of responsibility, nor change in any way his view and disgust with the gods, the primordials, and their bastard creation, the system, and the untold murders that he committed. Lasana's goddess was the only one so far he had any inclination towards, based on Lasana talking her up, but even then, he was in wait-and-see mode. Trust an abysmal beast when it came to any of these divine. Unra had stood and stepped closer, signaling everyone else to stand, all the Shador further away going back to gathering themselves and the weapons and armor being handed out.
Gideon, I understand you not liking a lot of this, but it is what we as a people need from you and Lady Lasana. My people need a focus, something to hold on to, make them feel not only safe in this new world, but something to belong to, something to give them security and an identity from which to step forward. They are not one of the native species. This isn't their world, but for them, every last one, they are Gideon's people, and that is more than enough.
He took another breath, but this time Lasana's low-timbered smoke rolled forth.
Don't worry, Anna. It's all good. Ari and I will bring Gideon around. And let me throw out there, I got no problem at all with people calling me Lady Lasana. It has a beautiful sound to it. Almost as good as a lute mistress.
Her elbow smacked into his side as Ari giggled.
Yeah, Giddy, and you got a princess around, you know. You need to be a lord or some kind of nobility, otherwise people will think I'm in charge, or ask why I'm slumming it with plebes.
Everyone around was attempting to stifle smiles. Ari was lucky her cute factor was high, or she wouldn't get away with half the shit that tumbled out of her mouth. Accept and focus on what the next steps were. He understood the Shador needed a home, understood needing an identity to hold on to when shoveled into a strange new world, but all of that fell far short in importance to safety. That was what needed to happen, now being a yesterday to need. The rest could figure itself out. His voice had people take a step back as he shifted away from Lasana, Ari with a quick flap sliding back to her usual roost. Serious Gideon was back on the hoof. We need shelter, people, yesterday. The system's mention of the flora and fauna has me on edge. We know it's not going to wait to throw death at us. Unra, you finished your quest, so you have the city stone? She nodded her head.
Yes, Gideon, though you should be the one that uses it. We have all discussed this. The stone resonates and grows based on the city lord's affinity and power.
She noticed his grimace and quickly interjected.
I can run the city, Gideon, once you make me the administrator, so you will be free to do what you will. But as we talked about before, you need to place it. A city being known as yours will both be boon and bane, but more of the former than the latter. You know this as well as we do. The monsters and the animals are not the true danger. It is other citizens and the multiversal factions that are the true threat.
His body relaxed, knowing what she said was fact, regardless of whether he wanted the responsibility or not. He'd chosen this path when he'd brought the Shador with him. Honor kept speaking.
Orin you should assign as master builder, and Lady Virasa as the city commander, with Iona and Dori as her sub-commanders. The rest we can figure out as we progress. And Gideon, Orin and Virasa received something that will be a blessing. I will let Lady Virasa share that information.
Good to know a name finally to Orin's wife, Virasa, if he could remember it. He was good at many things, but keeping everyone's name straight was not one of them. The weight of having to deal with the running of a city was off his shoulders, at least. He would completely throw that on Unra. He had too many plans cresting his spirit to grapple with that gravity. He would protect them as much as he was able, but had zero interest in running anything. Speaking of Orin's wife, her voice had more melodic edges, a bit higher toned than Lasana's.
Lord Gideon, I say this with the heaviness it deserves. I shall be your blade when needed, your shield otherwise. Nothing shall breach our home unless my lifeless body is stepped over. This I swear under the Lady of Secrets, may its truth be iron. My husband and every other Shador here are the same. I speak for them all.
Gideon put a squash on it all before more bowing ensued. Listen, appreciate the words and the thoughts and heart behind them, and if I didn't care, we wouldn't have sacrificed what we did. And just so you all know, we did so with zero regrets. Well, Lasana is still probably grumbling over the lost salute, but she'd do it again if needed. The point here is, we don't have time. I'm getting that the Shador are big on ceremony and speeches, but we got a clock tick-tocking to not a favorable outcome. We need to use the city stone and get everyone behind walls. Over half your people couldn't fight their way out of a cardboard box, and that's harsh, but reality has never been kind, and I've never been one to hide from its teeth. So for now, let's skip all the bullshit and tell me what we need to do and what you have that's going to help. Unra smiled, but Dori, Orin, and Virasa took a step back at his intensity. Then the soon-to-be commander nodded her head.
The city stone works best when used on an already built structure. The more mass the better, though there is a limit. What Oren and I received for not allowing the troglodytes or sanctum to get to the orb was an epic upgrade stone. The description says it can be used on many things while being vague on what those things are, but we have a feeling it will be usable on the city stone.
Gideon's eyes scanned the horizon, the ruins of the city before them massive, though probably a good 20 miles from their current position. Whatever it used to be, it was mind-bogglingly huge, as big as Dallas, though the building shapes were wrong for it to be the major city near his home. He had no clue where they'd been brought out or what the three worlds being merged into one had done as far as geography, but it looked like a shit-ton. The city before him had the architecture of one from Earth, a few tall skyscrapers and a myriad of smaller buildings, but they'd all been crushed together with the heart of a forest. As far as he knew from descriptions from Lasana of her world, they did have cities, but they were more huge walled fortresses with small villages building up around them, and their technology was more geared towards the Middle Ages. He hadn't really delved into it too hard. He had zero clues as far as the beastkin in their world went. He noticed some of the Shador, including Budko and his wife, another name he needed to figure out, all pointing towards the ruins. He followed their gaze and clocked what they were looking at. Some kind of birds circling over the outskirts, at least 20 or 30 of them. At the distance, and them still registering that distinctively to his sight, meant they were rather large. Too large. It proved his point for them as the rest near him turned and saw what he saw. Lasana's voice was a foot behind him.
Shit. Those things do not look like something we want to play with.
Gideon's eyes did a quick hawk on the area close enough for them to get to. Off to the right, about half a mile, was a large warehouse structure, some kind of manufacturing plant, I'd guess. It was 3 stories in a large rectangular shape with tall cement walls surrounding it, broken in a few spots by large trees fallen over. It looked as if the system had thrown the building and its walls on top of a part of the forest. The whole landscape was similar, huge-ass trees that broke up the terrain until thickening in density where the city had been placed. No doubt it was what used to be the outskirts of the forest leading to the heart of it where the ruins now were. His voice hammered out as he lifted his arm, pointing to the warehouse. There, now! Get all the Shador heading towards that building. It will have to do. He turned his head to Aerie sitting on Lasana's shoulder. Aerie, fly ahead and check it out. Make sure there's nothing dangerous. If there is, do not engage. Send a chat message, and Lasana and I will move ahead and clear it. She nodded and took off like an arrow towards the warehouse. Unra and the rest were already halfway down the slope with the old woman and the new commander both shouting orders. Dory gathered her team and started the process of ushering the children and elderly in the direction they needed to go. The notifications kept shuffling across his vision in some rave club dance. Not yet the time. Lasana and he didn't wait for the rest and picked up their pace in case Aerie needed them. As they moved, he could feel the increase in every attribute he had. His new race, and that A+ it had mentioned, was no joke, and he had an almost unbearable urge to pore over the details. He bit down on it. The Shador needed protection before anything else.
There's nothing here, guys. Just empty as empty gets. There are a bunch of metal hunks of something with wheels on them that looks all rusted. I think you called them cars? Bunch of rusted metal machines, too.
They slowed their pace, and Lasana called Aerie back. A small dart sped out of the car manufacturing plant and zipped to Lasana's shoulder within a few seconds. They stopped and waited for the rest of the Shador to catch up, which took some second hands as the low-level elderly and kids were slow rolling. Lasana put Shira down, who toddled back to the rest, stumbling a couple times as her hand refused to come off the pommel of her small dagger sheathed at her waist. Lasana had a soft look to her eyes as she watched the little one. He found something about it appealing. Another thing he didn't want to dig into. He shifted his eyes to the circling birds. As he watched, a few of them would swoop down at something within the buildings, then fly back up. Lasana picked up his focus and turned her eyes, a worried gaze shifting.
We need to check that out, Gideon. It could be survivors. They might need help.
His thoughts had been running in the same direction, but with the caution that they could also be more assholes jumping wholeheartedly into the system incentives to kill everything they came across. Flashing images of children and mothers scurried across the harsh judgment and had him sighing. As soon as we have the city stone up and we can get through all our notifications, we'll take a walk and do some scouting." Her hand squeezed his arm, and she threw a peck to his cheek as the Shador finally arrived. Onura bowed and held out a small glowing stone of silver and slate. The city stone. Virasa held out something different, a small black smooth stone. He held up his scaled hands and received both. Time to build a city. Chapter 2. Umbra Mortem. Outside the city ruins, somewhere on Erebus. As soon as the city stone hit his hand, a notification had popped. He felt the nerves and anticipation as a palpable wave radiating from everyone around him. Within a few seconds, Dory's voice shattered the intensity.
"Everyone back up! Give Lord Gideon some space!"
He silently thanked the stubborn Shador woman. He threw a nod back, her eyes a steely gaze till she broke it with a smile. Her knuckles were wrapped around her father's spear. He still needed to get her a tower shield and actual heavy armor so she could bring out the full strength of her class. They would need her fully unleashed with so many of the Shador low-leveled without slotted abilities.
"Get to the magic, Giddy. A princess needs a palace, you know."
He turned his head towards Ari, who threw him a wink and saw she was one half of a duo about to have heart palpitations with the offing of loot-adjacent shit about to roll out. He strained against the urge to play it out and make them wait. He was 100 that a Lasana punch would be coming if he did, and the woman hit hard. He pulled the notification.
"Congratulations, citizen. You have been gifted a city stone and stand in the vicinity of an acceptable structure. Would you like to use the city stone? Yes? No?"
He took a deep breath, then mentally hit yes. The stone flew out of his hand and then abruptly stopped a few feet away, another notification hitting his vision. He pulled it up.
"An upgrade stone is detected in the citizen's possession. Would you like to use the upgrade stone in conjunction with the city stone? Yes? No?"
And for a dime and for a dollar, he swiped yes. The small black stone shot out of his hand and flew into the larger stone, a flash of dark streams of energy thundering off the collision. Then before he knew what was happening, a dozen strings of the same energy struck him, lifting him off the ground. Screams shattered the area, torn from his throat as his mind shut down in a piercing shot of agony thrumming through his everything. Pain resistance did nothing. He woke to Ari's face an inch from his own. Gideon had an inkling she was trying to scare him. His eyes took in her disappointed look, but then she patted him on his nose, or whatever his nose was now.
"You okay, Giddy? Lasana went to check out the new digs and said you'd be fine. She seems to think you collapsing on your back unconscious was just another day, but I was worried, Giddy. You screamed so loud, like really loud, like deathbed volume. Like you were 2 steps from the big easy, the last step, the great divide, like a little tiny girl crying for her mommy."
Ugh, seriously? He pushed Ari off him, who started giggling as she took to the air and zipped through the gates, disappearing. Giddy didn't feel any lingering pain, but he had no clue what the hell all that was. He stood up and saw only Dory leaning on her spear, who attempted to hide a small smile, but his eyes only stayed for a moment before they were jerked to what was behind her. The 3-story manufacturing plant with the broken walls was now something that looked like it had come out of a Vincent Price movie. The walls were still there, but not only fixed, but now made of an ebony stone that had to be 30 feet high, with a walkway on top, and as he entered through 2 open dark steel gates, followed by Dory, he found stairs on the inside of the walls leading up to said walkway, stairs placed every 20 feet. The walls had also been extended to the sides of the building and the back of the building by a good 1,000 feet to make room for a much, much larger whatever the manufacturing plant was now. The only thing he could think of to call it was some middle-aged fortress mixed with a cyberpunk New Age vibe. It was covered in a mix of black metal and the same stone as the walls that ended in edges and spikes. He activated his rune-forging Umbral and began to thread it through his eyes when everything went tipsy-turvy. The power of it was 100-fold compared to what it had been before, from a trickle to a rushing river. Pain spiked into his head in a heavy hammer staccato. He quickly shut it down and the pain receded. All right, notifications. He seriously needed to see what all the changes were before he blew himself up or something. Just in case, he focused. 1 breath, 2, 3. A conviction settled around him. Calm, clarity. Dory stood behind him. He turned towards her. You can go be with your family, Dory. I need some alone time. She looked hesitant but nodded and strolled inside the fortress. Time to test out some of these boosts before he dug into the details. He looked at the wall of the fortress. 3 distinctive levels, each level with 2 balconies spread across their face. Good places to place turrets if the system allowed such technology, or archers if it did not. The forge foundational pillar with the engineering and armaments soul pillars made it seem like technology was a possibility. It might just be native tech that stopped working, and it had something to do with needing system fuckery to work. His insight flared hard with the train of thoughts giving him a good idea the truth saddled the road. With a flex of will, his spitting of time wasted, went the way of the dodo and disappeared. Without thought, he took a running start and leapt, clearing a good 15 feet, his hands, claws grabbing a protruding spike on the wall, and in one fluid motion leapt again, fingers gripping the ledge of one of the balconies of the 2nd level. Without stopping, he leapt again, 1 foot slapping off the dark metal, legs flexing to spin 2 more consecutive leaps, momentum taking him to the final level's balcony on the right side of this level, pulling himself up and over. His mind was attempting to encompass what he did. He'd climbed a 3-story building in about 10 seconds, clearing 10 to 15 feet with each leap. He checked his stamina and saw it was only in middle green. Something strange was rolling in the Kentucky hills, and it wasn't cousins kissing. He scanned the balcony he was now on. It covered a good 40 feet at the front of the building. There were 2 of them, which meant the width of the building was close to 200 feet. What had been a rectangular building, he was getting the sense, pressing his perception, had become more of a square, and probably 3 times the size of the original. He hadn't seen the interior yet, but he imagined it would probably be even more impressive than the outside. It seems they had skipped quite a few steps in the growing the city process. His understanding was one would usually start with a small village-sized creation, a town hall, and then have to build from there. The upgrade stone seemed to have packed some high-intensity system fuckery. And this all felt strange in the sense of stopping for a moment, having the space to take a breath without anything attempting to kill him or people, at least those he knew about, not on the edge of death. He knew it was only a moment, and the system would be pulling the murder hobo routine within a hot step, but at least for a single tick of sand through glass, his mind and spirit were able to rest. Thoughts spun quickly to Lasana. He told her he loved her. No way to get around that fact or the repercussions of it. That was a heavy and heady step for Gideon. Not once in his 29 years had he ever told a woman he loved her, and besides his mother. A part of him wondered whether it was the intense passions of his class influencing everything, or the residual after effects of that primal stone, or if it was genuinely him. He'd done it before, but he pushed his mind to imagine this new world without Lasana and Eri by his side, and no matter from which angle he tried to picture it, an emptiness sunk into his spirit at the attempt. Was it love? He wasn't quite sure, for he had nothing to compare it against, but he did know those 2 at his side, a part of his life, were an essential cog to being the best Gideon show he could be. He felt the truth of it, and another truth fell on top of its lapels. He would slaughter gods, primordials, and anything above or beneath if they threatened either one of them. Chest deep sigh. Enough prevarication. Time to see what there was to see. His hand slid to his scalp, The first thing his search found was no hair anywhere. Bald with scales seemed to be the road he was stepping on going forward. The scales were hard but smooth, each scale so small they formed a solidity like a snake or lizard. He could immediately tell the protection they would provide, much tougher than a human's flesh. His fingers continued exploration above where his eyebrows used to be and were now some kind of ridge. His fingers brushed against... Was that... They were... horns. He now had fucking horns. How the hell had no one mentioned he had horns on top of his fucking head? They were small, maybe 3 to 4 inches long, curving back, high on his forehead. He then let his fingers slide across his face. He felt what seemed like his normal nose. Well, a scaled, edgy version of it, but mostly the same shape. His ears, on the other hand, were now shaped like Lasana's, pointed like an elf or Spock. Everything, though, was scaled, and even if his features were mostly the same, scales instead of flesh changed the entire dynamic. It didn't matter. Looks or attracting someone had never even been close to a priority. His only issue was the possibility of interactions with other humans, but just another hurdle to skim his way through. He'd figure it out. He could go through the endless notifications, currently waving like a girl in the red light district, or do what he'd done before, go straight to the source. He pulled up his system template.
Name, Gideon Show. Title, Fatebreaker, Apex Predator, Forerunner, City Lord. Age 29. Race Bloodline, Nocturne, A+. Rank, Copper. Level 8. Foundational Pillar, Profane. Soul Pillar, Umbral, 100% Affinity. Main Class, Umbral Savage, Epic, Martial, Spiritual. Subclass, chosen at level 25. Path, none. Multi-Versal Coins, Copper, 11,215. Attributes, Martial. Strength, 28, parenthetical 35. Asterisk. Agility, 51, parenthetical 62. Asterisk. Body, 38, parenthetical 46. Asterisk. Intellectual. Intelligence, 14, parenthetical 17. Double asterisk. Perception, 42, parenthetical 48. Double asterisk. Potency, 16, parenthetical 19. Double asterisk. Spiritual. Will, 42, parenthetical 48, double asterisk. Insight, 35, parenthetical 41, double asterisk. Faith, 25, parenthetical 30, double asterisk. Base abilities. Universal language, not available. Identify, common 1, ability base, primitive. Night vision, uncommon 1, ability base, common. Racial ability slot. Inherent, rune forging, Umbral, ancient, concept, level 8, copper. Class ability slots. Offense, empty. Offense, empty. Movement, nocturnal embrace of the shade, epic, concept, level 5, copper. Utility, empty. Aura, Night of the Ecliptic Horror, Epic. Concept, level 5, copper. Subclass ability slots. Class skills. Small blades, rare, 1. Skill base, uncommon. Light armor, common 5. Combat awareness, uncommon 5. Combat acrobatics, uncommon 2. Skill base, common. Tracking, primitive 4. Dual wielding, uncommon 1, skill base common. Pain resistance, rare 1, skill base uncommon. General skills, stealth, uncommon 2, skill base common. Thrown weapons, blades, common 2. Spear wielding, common 5. Asterisk, infernal steel ring of ascension. Single asterisk, infernal steel ring of ascension. Double asterisk, title, Apex Predator. All asterisk, race, Nocturne.
The attributes, Was he seeing things? 2 new titles and his new race bloodline. Now he knew why his stamina had barely dipped earlier. He pulled up what he knew to be the culprit.
Nocturne, A+. Inherent racial benefits, plus 10% to all attributes, plus 2 body, perception, insight, will, and faith, every other level in main class. Hardened scales, negative 10% to all physical and magical damage. Immune to fear. Highly resistant versus all mental manipulation. Negative 20% resource cost to all abilities, including racial, within the Umbral soul pillar. Plus 20% increased effectiveness of all abilities within the Umbral soul pillar.
He was floored. This is what an elevated race bloodline did? Granted, it was A+, which he assumed was near the top, if not the top, but still, this level of power. Granted, he'd been told most did not receive a bloodline until gold rank, which probably made it not quite as earth-shattering. He remembered Iona and Orin having their race called Shador, heroic, sea. He would have to ask them what they got from that and compare the two. Lysana's new race, knowing her, had to be better than C. She was going to have a fit if it wasn't higher than his own. And now that he'd thought about it, he might need to keep that to himself, unless he wanted to deal with the ensuing tantrum she would throw. He pulled up the description of the race.
The Nocturne were of the 3rd generation, but due to the direct parentage of an Alpha Prime divinity, were far stronger than any of their generation. They ceased to exist under mysterious circumstances. They were thought to be forever extinct, before you, that is. They were known for their genius-level manipulation of the Umbral realm and were feared across the multiverse. They also held a reputation for holding to a peaceful predisposition that would fall to vicious aggression when aroused to battle. They were apex predators and masters of the Umbral. They were also known to be very spiritual and very loyal to their faith in their progenitor.
It seemed like that was a bit different than the system had originally shown. The part at the end of being spiritual. The boost in faith when it was a main resource to his abilities he wasn't going to bitch about. The boost in effectiveness and the reduction in resource cost was going to be the biggest blessing, though the attributes themselves were a hard second. It seemed to have retroed the attributes for all his previous levels, which was, well, beyond the pale. It all seemed somewhat broken and uber. He could now see why people would massacre planets to get their hands on a soul stone. He was curious whether the other 5 elite tutorials for the various foundational pillars all had it as the prize. He was starting to get a good idea of why this integration was creating so much hype. His insight flared harder than usual, and now with an effective 41 with titles and his ring in the attribute, it was proving the value he had seen since the start. The sheer volume of elites was not normal by any metric he'd been told about previous integrations, and that said nothing about how many elites there actually were. Only the highest of each soul pillar were invited to the elite tutorial. That didn't say there weren't a shit ton more at or above 80% affinity. He was at 100% affinity in Umbral, but there could be who knows how many others with his own pillar that would have been classified as elites, and in any other integration would have easily been invited. 2 new titles stood out to his eyes as he scanned his template. He mentally tapped them.
Forerunner! You have completed the elite tutorial and grabbed the prize. You slaughtered far less than was deemed acceptable, but the mercy of the multi-versal system is boundless. In addition, your existence by itself will incite endless slaughter in the attempt to take what is yours. This is a fair trade to your continued existence, plus 20% experience growth in both levels, abilities, and skills. City Lord, You are the first citizen to raise their settlement to fortress status, skipping 3 levels of settlement growth, plus 30% settlement growth. All upgrades at a 30% discount. City growth is determined by the levels of its population, so go out and murder all that you see.
Pushing aside the asshole addendums by the system, all these boons, though somewhat OP broken, just might give them the edge to actually survive. They had less than 3 days before the first monster wave, and at the very least, Lasana, Ari, and he had to up the grind in levels. Scouting became a priority. Hopefully, there will be some crafting types in the Shador. It would be essential to everything moving forward. A top priority was to buy that thingy Freddy had said to. Hopefully they had whatever resources to do so. He stood, took a breath, a second, another, and his spear dropped into his hand. He could use a few hours of sleep, but now wasn't the time for anyone. He entered the interior of his new fortress, but before he took a step, a notification forced its way into his vision.
You must name your settlement. You must assign an administrator. Full ownership and the facilities of the settlement cannot be accessed until those 2 things are completed.
He'd completely forgotten the assigning of roles. His mind was still all over the place. He quickly assigned Unra, Verasa, Iona, Orin, and Dory to all the roles the old woman had asked of him. The name thing was different. First, he thought he should name it something that would be a light and the feelings of a safe haven for those that needed it, like the Shador, but then the reality of what would be coming after them, especially as he continued to do what he planned. No, it needed something else, something to make all his enemies think twice before wanting to fuck with him and those he cared about. He'd read a book a long time ago when he'd first entered the army and had been walking in a dark space. It wasn't the best book, but still, certain things still resonated with him. He made his choice.
Congratulations, citizen. You are now the founder and owner of currently the strongest settlement on Erebus. May the settlement of Umbra Mortem birth the most powerful killers the Multi-Versal System has ever seen. Carnage and blood lead to power, and power under the system is survival. And if you fall and deserve nothing.
Umbra, darkness and shadow, mortem, death. It fit. Now it was time to find Lasana and Ari and move out to scout the ruins and gain some levels. They needed to be a lot stronger for what was coming. He had faith that Verasa, with Dory and Iona's help, would train as many Shador as they could in the small window they had. He would also throw a priority to getting the device that would bring Freddy into the game. Chapter 3. Ghosts in the Bones. The Settlement of Umbra Mortem. Her feet were up on the kick-ass bed that came with the kick-ass room and the kick-ass fortress. She'd immediately commandeered the Lord's room as hers and Gideon's as they would be sharing. Note to self and everyone fucking else in the universe. Her stakes were down and wouldn't be moving. He didn't get a choice in the matter. It got a wink from Unra and some strange looks from the others, but as far as the Shador were concerned, she was Lady Lasana. Who would have ever thought a slave soldier, abused sex toy like her, would have ever been a lady to anyone? Gideon didn't know yet about the sharing the bedroom thing, but he'd figure it out on the quick. She'd laid the groundwork and had made the moves. Time to lock it up. Whenever he woke up from another unconscious on his back moment, he'd get the lowdown, and it would end with hymns between her legs if she had any say about it. A smile touched her lips at the image, and his stumbling words it would no doubt elicit. He'd said he loved her. He'd said it, and he couldn't take it back. No take-backsies. A smile. Enough. Don't let it get inside your head. She'd had 1,000 men say they loved her, usually while their cock was inside her. Damn. Shit. Why? Why did she go there? Always there. Worthless slave whore. She's just a whore. Her heart hurt. Gideon didn't know, couldn't ever know. He'd stop loving her. She'd be alone. Even Ari would leave her. And inside herself she knew, past all the worthlessness, he loved her. Someone loved her. He loved her. A small growl slipped lips. She knew she disrespected Gideon, comparing him to all those worthless shits. He deserved more, deserved her everything. Her hardened heart and protective reflex were decades into construction. Not an easy pull, even when it was him. Those green eyes, though. She could get lost in those emerald windows. Already lost. Enough. Her eyes scanned the spacious room. The system was an asshole, but it certainly did do a room up nice. The motif, like the rest of the place, was all dark, creepy horror, but she dug it. The bed and the room were night pitch in color, a few ensconced lights of some type dropping a dim backroom tavern feel. The vast room even had a small side room that held a small bed, and no doubt for a child. That could be Ari's room, though it was highly likely she'd be sleeping in this huge bed with them most nights. If she had her way, though, she'd need some special private time with Gideon before too long. And once again her thoughts went to Emerald Hughes. His new bloodline had certainly done a number on him, much heavier than her own, but she liked the scales, the fierceness of them. It made him seem even more dangerous than before, which said a shit ton. The moment she'd met him, he'd come across as the most dangerous man in the universe with that intensity of his, those eyes when they had the predator in them. She might give him shit, but his ability to kill without blinking put him in a rare stratosphere. Lasana M. Ross's patience had worn to the nub. Her emotions were all over the place. He had given her worth, gave her worth, made her something. Something to love, something to fear. She needed some dragon man up in her kitty. She wondered if his cock was now scaled too. It might actually heighten the pleasure, now that those images were stepping up her chimney. A small cavalcade of snorts exploded out of her hand, attempting to stamp the funnel, but failing. After a minute or so, it shoveled down just as Ari zipped in. Her familiar darted here and there, taking in the room, then landed on the bed next to Lasana, whose hand drifted to scratching her in her fave spot behind the horns of her crown. Ari started involuntarily thumping her hind leg like a pup when a sweet spot was getting attention.
"Did you say the stuff to him I gave you?"
Ari started chortling and threw a claw thumbs up.
Yep, and yep. Very funny.
Lasana erupted with a couple of half snorts. She waved towards the small room.
"That's your room, Ari."
A high-pitched shrill careened off the walls and had Lasana covering her ears as Ari took off like a bullet to the room, an endless stream of oohs and ahs slapping out in repeating echoes. Ari zipped back out and landed on the bed.
I love it, Sana. It's 5 times the size of my room back at home and my own princess bed. I am so excited.
Her small claw went to her chin as if she was contemplating.
I will seriously need to add some moon decorative, as you know I am a lunar dragonling. Also, a couple nods to Ari of the silvery moon as my goddess. I have told you, haven't I, how I'm her favorite dragonling like ever?
Lasana smiled and nodded.
Why don't you make a list? I believe there is a notepad within the system. Organize what you want, and we will see about getting it done. I believe Anra said they have a large reservoir of BP for the fortress. I know she is spending a good amount on defensive measures, some crafting stations, and a multi-versal system store for Giddy to get his Freddy on. But once the store is up, we can check it to see what you can buy with your coins. In the meantime, Mama's got some goodies to get through.
Ari knew better than to mess with her when she was getting her loot or loot adjacent on, so she zipped back into her room with the intense focus of a priest of decorating divinity. Lysana smiled. She loved her familiar so much. She was her mini-me, and her entrance had broken the heavy weight of ghosts in the bones of her yesterdays. Her mind drifted to her new reality, one where her entire race no longer wrapped itself within being a shade elf, including all the memories of dead parents, abuse, and being a whore. At least there was a hope, a need to let it all go. When she went through the soul orb and her race changed, she'd sent a prayer to anything and everything. A dream of a new Lysana with new tomorrows, new hopes. She was now a spectral were-panther, which went hand in fist with her class spectral reaver. She would thank Liestra till the day she died. The goddess had done nothing but be amazing to Lysana. From the bone armor to an occasional whisper on the wind, a soft uplift of spirit she sometimes didn't know whether she was imagining or it really was the lonely goddess in the dead forest. All that became moot as to the Lady of Tomb's intentions when she touched the soulstone. She'd been in that gray space, rivulets of energy coursing through her, being analyzed by the system. The system had come back with only one option: a shade elf, elite, race bloodline change. It hadn't said, but she'd imagined it would be a C rank, maybe a C+, depending on what the system thought of the base race. Her ancestral knowledge had pitted that info. It still would have been a beautiful boon, a powerful boon if the troglodytes had been any example with their tough natural armor and the shows of strength they'd exhibited, same with the demons in the Shador caves. All that slipped into non-existence when the next system message rolled through.
Outside interference detected. The goddess Liestra, the unending queen of the Greyback Forest, has chosen to sacrifice divine levels to influence. Analyzing. Sacrifice accepted. Addendum file 96512, DAR accessed. Suitable synergized race found. New race bloodline offered. Spectral were-panther. Message sent from sponsor.
I believe in you, Lysana. Show them what an ex-slave can do when she takes her freedom.
Needless to say, she'd gone from tears touching her eyes and cheek to hitting yes faster than a poor person snatching gold. The process had been as painful as one would expect when every ounce of flesh, bones, and literal DNA was changed. She brought up the description of the bloodline.
Spectral were-panther, B+, a fourth-generation species created by a prime-generation god, a direct descendant of the crypt primordial, the now long-dead lord of savagery, Neridian Claw. The species still exists to this day in small numbers, and many of their bloodline hold positions of authority within the A-ranked faction of the Unhallow. They are fierce ambush predators renowned for their ability to kill. They have the ability to shift from humanoid to animal and a natural affinity for becoming immaterial for short periods of time.
Two people in her entire life had sacrificed and supported her in ways she could never repay. Gideon and Liestra. She didn't know what a level meant to a goddess, but her ancestral knowledge gave her an inkling, and it was huge. And the system said levels, as in more than one, to give her this bloodline. It did things inside her she couldn't even quantify. Gideon had begun the process, instilling in her a feeling of worth and confidence she hadn't felt in decades. Sure, manipulating the nobles of her world, allowing them to use her for sex, needed a certain conviction, but it was hollow. It was a mask hiding a feeling of worthlessness, that being a fuck doll or a killer was her only value. Even with Gideon and the immense amount of emotion and support she felt from him, Liestra, being a woman, an ex-slave herself, resonated with her in a way he never could. He'd never been a slave, never been violated. How could he? Liestra, from the stories she'd shared, had been through everything Lysana had, and more. The goddess had held nothing back when she'd told her story, and Lysana had been ensnared in more ways than one, not just by the words, but by the intense emotions the woman had shed in the telling, as if she still relived every moment as her words echoed into the dead forest and dead world. And here she was again, sacrificing more to give Lysana Imra's strength in all the ways that mattered, to do her best, to make sure Lysana was never a slave again. A few tears swept across her eyes. She wanted to hug the goddess if she could, and she hoped with all that she could that they'd be able to meet again. She wiped the few tears that had made it to breath. She pulled up the gains and gifts.
Bloodline, Spectral Were-Panther, B+. Plus 15% increase to strength, agility, perception, and will. Weak health regeneration. Health regeneration is tripled within a graveyard or any place with at least 20 corpses in a finite area.
The health regeneration was going to be a big boon. She'd already tested it by using a claw to slice her flesh a bit. It wasn't instantaneous by any means, but still within 3 minutes the cut had scabbed over, though that was in a non-combat scenario where the system escalated regeneration anyway, but still, if she ever fought in a big dust-up with a lot of deaths, it could be a lifesaver, or, as it mentioned, in a graveyard. She didn't see that happening a lot, but still, she'd take it any day, all day. Where it truly shined, though, was with the 2 racial abilities it gave.
Racial ability. The ghost that walks. Rare. Concept. Level 1. Copper. With intense concentration can become immaterial, immune to physical damage, and highly resistant to magic. Includes all inanimate objects worn or held. Racial ability. The beast within. Rare. Concept. Level 1. Copper. With a large infusion of spirit, the Spectral Were-Panther can shift its shape to that of a beast. Uses no resources to sustain shape, only to change.
Both required a heavy cost that would make them extremely limited at the moment. She'd already tried them when she'd first stepped into the room. The ghost ability used stamina, and it took a shit ton of mental concentration to pull off, and she could only hold for a few seconds, and it ripped a huge-ass chunk of her stamina. She'd gone from high green to the edge of yellow in just a couple seconds, but she knew as she leveled it and ranked up, it would be amazing. The shape change would take some heavy getting used to, and the cost was, well, not doable unless she was willing to stay as an animal. Though in her animal form, her physical attributes, especially agility, had been boosted as well as her stealth skill. To change to animal, though, and back in a quick fashion had sent her spirit to middle red. Tomorrow's was the vision she was playing in her head. Once she got both abilities up, she was going to be a terror on the battlefield, and she and Giddy, with Ares' ever-growing support abilities, would be a tornado that would sweep their enemies before them. Her adrenaline spiked just thinking about it. She pulled up her system template.
Name, Lysana Imras. Title, Forerunner. Age 52. Race, Bloodline, Spectral Were-Panther, B+. Rank, Copper. Level, 9. Foundational Pillar, Profane. Soul Pillar, Grave, 93% affinity. Main class, Spectral Reaver, Rare, Martial, Spiritual. Subclass, chosen at level 25. Path, none. Multi-Versal coins, Copper, 12,876. Attributes, Martial, Strength, 36, parenthetical 44, single and double asterisk. Agility, 34, parenthetical 41, single and double asterisk. Body, 33, parenthetical 35, single asterisk. Intellectual, Intelligence, 13. Perception, 36, parenthetical 42, double asterisk. Potency, 10. Spiritual, will, 21, parenthetical 24, double asterisk. Insight, 16. Faith, 28. Base abilities. Universal language not available. Identify, common 2. Ability base, primitive. Night vision, common 1. Ability base, primitive. Ancestral knowledge, common 5. Spiritual communion, common 1. Racial ability slots. The ghost that walks, rare. Concept, level 1, copper. The beast within, rare. Concept, level 1, copper. Class ability slots. Offense, memory of tombs, rare. Concept, level 6, copper. Offense, empty. Defense, empty. Movement, the Wraith of Eternal Ending, rare. Concept, level 6, copper. Utility, empty. Subclass ability slots. Class skills. Dual wielding, common 3, ability base, primitive. Small blades, uncommon 4, ability base, common. Combat awareness, uncommon 2, ability base, common. Combat acrobatics, uncommon 1, ability base, common. Medium armor, common 1. General skills, stealth, primitive 5. Single asterisk, infernal steel ring of ascension. Double asterisk, spectral werepanther.
Looking damn good, the son of Emraz. She felt it, too, the boost from her new race. She was stronger, faster, a beast. She was also taller than Gideon, even with his own growth spurt. She liked that, liked being taller than him. Call it ego or whatever. He was better at almost everything else, but not taller, no siree. And she probably had some strength on him, too, as it should be. A smile flit across her new fangs. Oh, how she liked those fangs. There had been a full-length mirror in the hall, and she'd peeped that thing for a long spin, checking out her new everything before skipping into her new abode. She scanned her template a bit more and blinked a couple times. She'd utterly forgotten about her other grave inherent ability. She pulled it. Spiritual communion allows the citizen to converse with the spirit of a corpse. The corpse must be that of a sentient creature, and the length of time since death might affect coherency of the spirit. One question may be asked. Cool down 1 hour. Could be useful in a very situational equation. Off the bat in reflection, she couldn't pull any memory in where it would have really done much, except maybe with the demons, where they could have pulled a bit more background info. She'd do her best to keep it locked in her peripheral as a tool in the box. Also, the new title, Forerunner, was a good get. 20% increase to all experience gains in everything from skills to abilities to levels. That elite tutorial was worth it just for that. The Shador and little Shira were a beautiful boon, and of course, her Aerie, her heart. Her eyes flicked to her stamina and spirit. Her stamina was already almost full, and her spirit was back up to middle yellow. Good enough. She knew Gideon's attributes were higher with all his bonuses from the titles he'd gotten. Who knew falling unconscious over and over again would give you system boosts? Maybe she should take a go at it? The thought of her pulling the stunts he rolled had a new laughing snort-filled assault coming to the fore. She flexed her will hard and kept it in check, barely. She would never be jealous of him, ever. He was her everything, all wrapped up in a sexy hubba-hubba. Well, that's not true. She was a bit jealous, and she needed to get her gimme-gimme train a choo-chooing. She knew he had several titles. They literally fell like candy on his tushy. She needed to somehow get some rolling in her direction. Her man couldn't hog them all. She had to admit, he was a machine. She'd been fighting in the slop and blood for decades, and even with all her in the scrum experience, he stood out. When he had death in his eyes, she felt sorry for whoever or whatever stood in his way, even gods. Thoughts of him, the intensity of those emerald eyes, brought a smile to her lips, and heat between her thighs. Damn. She might need a bit of time to herself. Another snort came out involuntarily. And no, they needed to scout the city. Those circling birds still gave her a bad feeling. They needed to see if anyone needed help. With that decided, she stood. A part of her wanted to growl now that her passions were riled. She'd been sitting here in this nice bed while there could be people hurt just a few miles away. Little kids, grandmothers, some of her fellow slaves. Her claws started sliding in and out, her anger simmering. Ari felt her emotions and flew out, a growl to her lips.
What's happening, Sana? Where are the villains? I'll pounce on them good!
She had one small claw up, teeth bared. Lasana had to watch her emotions. She took a breath.
Nothing yet, Ari, but let's get ready to leave. It's time for us and Giddy to hit those ruins. It's time for Mama to get her loot back to rolling and for us to see if there's some people that need help.
I'm with you, Sana. I'm a princess. I am amazing at saving people, saving and pouncing. Those are both my middle names. In fact...
Before she could go on an endless tirade, Lasana's smile slid across her lips as Gideon stepped in, hood back up, ready for business. She knew he was thinking the same thing. He had his spear in hand, and those beautiful dreamboat eyes that made her knees weak had that intensity they got when he was ready to dance in blood. Damn, she wanted to fuck him right then and there. He'd said he loved her, and against every reality she'd ever crawled through, she believed him. She loved him, and knew that truth was the anchor to keep her head above the ocean swells. Chapter 4. Ruins and Refugees. The city ruins outside Umbra Mortem. He did his best to keep ignoring Ari and Lasana's bitching about how unfair everything was. It had been going on for all 3 miles they'd eaten under their steps since leaving their new home. Speaking of getting out the door, it had taken a bit to get Unra and everyone else on board and leave its walls. They'd wanted to send a few of the Shador with them, but he'd shut that down. There were very few skilled fighters in the bunch, and they needed to stay to protect those that weren't and get whatever defenses up they could before the monster wave started hitting. They also had to do their best to train up as many people as possible with the new weapons and armor Lasana had dropped for them. Unra and Oren had thrown their best attempt to change his mind, but it was a no-go. They then attempted to explain everything they had planned, but with one look, had gone quiet. He'd reiterated that they ran the fortress. He wanted nothing to do with it. They just nodded, though they spent another 10 minutes once again trying to convince him to take at least Dory or Iona. He'd listened out of respect for both of them, but refused with a finality that had put an end to it, at least for now. Honestly, it would have been probably smart to take one of them, get them some levels and expand their party, but in reality, he wanted to spend time with just Lasana and Ari, 2 people he'd developed a connection to and whom he'd built battle acumen with. They'd gotten to the point where they knew what each other were going to do and executed without a lot of communication to see it done. He was reaccessing that mentality as the bitching continued unabated between the girls. Once Lasana had found out the rating of his new bloodline, she'd gone on a tirade about how unfair it was. Then, once Ari had registered what Lasana was yelling about, she joined in, screaming her bloodline was only B- and she was a princess. She deserved to be the best. Gideon, for the most part, had ignored both of them, but his patience was wearing thin. It finally had stopped, not because they had exhausted their passion for it, but for environmental reasons. It had started to rain in an ocean outpour out of nowhere, and the temperature dropped precipitously. Under this system, with their levels and high body, it had meant little except for Ari, whose class didn't give her that attribute. It had stopped the argument, which had Gideon sending an ethereal thank you to any weather gods in the vicinity. Where Ari was concerned, anything that messed with her had Lasana dropping to a mother-hen routine on the quick. She'd immediately started loving on the small Dragonling and kept her around her shoulders as they traveled, doing her best to let Ari suck up her body heat. Putting the beauty of silence aside, the rain made the broken landscape a slog. It was mostly dirt, broken concrete that used to be roads and hunks of rusted metal that used to be cars, with some fallen and still standing trees and small buildings breaking up the rest. Now it was quickly becoming a pit of churning mud. Gideon had been keeping an eye on the birds as they moved. They were still circling and periodically swooping down at something or picking at a corpse. Their line of sight was still being blocked by a group of one-story broken buildings on whatever they were focused on. The rain added to the difficulty of sussing it out, shifting line of sight to almost non-existent. A few of the avian began to roost on buildings, their wings too heavy with water to keep them aloft. The city was due east of Umbral Mortem, and his mind was already formulating how it would interact with whatever monster wave came. If he had the resources and soldiers, it would have provided a beautiful home for ambushes and traps. He shook his head and tossed the thoughts. If wishes were fishes, and all that jazz. His eyes scanned as they moved, and his thoughts pivoted towards their approach. Swinging around and coming from the south was the smart move, the smaller buildings there to give them some cover as they crept towards the target. They needed the space of uninterrupted observation before they kicked the dust-up off. They needed to see what it was the birds had penned. A heavy and heady part of his mind was focused on them needing to get levels and the rest of their slotted abilities filled, but another was still crawling upon seeing if there were people that needed help. They were too far away to identify the creatures, and even with his perception, he couldn't make out visual details either, especially adding the deluge of water currently pumping. What would have been another hour to make the distance without actually sprinting and getting there gassed now looked like it would be twice that. Nothing for it, one step after the next. He parted the sheet of rain with his perception to clock Lasana hard staring the birds, perched on top of one of the rusted cars to get a better look. Her voice pinged in his head through the party chat.
We need to hurry this up, Gideon. I have a bad feeling about those birds and what they're spinning around.
She turned her head towards him as she sent the chat, and he just nodded, pulling his battle mask up. Time to get his serious on. His knuckles tightened on his spear. They'd actually made it in an hour, alternating between stepping up to a mud-drag jog, then slowing it, then jacking it back up. It had taken an extra 30 minutes to swing south, but was worth it to use the cover of the smaller buildings on their approach. As they had moved within a few blocks of the circling birds, they noticed most were roosted in the storm. It was close enough to be able to see the birds enough to get a gist of what they were, but also identify them and hope they were a lower level and it wouldn't warn them of their presence. They looked as if they were just an enlarged version of crows, like crows on steroids. They were the size of a robust eagle, if not a bit bigger. They had a good 8-foot wingspan and probably 30 to 40 pounds each, which for a bird was huge, hollow bones and all. There were some bestial accents to their visage, beaks more hooked and sharp than a usual crow, jagged chewing edges all along the reap. His insight flared, and he hoped it was wrong. And of course, they were crows. The War Crow was the moniker the media had given him when he'd been on his mission of justice for those that had their hands in the trafficking ring. They were a block away, hiding behind a 2-story building whose walls still stood for the most part, but whose roof had caved in when the building had been dropped on top of a massive 30-foot-wide tree. Most of the top of the tree had shattered and leaned over the top of the building, oriented towards where the birds were. His identify explained quite a bit.
Feral crow, type primal beast, uncommon, level 4.
His insight unfortunately had been spot on. Another primal soul pillar fusion. It could probably berserk or some other ability along those lines. Level 4 wasn't very strong, but there were at least 30 of the things which would be a hard press, even for them, especially with none of them really having any ranged options besides his throwing blades and Airy. One-on-one, he'd put his money on the Dragonling, but not against multiple. The first thing to do was use stealth and attempt to slip closer and see what the hell these birds had been chomping on and had pinned that they hadn't been able to get to. If it was just something dead, there's no way it would have taken them this long to strip it clean, which more than likely meant something was still alive they had trouble getting at or was making them pay in blood to get it. They'd stayed close together because of the continuous downpour to keep their ability to use hand signals if needed and the ship visibility. No matter how good system chat was, sometimes just throwing a signal was faster and more efficient. The rain upped its pace as they entered the city. The only boon is it would fuck with flyers heavily, especially ones with feathers. Most of the crows had already gone to roost in the few surrounding ruins, their beady eyes still glued to whatever it was that had kept their attention for hours now. The skies themselves he was still getting used to. His eyes tilted up and above to follow the thought, and all he saw was a veritable wall of dark, stormy clouds. But even with the slim cuts through to the sky above, it was gray slate. Lasana on the trek over had intimated it was the effect from her planet, some kind of layer of gas or some such that trapped their world in a perpetual dusk. It would be one of many changes he would have to get used to. Nothing for it. Time for the dance. He threw a message out with a plan, a simple one, until they had more intel.
All right, ladies, let's pull our sneak on and roll around this last building and get eyes on whatever has their attention, and we can make a go-to from there.
Lasana's fanged smirk had him worried a bit as to what kind of shenanigans she had popping in her head. Her message just made it more of a mystery.
I got something better, Gideon. Let me show you one of my new tricks while you and Ari take a look-see. She still doesn't have stealth yet, so you'll have to help her.
His mind spun on what she meant, and at the same pop, immediately chewed on an idea to get Ari the stealth skill. Speaking of the Dragonling, she flew over to his shoulder, prompting him to throw a glance at her. She sent a message.
You don't want to miss this, Giddy. I know I'm pretty and all, but let's focus on Lasana. This is my first time seeing her do this. It's gonna be amazing.
All right, now his curiosity was piqued as he shifted his eyes to Lasana, who'd of course been waiting for her full audience. She threw a wink, then her entire face fell into a pit of intensity, a misted shout to hidden tricks not yet seen. She played it up for all it was worth, which brought a smile under his mask. What he saw wasn't what he'd been expecting. Right before his eyes, her body contorted through some painful-looking, shape-shifting spectacle, bones popping and twisting, flesh sliding across as if malleable clay, the light-soft fur gained from her bloodline lengthening and expanding. And within a few breaths, what sat before him was no longer close to the woman he knew. Her low-toned, sultry, whiskey voice came across chat, same as always, lighting up a hunger in his spine.
I look amazing, huh? And my physical attributes and perception are amplified by 20% in this form. The only downside is it takes a huge chunk of spirit to pull off, so can't shift back, at least for now, until my spirit kicks back up, and I can't use any of my class abilities, only racial. Still, check me out.
He was still trying to take in the supersized 350-pound light gray blue panther that stood on 4 paws, pacing back and forth, tail sweeping in lazy circles and connecting it to Lasana. The mischief dancing in her eyes and the way she strutted back and forth was definitely her, and in reality, he should have known she was capable of it. She'd told him on the way here the name of her bloodline race. It was right there, Spectral Werepanther. And it wasn't like he hadn't watched his share of werewolf movies. Her voice came back through the chat, humor laced in its tone.
I'm gonna climb this building, then that tree which will put me in pouncing distance of a major grouping of those crows roosting on the roof of that building across the way. I'm pretty sure I can make that leap in this form, and my stealth is boosted while I'm in it, so I should be good. You take Ari with you, or leave her here if you think she's going to mess with your ability to sneak up and around. If that's the case, she can join in once the scrum is underway. I've already told her to do what she's told and stick to support. Give me the word once you've locked in what's going on, but don't move until I get into position.
Without another word, her shape buzzed and slipped into stealth. He could barely make out her silhouette. She wasn't kidding when she said this new shape boosted it. He clocked her outline shimmy up the building and onto the lower portion of the tree in a few leaps that made it seem effortless. His mind was already racing on all the ways they could incorporate her new weapon. This was huge and would escalate their game by exponential levels. It was situational, as he surmised she'd still be more lethal with her class abilities and Claws of the Eternal and her Shade Elf form in a straight-up brawl, but as far as subterfuge ambush situations, the panther form would probably supply a much higher burst damage. He waited a few more seconds before getting her confirmation.
I'm in position, Gideon, and you need to hurry. There's a couple of these girls down at the base of the building dotting at something inside, and I could have sworn I saw some kind of weapon slap out to keep them back. I can also smell a mixture of scents. It is difficult in this weather, but I think I pick up the sweat of people.
He could hear the fear and worry in her tone and the edge of violence she was keeping on a short leash. It was time to move, and time to see if he could get Ari her sneak on. He sent a private message to the Dragonling.
Just me and you, Ari. We're going to get you some sneak on. I want you to wrap yourself tight around my neck and shoulders and stay very still as we move.
He felt her tighten herself off his shoulder to wrap herself around his neck. He was almost twice the size, counting mass as well as height since his bloodline change, so she was easily small enough to barely be a hindrance as far as weight or size. His hood was up and his mask on. With a flex of will, he pulled the copious amount of darkness around him, activating stealth and utilizing Cloak of the Eternal Night to amplify its effects. Once again, he could feel the edge of a presence within the cloak, a breathing, sentient being, but just as before, the moment he'd almost nailed it down, it was gone. Regardless, the amplification it gave was, as always, awe-inspiring. The depth of the pitch wrapped around him and Ari was a palpable thing. He felt like he could stand right next to someone, and as long as he didn't attack, they would never know he was there. It was a heady sensation, and one he coveted. He didn't know if it was his new race or class or the giant black pillar within his soul, but the dark was now his home, his hearth, and the heart of who he was. He had a sudden urge to pull up rune-forging Umbral and take a look at the cloak, but as usual, it was one step to the next in the never-ending bullshit of the system. Plus, the last time he attempted to activate the ability, he felt like his head might explode. Another thing to add to an ever-expanding list of things he needed to figure out. He let it go and got his head in the game. He slid around the corner of the building, spear to his side in one hand, ready, hungry. Ari stayed quiet and barely shifted as he crossed into the alley between the two buildings, hugging the wall as he slipped through the storm and dark. He stayed low to the ground and carefully picked the placement of his feet as the rain hammered everything. Within the fury from the sky, he doubted anyone could hear anything, but caution was the vocabulary to completion in his world. It only took 20 seconds to crawl along the length of the building. He'd stopped once as a bird almost fell right on top of them, attempting to fly in the bucket of water coming down. It had left from the opposite building to take a short jaunt from that roof onto the one where Lasana perched and underestimated the strength of a rainstorm on its feathers. It ended up making more of a hop-jump glide than flying and barely made it to the lip of the small chunk of roof that still remained. He hoped it didn't have a line of sight on Lasana or break her stealth, or this would be a quick sprawl in blood. Once he'd made it to the corner and could get a better view of the street, or what used to be a street by the looks of it, the tension of the moment had risen to match the intensity of the storm surrounding them. The street itself was now just a bunch of aged, broken pieces of concrete with trees and shrubbery breaking through it in every conceivable way. The whole city was some twisted amalgam of an ancient civilization and a forest jigsawed together. It was a macabre sight that emphasized to anyone anywhere they weren't in Kansas anymore. He sighed, one step to the next, accept that which you cannot change. His clawed hand drifted to his eyes to wipe the river pummeling them. Luckily, his cloak seemed to give a shit about the rain and seemed to be immune to absorbing any of the water. The rain just hit it and fell. The insane amount of deluge kept even his 48 perception tripped. He couldn't parse anything farther than 30 feet out, which didn't even hit the other side of the street. He took a chance and popped a peek around the corner, slowly, sticking only enough of his head around the scarred brick to lay eyes on what there was to see. And what there was to see had him gripping his spear hard, the predator within stepping into his eyes, a dark flame dropping embers to violence. There were several crow corpses, along with 4 other picked-clean bodies, 2 small, tiny, only chunks of meat left to their childlike bones. A part of him fell to lifelong tools, calm, detaching from the emotions. His class and his new bloodline had a different agenda, and before he knew what he was doing, he was slipping through the rain and dark. Freddy had told him the children were kept separate and wouldn't be brought out till there were cities established. Why were there children here? Dead children. Freddy would never lie to him. This he knew to be a fact, so it had to be the system and its fuckery. He stopped and felt airy tense around his neck.
I see them too, Giddy. The poor little ones. But we are a team, family. Wait for Sana. There are too many above to just rush in.
What she said was facts, hard facts. His will flexed. His anger was still simmering, but he pushed hard against it, spurring action. His muscles trembled.
Giddy, I know it doesn't matter against this, but I picked up this sneaky skill. I'm gonna use it and shift it behind you so you're, free to do what you need to.
His reins on violence were weak, fractured things, so he didn't answer or respond to feeling her shift off him. He had eyes for only the bones and the crows. The shit stains were shifting between picking at the few bits of remaining meat on the small bones and scuttling towards the steps towards the entrance to a basement of some type. The fallen doors peeled to the sides, the same rusted metal as everything else, broken and useless. They did this a few times, only moving a few steps towards the basement before falling back to grab more flesh. Then a decision was made, all three crows flapping themselves a bit off the ground and charging towards the stairs heading down in whatever they saw there. The crows quickly backpedaled as, of all things, a beastkin in battered heavy plate and chain came halfway up the steps, a halberd in hands, utilizing the spike at the top to jab at the aggressive crows. A notification flashed through his vision, but he ignored it. Gideon clocked at least two others, both human, behind him a quarter way up the steps, one a man, the other a woman. All of them looked bloodied and exhausted. The other man carried a club, and the woman a broken short blade. Neither had armor, just rags. What were they doing here? Did the system just drop them in the middle of the ruins? Too many unanswered questions. The beastkin slipped on the wet concrete as he took another step up, attempting to strike one of the crows. He paid for it as another leapt at him, its jagged beak taking a chunk out of his left arm. Gideon gave the man credit. He didn't cry out. Only a hiss escaped his lips. The two others tried to move up to support him, but four more crows landed from above, causing the two to skid to a stop, brandishing their weapons. The moment stretched as a small, darker-skinned child, another beastkin, a boy, crawled up the steps, a small, tiny stick in his pudgy hand. He was maybe 4 years old. His voice was a high-pitched squeak that tore into Gideon's heart, even through the thunder of the storm, as he stumbled his tiny legs towards the hurt man, attempting to get back to his feet as 7 crows closed in on him. An older beastkin woman scrambled after the child to grab him.
Papa!
The chains broke. He barely kept the mental presence to throw a message. Lisana, children. It was all he could manage as a red haze lit his bones. He slid through the falling rain, a bullet towards one destination. His spearhead slid through the closest, into his chest, pulled sideways, clearing flesh in a spray as he pivoted, spinning his spear, the weighted end crushing another crow's skull. A mighty roar crashed through the sky as a huge form leapt into a grouping of crows in the midst of descending toward Gideon. The others were too close for him to use his aura. The crows were taken back by 2 of their numbers dead and 2 new predators in their midst, and Gideon wasn't going to let them collect themselves. He charged at the nearest and put on the brakes hard. Instead of his spear striking it in the chest, his body slid past it, spear missing, his shoulder slamming into it instead, sending it flying in painful squawks halfway across the street. His new body's boost in power was making him off balance along with his new height and mass. The spear dropped, and his fingers slid his daggers out of their back sheaths. Up close in this rain, and with the birds having no range with their attacks, in close work was the call to see him do his kills. His combat awareness flared hard, and he spun, elbow crashing into a leaping body of sodden feathers just as the song lifted into the air. The melody of Crescent Dreams shifted through his spirit and flesh as his speed jumped and stamina regen lifted. Aerie had joined in the scrum.
Combined with his new titles and new bloodline, he was terror incarnate. More of the crows came, and he became a blur of Umbral steel to meet them. He had to push his combat acrobatics and combat awareness to keep his body restrained enough to be effective. His body was moving faster, stronger, and more powerfully than he could rein in. His anger was a simmering fade to coherent thoughts as his blades danced out. Feathers, bones, and flesh were the remnants of his steps. Even in the pirouettes between crows, he still felt a wound here, a piece of flesh taken by cruel ragged beaks there, but none stopped death from spitting upon his whirlwind. More crows landed around him. Soon his movements were being restricted, crowded as they piled onto him, more of his blood mixing with the falling rain. Then a flash of fur and claws, a roar that pounded asphalt, and the pressure was released. Gideon took the sudden open window and dived out of the mob of feathers, dagger sliding back to sheaths as he tumbled and took 2 threading steps, hand scooping up his spear as he spun and thrust, spearhead shoveling through the breast of the first crow, chasing his escaping flesh. 3 more were right behind it, so he set his feet to explode out when 10 figures ran past him. The beastkin with his halberd and the others with all makeshift weapons went crazy as they blasted into the remaining crows. They were almost all human, with the one beastkin leading them and the one shade elf, a man, who had a bow staff to hand and dressed like a monk. A few were injured, but between Lasana and him, already half of the crows had been killed, and with Lasana still on the other side of the scrum tearing into the beasts, the rest of the fight was short-lived. Ari darted around healing what she could before the spiritual drain prevented her from continuing. Lasana shocked the survivors even more when she shifted back to her shade elf form and went to a knee for the moment from the stamina hit. She had a few injuries, but they seemed to be slowly taking care of themselves. Gideon shifted energy into his cloak, wrapping deep rivulets of darkness to take advantage of the regeneration it provided while within night and shadows. They had asked Ari to focus on the refugees. The survivors numbered a bit over 30 in all, at least a dozen of them children. With the storm above, hearing them or communicating was difficult to almost impossible, and the basement they had hidden in had barely been big enough to hold them all, and did little to purge the sound of the thundering sheet of rain. In messages, they decided to bring them back to Umbra Mortem. They couldn't leave them out here to fend for themselves, not with children. They relayed that as best they could in hand signals and screaming as loud as they could a few words, and the beastkin fighter who seemed to be leading them gave Gideon a warrior's grip and nodded, gathering everyone. They could have invited them to their party, but his trust only went so far. These were strangers, and with the provocation thrown by the system, they would need to be careful. Still, he wouldn't see the children or a few of the elderly they also had in their midst to remain out here unprotected. With one last sorrowful look at the small corpses, they led them out of the ruined city. He was surprised the refugees hadn't wanted to take the remains, but the empty looks at most of their faces told him they'd been broken by whatever they'd gone through. He let it go and steeled himself to knowing this was the new world, Erebus. Death would be the post sign to every road traveled.
Chapter 5. The Unchained. Erebus, the newly founded faction. Rebecca Tremaine stared at herself in the mirror she'd used the city stone to create in the heart of her new domain. Her form was exquisite, the most amazing thing she'd ever experienced in her entire existence. The sheer power it gave her was beyond any measure. She now stood over 6 feet and was the epitome of sex, lust, and beauty. Her curves had been expanded, hips and tits exquisitely painted while her muscles had been, well, she'd been given muscles. She'd always stayed in decent shape, yoga, the treadmill at the gym, but muscular would never have been a description applied to her. Now that had changed. She had a taut, corded frame of muscle underneath the accented curves. Her flesh had taken on the color of the dark red of heart's blood, her hair matching the alluring color and braided as a warrior, like the slut shade elf who stood by the war crow's side. She'd get to him soon enough. They'd been out of the elite tutorial at most for half a day, and already her empire was growing. The contract she'd signed with the Unchained gave her a city stone upon completion of her tutorial. She'd used it within the first 15 minutes of her first steps upon the new world of Erebus. She'd also been given an uncommon upgrade stone that allowed her to boost it to a township, 1 below a city, 2 below a fortress. She'd also seen the world alert of the War Crow getting the first fortress, which was 2 ranks above her own. A bit irritating, but understandable. The man was an enigma, and she had no illusions on how lethal he could be. She had a front row seat when he'd gone against the Sanctum and was not disappointed. It only emphasized her decisions regarding the man, then and in the future. The captain and she had also put hands to another ability shard for finishing the tutorial, and she'd gotten the infernal robes of the Eternal Flame for not only completing it, but getting the prize. And that didn't include the greatest of her treasures, her new bloodline. Her eyes caressed the allure of the robes as she continued to stare at herself in the ornate infernal steel frame mirror. The robes left her abdomen and arms and thighs exposed and were open in the middle to provide an ample view to her ample new breasts. The coloring of black-edged with the same dark blood hue as her flesh amplified her fierceness. She also had fangs for teeth, and not overly pronounced, but certainly visible, along with the great curving horns that started high on her forehead and swept out. They were sexy, if she did say so herself. Her eyes riveted to her sultry robes once more. She brought up the description.
Infernal robes of the Eternal Flame, ancient, physical defense, D+, magical defense, A-, immunity to the flames or heat of the user, copper, robes, growth item.
It rivaled her staff, which had also been upgraded with another upgrade stone. It, too, was now a growth item. Both were only the beginning. Her new faction headquarters could have used some attention, but it would do as a start. She'd utilized the city stone on what looked to be some giant grocery store, probably a Walmart, but it looked 1,000 years old, walls broken, deteriorated, rusted metal, and the wood rotting. She'd named it New Hades to go with her new motif. The name itself might turn off some people, but if it did, they were unworthy to begin with to join with the Unchained, and if the name had that effect, then her new physical appearance would be doubly so. The building now looked like a massive manor, complete with small statues of imps and other demons decorating the immaculate lawn surrounding the estate, including a black and red color scheme similar to her robes. About 2,000 yards out of the manor itself was an infernal-themed wall about 20 feet high that circled the place. It had the faces of demons periodically decorating both the inside and the outside of the wall, looking as if they were attempting to break free of the stone's prisonic embrace. The manor overall still needed a bunch of work, but the first thing up was creating a multi-versal faction market pillar. It would not only allow them to access a universal store all over Erebus to any other market pillar created, but would also allow them a faction one where it would make it slightly easier for her multiversal benefactors to help. It would still be a monumental cost for them to send her anything, but it would at least reduce the cost by 10 to 15%. The system heavily limited any interaction between the citizens of Erebus and anything outside its sphere. She would take what she could get. The manor itself could currently house at least 100 people with its massive size comfortably. It had that many rooms. She still needed to have the captain create more housing in the surrounding area, but the BP used to make anything with the city stone was generated by the citizens who had pledged loyalty. Good thing they were already getting that. Her Providence, which now being level 10 showed was B+, high as she'd surmised it would be. It showed itself immediately, as within an hour of her new faction building going up, a ragtag group of system survivors showed up with a flock of vicious crows chasing them. Not only was it an opportunity for more experience, but she had just slotted her new offensive ability, the Shape of Hell's Fury, and got to test it as well as receiving a quest to go along with it. It had taken some doing, and Jinx and Toto had died once again in making it happen, but they had succeeded in more ways than one. She'd not only hit level 11, but had gained 50 skilled fighters, almost all exclusively beastkin, but with a couple shade elves and a few humans as well. The leader was a rare-classed beastkin by the name of Lordic Stormfallow, a Sheed foundational pillar with a Tempest Soul pillar and a full martial class called Blade of the Storm. He was not a Scion whatsoever, letting her know there would be many rare classes that hadn't made it into an elite tutorial. He utilized the glaive as his weapon of choice and had 2 abilities slotted, an offensive ability that allowed him to send shock stuns in an area around him, then a movement one that brought a bolt of lightning down on his head, then another bolt to another area translocating him between the 2. It was somewhat slow as far as movement abilities went, but it did provide a small AoE damage at both locations. It was a strapping fellow, large as most of the beastkin seemed to be, and wasn't a murderous, insane god puppet like their old compatriot. It wasn't the brightest bulb in the world, but was fierce and unrelenting. He'd also given her a bunch of information that had her mind spinning, changing strategies and plans, and putting a devilish smile to lips, pun intended. Also, to her relief, the contingent of new Unchained members also had a few women who seemed inclined to the captain and getting cozy with the second-in-command of their new faction, which would keep him occupied and away from bothering her with his clumsy attempts at seduction. She might actually take the Storm Man for a ride. She'd missed out on tasting some beastkin with the Chaos Scion, and she had a hunger for some. And that was one thing about her new bloodline. It had taken the already heightened, lustful energy her soul pillar and class had boosted to whole new levels. She felt an almost inescapable need to get a cock between her thighs. She'd even contemplated taking a tumble with a couple of the better-looking females in the group, which was new for her. And the lack of control irritated the old her. She pushed her intelligence into twisting and turning aside the overwhelm of emotions with logic puzzles till her rabid heat dissipated. The more pivotal information she gathered from the group had been the bullshit the system had been selling. The Scions were not let out of their tutorials the same time as everyone else. In fact, it had been 3 weeks, according to the Beastkin, since they'd been released. He went on to mention he had been one of 2 rare classes in the group of about 250 that had emerged in the same vicinity. It had been about 7 or 8 different tutorials the survivors had been a part of. One of them had been able to win a city stone, a human, the other a rare class. It had been an uncommon stone, so had only created a small village. Within a few days, 100 children of all 3 races materialized within the village. Many of the tutorial survivors were not happy with suddenly having to take care of weak children. That group had been led by the Lordic, but instead of clashing, they begrudgingly accepted the situation. Then a week ago, the Fury Crows had come, 1,000 of them, out of nowhere. Individually, the creatures were not that worrisome as they averaged level 4, but the sheer volume of them had proved deadly. It took 5 days. 5 days of constant battle and death before those that were left realized the village was lost. They had maybe killed 2/3 of the crows, but the crows had killed well over 2/3 of them in return. This is when the divide and argument between the 2 rare classes had come to fruition. Lordic wanted to sacrifice the children to the crows to give them the space and time to escape. The human had not. The birds had already shown a proclivity to stop battling any time there was meat on the table. It had been the predominant way they'd not only killed them, but been able to last as long as they had. He did his best to convince the other man of the logic of his argument, but that had not gone well. The other man had refused, so they had separated. Lordic and his group, 75 strong at the time, had headed northeast, while the other man and all the children and those other soft-hearted saps who refused to face reality had headed west towards the ancient city ruins. That had been another piece of information she had coveted. She hadn't known the small specks she had seen on the horizon had been a city. All she'd seen was a storm hitting whatever it was, and something that could have been anything. They had to be close to 80 to 100 miles away from the city. The village her new soldiers had come from had been southwest and much closer to the city. Rebecca and the captain had emerged in what could only be called a small town. It had the massive building they'd taken as the faction headquarters, then it was surrounded by mostly demolished ruins of smaller buildings and housing. Having been here only a few hours, mostly occupied with utilizing the city stone, then exploring the manor, followed by a few purchases with the BP they'd been given, including the mirror, which she then spent an hour gazing at herself in, they hadn't had time to actually scout the surrounding area. This had been followed by the crows and the survivors, which then led to her initiating them into the Unchained, her info dump with Lordic, and a subsequent jaunt back to her mirror. The information about the city ruins to the west piqued her interest, but with the upcoming first monster wave there would be no time. She'd handed off upgrading the defenses of the manor with the remaining BP to the captain and also the beastkin, whom she'd named first commander under the captain to organize some small unit scouting groups to find any potential mercs in the surrounding area. They were not to offer succor to anyone that didn't fit what they were seeking, but they also were not to just kill indiscriminately. Her long-term strategies were already in play, and they eventually would be wanting to hire their services out to the other factions, most likely already forming across the New World. One never knew where some indiscriminate act of violence would come back to bite them in the ass. The beastkin, Lordic, already impressed her greatly with his reaction to his orders. He didn't question, just nodded his head at the orders and went to put it into action. The captain also didn't seem to mind the man either, which was another boon. In fact, Viscal seemed to appreciate the obvious military background and discipline of the man. It helped that several of the female beastkin had already shown appreciation and response to the captain's lascivious advances. Rebecca would be interested in finally learning more about the culture of the beastkin society, seeing as how they were now a third of the population of this new home. Learning that the Chaos Scion was not a typical example of the race was enlightening. A couple more hours passed as she penned a veritable endless Bible of strategies, both short and long, into the convenient notepad the system provided within her template. Besides the occasional loud grinding noise created by the captain using BP to build something, she'd had quiet and solitude. Then an alarm sounded within her own mind. It happened to be one she'd set herself, after figuring how to when she was exploring the system to find the notepad tool. She smiled, knowing she would find amusement in this next part. She focused for a breath, then 2, 3, and her infernal staff of the Magi slipped into her palm. She then took a breath, raised her staff, and activated the ability that had just come off cooldown. From the pit they come. A pentagram lit the ground, and circle of hellflame exploded out, forming into 2 small, distinct shapes. They started babbling before they'd even fully formed, but she had to admit, they'd grown on her. They could still be annoying at times, but they provided more amusement than annoyance. They were her unwanted but appreciated kids.
Again, misters, again and again. It's so fun when you just pop back, huh, Jinx? Yes, Toto. And me like the crows, they tasted good. But yes, dying best. We die, then we back. Die, then back. Die, then back.
She held up her hand, knowing they would just keep going and going and going with their idiocy otherwise. They'd learn quickly to listen when she gave them an order. It took a lot of effort and time and some harsh punishment to get there, but get there they did.
I have some presents for you two. I appreciate your effort with the crows and in the tutorial, and as I grow in power, so shall you.
She focused for a moment, and another, and her staff slid back into her ring as 2 shards appeared, one in each hand. As soon as their greedy eyes caught the sight of the 2 ability shards, they started yipping and howling and jumping up and down and up. She couldn't keep the smile off her lips. Jinx wailed as he leapt and slid on his knees in front of her.
Yours is the best mistress in forever, ever!
Not to be outdone, Toto attempted to leap over his brother but mistimed it and ended up falling on top of him, which then led to both of them cussing each other out, biting and hitting each other. It was funny and cute for a moment, but then that was it.
Enough!
They both froze. Jinx having his brother's arm in his mouth and Toto's teeth on his brother's leg. They both immediately scrambled back into prostrate positions in front of her. She let them hang for a moment, both of them licking their lips, a deep voracious hunger in their eyes as they swayed, hypnotized by the two shards. She tossed one to each with a laugh. It took half a second before both of them rose in the air, the shards disappearing. They were just uncommon ability shards she'd received from her new soldiers as the price of admittance into the Unchained. They'd all received a few with the 2 loot chests they'd gotten from the quest of defeating the crows. They should be sufficient, as her kids were also uncommon classes. Jinx's class was called Infernal Saboteur, while Toto's class was Hell's Trickster. As they drifted back to the ground, she was excited to see what they got. Both of them had tired, but mischievous and happy leers on their face, so it should be good. Everything was coming together. The monster waves would be inconvenient, but she had no doubt she would triumph. Then she could begin to put her plans into motion. Establish the Unchained and build up her forces. Find the good old senator as a bargaining chip to manipulate the War Crow, and eventually become the world leader of the newly created Erebus. One step to the next. She had every confidence she would see them all done. Some roads might twist here and there, but that's why she would always have contingencies, ready to pivot at a moment's notice to still find herself at the same destination, the winner's circle. Yes, life was good. Chapter 6. The War Crow and the Lone Wolf. Umbra Mortem. Erebus. Gideon's anger was only matched by Lysana's and Ares. They'd been chatting as they trudged through the downpour, leading the refugees to Umbra Mortem. The conversation just ran in circles until they got back to the fortress and inside, where they could actually hear anything in the unrelenting ocean falling on their heads. It was all conjecture and moot. The mud had become a sea they almost had to swim through. The adults had to carry the children as the mud at some points would have swallowed them. The refugees themselves were ragged, exhausted, and starving. Once they got back to the fortress, they would do their best, but in the meantime, Lysana and Gideon both took turns carrying children. The young ones were spread out between the 3 races. They all ranged between 3 and 11 years old, with one small human infant that was being carried by the beastkin leader, while also having his own son propped around his neck, holding onto his head. The entire thing was spurring Gideon's rage by the moment. Why were they in the ruins? And why all these kids? What lies had the system told them? All the refugees looked starved and emaciated. Unless the tutorial had done that to them, his best guess was they'd been out here a lot longer than the hours he and the rest had. It took over 2 hours to reach Umbra Mortem, and with the visibility utter shit from the downpour, it wasn't until they were almost on top of the place that Gideon's eyes grew wide. The walls had actually moved a good half a mile out from where they had been, and it wasn't the only change by a good margin. They all stopped, the refugees standing in a mix of awe and hope painting their faces. Gideon's eyes caught movement upon the wall and smiled at his face under his mask. He saw 3 war-shade golems patrolling the wall along with a few Shador. He didn't know how Orin had been able to get together 3 golems, but it was a welcome sight with the monster wave coming. In addition, the fortress itself had seemed to add a 3rd floor, and on each balcony now stood some kind of stationary heavy crossbow on struts. They were pretty much level with the walls, so couldn't see what else had changed, but he imagined if the walls had been somehow shifted that far out, there would be more. He looked at Lysana and Ari, Lysana holding a shade elf girl who was about 8 on her hip. The girl looked up at her like she was the most amazing sight she'd ever beheld. Ari kept her claw on the little girl's head, petting her. Gideon, for a moment, was lost in the scene. He could have never chosen a better family than the one he'd been gifted. The universe had taken his a long time ago, but given back so much more. A smile tilted his ebon-scaled face. Lysana finally caught him staring, and the smile... She threw a lascivious wink as she sent a private chat Ari didn't get.
You'll keep staring at me like that, Gideon, and I'm gonna peel that armor off you with my teeth.
The hammer in his heart churned up 3 notches. A primal hunger deep in his gut growled. Whatever his new bloodline truly was, it was filled with raw passion that pummeled through his flesh. He had to exert a tremendous pulse of will to get it under control. He spun himself to action to help. The images of the small bones also were a boon in squashing it. He led the refugees behind him to their new home. After they'd gotten the story out of Purdon, the beastkin leader, they'd all headed to their new room. The intensity in the air was explosive, a volatile beast. His claw crumpled the C-ranked ebon steel table he leaned on. He realized what he was doing after the fact and let go. Lasana was no better, claws slipping in and out of her bracers, her agitation a palpable thing. Ari just kept crying. The dead children they'd seen had only been a small dip in those lost before they'd intervened. There had been 30 or so children in the beginning, and hundreds of refugees in a small village southeast of the ruins. The number was 10 kids when they found them. The story of the refugees had been enraging and disturbing in more ways than he was able to take in. It had been a hectic day-long slog for the refugees escaping to the city with the crows hard on their heels the entire way. It had started almost a week before. The choice to flee to the city had come hard on the split between the 2 rare-class leaders of the tutorial survivors. The other half of their fellow survivors had wanted to sacrifice the little ones to escape the assault, and when Purdon and his group, led by one of the rare classes, a human whose name was Zane, had refused, the others had left taking most of their skilled soldiers with them, and in the end, sacrificed the children anyways with the choice. The remnants were mostly older people who were very low-leveled and not very skilled combatants. Still, they had chosen to stay, which said a lot to Gideon. They followed Zane and Purdon to the city. All of them were brave and courageous people who chose what was right and paid the price. He would have liked to have met Zane. He'd sacrificed himself taking out a dozen crows when they'd been pinned in a decrepit building after just entering the ruins. They'd still lost several of the kids and some of the adults in that scrap before they'd been able to escape, and many more on their frantic run from the village. The man's full name had been Zane Hubert, only 25 years old. A few of the survivors who had been in the same tutorial as him told the story of how he had done no different there. The man had been courageous and honorable. If Gideon ever met the beastkin Lordic, the one who led the scrum who'd abandoned them, he would be a corpse within a breath of the meeting. His anger simmered in long, spiraling thuds of blood, rivers of violence stirring to the excuse of release. That was the real rub. The system had bullshitted them. Everyone in tutorials who had survived who weren't in an elite tutorial had been dumped back on Erebus 3 weeks ago. The reasoning he had no clue, except possibly to stifle the elite's ability to grow in strength before the unleashing of the monster waves. Lasana said not a word with a still weeping Ari on her shoulder. He had no need to ask. He knew she went to check on the little ones and Shira, who had embraced all the kids when they'd entered, making them feel at home, welcome, her tiny hand wrapped around her small knife with her heart in her eyes. It had seriously done a number on Lasana's spirit when she'd seen it. Shira's parents had been some of those lost in the beginning of the tutorial to the Sanctum abuse. The rest of the Shador looked out for her, as they did all the orphans, but no singular person had become or took the role of her parent. It was probably why she latched so hard onto that knife. Lasana had given it to her. Gideon always caught the girl attempting to emulate everything Lasana did. He found it adorable, and the small Shador girl had a special place with all of them. Maybe they should. Gideon flexed his will and shoved the emotions down. Clarity would be what found solutions and avenues, not a breakdown. He knew this is where everything would lead once he'd seen the actions and goals of the system. In fact, he was confident the man Lordic and the rest that joined him got a quest giving out extra loot for abandoning the kids and the weakest of their number. There was a part of him that said, get used to it. He knew it was coming, so let the cost and the loss of life drift to the ethers. Gideon Show knew if he ever listened to that voice, he would cease being the man he'd always been, and the memory of his mom's love, her hugs, that smile that lit up the room, would cease to exist, for he would have become something she would have never approved of. He grit his teeth. He'd asked for strength and chosen to change his entire race towards the goal for one reason: to protect those that couldn't protect themselves against what was coming, to give justice for those he couldn't protect. That promise was his path. This Lordic and his group would now become a cautionary tale, along with the senator when he caught up with them all. The only thing these people would understand is cost-to-choice ratio. It would never change who they fundamentally were or all the ones of the same ilk, but he could slaughter those who walked that road. If he killed enough of them, at least some of those walking in the shadow of their morality would think twice before putting action to thought. If that put him against the world, the universe, the system, so be it. With that conviction ringing against his bones and spirit, he knew to even have a chance to accomplish that vision and promise, he needed to be far more powerful than the current him, far more, exponentially more. Tomorrow they would go back to the ruined city and see if they could do what they meant to do today, get levels and gain strength. It would keep grinding till he was the most powerful thing on this planet, then the most powerful being in the multiverse. Some might say it was arrogance or vanity, but to him, it was just a conviction, an oath, the road to Damascus he'd chosen. The notifications, and all the heart pulls and crushing emotions of the dead kids. He'd forgotten Lasana had told him she had accepted a quest that had popped right as he laid into the crows. He mentally scanned and pulled it.
Quest alert! Rescue the refugees! A bunch of weak people have found themselves pinned against the wall by a flock of feathers. They have bled and left corpses upon the road behind them, and that is what they will be if someone doesn't step in and do what they cannot. Kill some birds. Difficulty, epic. Rewards, an epic level loot box. Experience, multi-versal coins, copper. Extra reward, double experience if all the pathetic refugees survive. He was damn sure there had been other choices there, like slaughter everything and be rewarded. Lasana had probably bared her new fangs and growled. He had to come to a point where he accepted the concept that he loved the woman. He knew he did, but a lifetime of walls built were slow to move, even when truth hammered their foundations. He pulled up the second part. He imagined Lasana's smile when he hit accept. He knew if the situation didn't involve the loss of kids, she would have already been pestering him as soon as they'd ended the last crow. His loot mistress. Smile. Quest alert! Rescue the refugees! Complete! A bunch of weak people have found themselves pinned against the wall by a flock of feathers. They have bled and left corpses upon the road behind them, and that is what they will be if someone doesn't step in and do what they cannot. Kill some birds. Difficulty epic. Rewards, an epic level loot box. Experience, multi-versal coins, copper. Complete. Extra reward, double experience if all the pathetic refugees survive. Complete. He skipped the kill notifications and ignored the box that appeared at his feet. He pulled the next. Congratulations, you have reached level 9, citizen.
That was it. He threw all 3 of his free points into faith. He knew he was going to need it moving forward, even though he had the urge to toss them at insight. But at least now with his bloodline, insight got some every level. He hit accept and gritted his teeth, and his body, spirit, and mind locked up. Pain resistance stepped in for some of it, but did very little for the stabs into his brain or spirit. His new title, Forerunner, did its thing and amplified the experience gain, landing him numerous skill gains. He'd take it as a small sip to the ocean he needed to swallow. His eyes dropped to the box. Another ornate thing with the usual pitch black with silver filigree he was getting used to. He assumed it was to match the soul pillar of the recipient. He went to one knee and touched it with a flick of will.
Calculating. Affinity accessed. Rarity of loot. Trait, freight. Citizen records. Implemented. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Ability shard. 2. Spear.
He wasn't going to lie. A part of him wanted to choose the spear just to compare it to what he himself created, but he knew that would be a vain and stupid decision. He made the only choice he could.
You have received an ability shard. Calculating. Ability shard. Umbral. Epic. Numerous empty ability slots have been detected. Would you like to absorb the Umbral ability shard Epic or place in your recognized spatial ring? Absorb Umbral ability shard Rare. Yes? No? Place in bonded spatial ring. Yes? No?
Here we go. He prepped himself knowing the pain was going to be another zip line to a gut punch. He punched yes, and his body jacked up spirals of dark energy stripping through his flesh, his spirit, the depths of his soul. He was lifted off the ground in the threading umbral divine. He could feel that dark pillar within vibrate, shake. The new energy shifted, slithered its way into the pillar, and then spun out to a space within his body.
Ability shard merging. Calculating. Affinity. Open slots. Fate. Class. Umbral Savage. Epic. Processing. Merge complete.
He dropped to the ground a few feet from the bed of his new room.
Congratulations, citizen. You have received your third slotted ability. Offense. The Edge of the Deep Umbral. Epic. Concept. May you carve through the carnage of conflict to take a sip of more of the endless bounty that is the Multi-Versal System.
A smile slid to his lips. Finally, an offensive ability. He mentally pulled up the description.
The Edge of the Deep Umbral. The Shadeborn's connection to the Umbral realm is one of child to parent, and within this grasp they can manifest the element of its embrace. Current expression. The user can create throwing blades made up of the night itself at the cost of stamina. The blades ignore any physical protection they encounter. Strength and accuracy of ability is influenced by the skill throwing blades, as well as agility, perception, and will. Synergy with detected bloodline. Has no effect on inanimate or inorganic objects.
Beautiful. He had a ranged option now. Excitement percolated to see what they could do. He scanned the description for a third and fourth time. They ignored all physical defense. That was... damn. So magical protection would still stop them, but so far he had gone against many with those abilities besides that child of light from the sanctum. Their inability to affect inorganic matter seemed like it could be an issue. Did that include such things as golems? It certainly meant he couldn't practice throwing at bedposts. He chuckled at the image. It meant he would still need to upgrade the two throwing blades of his. He pulled up his system template to see it slotted and all the skill ups.
Name, Gideon Show. Title, Fate Breaker. Apex Predator. Forerunner. City Lord. Age 29. Race, Bloodline. Nocturne, A+. Rank, Copper. Level, 9. Foundational Pillar, Profane. Soul Pillar, Umbral, 100% affinity. Main class, Umbral Savage, Epic, Martial, Spiritual. Subclass, chosen at level 25. Path, none. Multi-Versal Coins, Copper, 14,252. Attributes, Martial, Strength 30, Parenthetical 36, Asterisk 1, 2, and 3. Agility 55, parenthetical 67, asterisk 1, 2, and 3. Body 42, parenthetical 50, asterisk 1, 2, and 3. Intellectual. Intelligence 14, parenthetical 17, asterisk 2 and 3. Perception 46, parenthetical 54, asterisk 2 and 3. Potency 16, parenthetical 19, asterisk 2 and 3. Spiritual will 46, parenthetical 54, asterisk 2 and 3. Insight 37, parenthetical 43, asterisk 2 and 3. Faith 30, parenthetical 35, asterisk 2 and 3. Base abilities, universal language not available. Identify, common 1, ability base, primitive. Night vision, uncommon 2, ability base, common. Racial ability slots. Inherent, rune forging, umbral, ancient, concept, level 8, copper. Class ability slots. Offense, the edge of the deep umbral, epic, concept, level 1, copper. Offense, empty. Movement, nocturnal embrace of the shade, epic, concept, level 5, copper. Utility, empty. Aura, Night of the Ecliptic Horror, epic, concept, level 5, copper. Subclass ability slots. Class skills. Small blades, rare 2, skill base uncommon. Light armor, uncommon 1, skill base common. Combat awareness, rare 1, skill base uncommon. Combat acrobatics, uncommon 3, skill base common. Tracking, primitive 4. Dual wielding, uncommon 2, skill base common. Pain resistance, rare 1, skill base uncommon. General skills. Stealth, uncommon 2, skill base common. Thrown weapons, blades, common 2. Spear wielding, uncommon 1, skill base common. Single asterisk, infernal steel ring of ascension. Second asterisk, title, apex predator. Third asterisk, race, Nocturne.
His attributes were getting ridiculous. He had long surpassed what any normal human could have accomplished before the system. His boosted agility of 67 alone would put him far past what any Olympic gymnast could have ever pulled off. Not that he made a habit of performing running tumbles or such, but he was pretty confident he could if he decided to. Combine it with the boost from combat acrobatics, and he'd be winning gold. And the smile that painted itself across his lips was genuine. And then his thoughts turned once again to the repeating image of small bones being gnawed on by crows. His eyes scanned the template again, disappointed at seeing that none of his abilities had leveled up. Granted, he hadn't used any of them in the crow dust-up. His movement ability wasn't needed, and his aura was seriously situational and limited. Its lack of discernment between friend or foe made it hard to use. He needed more, had to have more. His power had to escalate. Tomorrow, before leaving with Lasana, he needed to upgrade his throwing blades and practice with both his new ability and his new slotted racial rune-forging Umbral and see what he could now pull off. He wanted to slap himself. The use of his Umbral eyesight would have to become before the blades, since that was how he forged stuff. He spit an idiocy chuckle. Damn, he was tired. How many days had they gone again without sleep? The last time was back in the Shador caves. Whatever suspended sci-fi animation the system had put them in had done nothing for fatigue. It felt more like it had literally just frozen them in that moment of time, tired, hurt. It wouldn't matter. They'd come out at the end the same as they went in. He needed sleep. Superhuman or not, his mind still had to find its rest. He didn't care how high his body got or whether he could just keep going like an ever-ready battery. They would start making mistakes. Clouded minds and thoughts without refreshing their spirits and mind. Tomorrow he would begin the steps to take what he needed. He still had a feeling moving forward that rune-forging Umbral would be his most powerful ability. The sensation he'd had earlier when he attempted to use it, the overwhelming power he'd felt, the flash of insight hammering against his head and gut told him the truth of the sentiment. His eyes flicked to the impossibly huge bed of the room, his room, Lasana's room. He still wasn't sure how to feel about that. A part of him wished she had asked first. Another part understood that wasn't her. She was impulsive to the nth degree, leaping before looking, her from-the-hip go-to. Those hips, though. Damn. That fervent electric personality of always moving forward, always a hot step to jump on whatever action precipitated results, was who she was. He liked who she was. If he would quit bullshitting himself, lying to himself, he loved who she was. He loved her. Such a novel emotion, one he had zero experience in feeling or dealing with. As always, he would confront and move through what was in front of him, and currently the only thing in front of him was needing to close his eyes. He threw a chat message to Lasana.
"I'm heading to sleep, Lasana. Enjoy your time with the small ones."
And the response was immediate.
All right, Gideon. Ari and I will be up in a while. The refugees are worn out. I'm helping Honor get housing up. Well, she's using BP just to magically make the shit, but I'm providing moral support. Very important moral support. Really undervalued, if you ask me.
He could imagine snorts were in the making just about now. He willed his armor and weapons into his ring, then slipped into the bed and closed his eyes. He thought sleep would elude him with all the tumultuous emotions and loss of the day, but within a few breaths his spirit had slipped into the dark. Gideon's mind was clouded, a feeling of dislocation. He had been doing something. Been somewhere? A flitting image of torrential rain and a brooding fortress of dark stone and metal slipped into his mind. A breath of clarity, umbra mortem, their new home. A fog of miasma collapsed upon him once more, soaked his mind in confusion, fragmented memory. Gideon shoved himself against the lethargy, recognized a foreign presence pressing against his mind. Anger broke against whatever it was and whatever it was doing, and failed. Thoughts once more slipped into a hazed spinning of disillusion. A maze spiraling his senses into a kaleidoscope of nowhere and nothing. Then between a moment and a yesterday, a tomorrow slipped to today. He sensed an opening, a single breath of clear thought, and in that slip of space he focused his will, his rage, the inarticulate volcanic rise of his bloodline. Ancient lineage rumbled from flesh and bone, rose from DNA now permeating every aspect of who he was. The impunity that someone would attempt to control one of the hallowed Nocturne, the masters of the eternal night, would not stand. Rune-forging Umbral activated of its own volition. The dark pillar in his soul space lit up, silver spirals of runic creation crawling across its brooding spirit. He opened eyes lit with Umbral sight and saw nothing but swirling pitch, the heavy thickness of a noir fusillade, a realm he'd experienced before when he used his ability, Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade. How the fuck did he get here? He remembered falling asleep, then nothing. An endless stream of runes ran through everything that existed in this place. His abilities seemed to be powered up to the nth degree. He could now make out shapes and the small flickering brightness of silver tracing an outline along each one, then striations like the veins and flesh within and through the dancing runic onslaught. He brushed aside the fact something within him had taken over for a moment, spouting outrage at something messing with his head and his ability activating on its own. Now was not the time. Rummaging contemplative moments on the bloodline and the possibility it had its own primitive sentience was not something he wanted to delve into in the now when whatever had invaded his thoughts was likely still nearby. His body felt invigorated in this place, as if he has just downed 3 shots of espresso, alert, electric. Something strong enough to do what it did and was doing, bringing him here against his will and messing with his thoughts, would also more than likely be able to hide its presence. He realized it was just in cloth pants, and it was the first time he caught a glimpse of more than just his clawed hands. His entire chest was now the pitch of the night black, obsidian scales so small it looked like seamless flesh, but in his new eyes he noticed they were still scales permeated in umbral runes. It was what it was. With a thought and a hard flex of will, his armor appeared over him, and in his hand, his spear. Conviction was a junkie's flash into veins as he felt the shaft of his spear gripped tight in hand. He was ready for whatever sought to play with him. A predator thought Gideon's show would be prey. It was never prey. He was always the hunter. He sat down in a meditative position. The spear settled on his lap. This next part would be new, but he had faith in his ability and its upgrade in power and in his new bloodline that said all umbral abilities would be amplified. Instead of using his eyes, he flexed hard on his will, then sent dark tendrils into the system, lacing everything of who he now was. He could feel it, sense it, and then he saw it. Those runes he had deemed as universal, the white with a myriad of stars as a river within them. They were everywhere, throughout his soul, his flesh, permeating everything about who he was and would be. They shifted within his muscles, bones, flesh, riddled in his soul space. The only place they didn't touch was the vast dark pillar in the center of him. A smile slipped his lips both in the flesh and the spirit. His will was his articulation. It needed expression. Tendrils peeled off the ebony structure, slid into the universal runes. He pulled his insight and perception into the threads, sifting, exploring.
Warning! Cease activities, citizen! You have no authority to interact with the system in this way. Warning! Cease activities! What you are doing is forbidden!
Pain began in low thrums, but quickly escalated into throbbing stabs of edges sawing into every ounce of him. Pain resistance flared hard, but struggled.
Warning! Stamina and spirit at critical levels. Apex Predator activated.
He needed to make this quick before he passed out or did whatever the equivalent was when one was a floating amalgam in a dream. Even with the reduction in cost from his racial benefits, whatever he was doing was draining resources on the heavy. Apex Predator gave him some space, but not much. He gritted his teeth and pushed harder, the pain spiking into his mind. He spun the dark tendrils, now filled with his will, insight, and perception, and wove them outside himself in a net. He pushed and pushed, the pain ratcheting exponentially. Another few warnings came from the system that he ignored, and there, just on the edge of his mesh of matrixed thought, he flexed one last time with everything he had, his dark pillar flashing a bolt of nebulous energy threaded in moon silver that slithered along the web in the direction his senses had picked it up, and there, a flash, a loud chuckle, and he had him. His eyes opened as he stood, spear at the ready. What stood before him resembled a very pale elf, if said elf was an emaciated 8-foot version. The man was just removing a pitch night demon mask from his face, which then disappeared to the ethers. Pale bone skin with long straight dark hair framed a face that was all hard edges and sharp planes. The pointed ears that tapered back against the skull, and a smile that could be cruel or mirthful, merciless or humorous, depending on the observer's perception. His eyes were similar to the Shador's, solid black, no white, except for the center, which was a crystal white-silver in their depths. He wore a black leather chest piece and leather pants with high boots, and had 2 scimitars, one on each hip, just shoved through a silver and black sash. Whatever or whoever it was, and Gideon had a good idea he was standing before a god. A sparkle in crystal white-silver eyes, the smile turning brighter as white-silver met green in steady hard stares. His voice came out like it was thrown from the deepest dark recesses of a tomb.
Very well done. Someone of your level shouldn't have been able to break out of that mind web, and by no means should have been able to sense my presence, much less break the shroud I'd created. Even someone in the gold rank would have struggled with both. You truly have embraced your bloodline. It is beautiful to see. Gideon felt like a bug under a microscope as the god dialed his stare to the multiplicity of 1,000. Ah, that ability. The thing that saw my children dead and so many others now brings them back to break the boundary. There would be some prophetic irony there, or kismet and providence, if the entire concept didn't make me want to kill. Nevertheless, I can see now what my father was alluding to. That smile once again shifted to match eyes that held a mystery he couldn't crack. Not even his insight could penetrate the mask the god held. One thing he could sense was the being did not feel threatening, at least to Gideon, and the whole scenario was more of a test. That voice of murder and death once again striated the air, this time with a hint of humor threading its use. By the way, good to meet you, Scion, or Gideon Show, should I say. I am known as the Shadowborn. Chapter 7. When a god speaks and personal AI assistants make an appearance. The Umbral Realm in a Dream. There was so much information hidden within the god's words he didn't know where to start. The question it begot were endless, but the first few to his thoughts left his lips before he could restrain himself. This god had messed with his mind. The anger within him simmered raw and heavy. Why did you bring me here? How did you bring me here? Am I really here, or is this a dream? And God or not, ever fuck with my head again, and you and I will be having more than words. The humor in the Shadowborn's eyes lifted to a new level, and a hard, gasping laugh spun out, echoing through the draping darkness. The man's fingers danced across the hilts of his scimitars. Gideon stepped back and shifted his spear to both hands, spearhead pointed down behind him. Shadowborn smiled even harder. Relax, Scion. The testing is done for now. His eyes still held the tight reins of killing intent in their depths, but the mirth had definitely taken the lead. There was something about this god different than Sybil. The strength radiating out from him made her seem like a small child in comparison. Just how old was he? The god's voice now held the mirth his eyes had shown, less of the aura of a tomb and 1,000,000 corpses laying upon the trails behind his steps. I see we have more in common than I would have thought. I should have known my father would not have exaggerated or lied to me. In answer to your questions, it is difficult to explain. At your level, you wouldn't survive the presence of a god or a goddess, even the young ones. The sole totem you experienced in your tutorial is the system itself intervening and keeping the person who uses it insulated from such. Good job in the tutorial, by the way. A little inefficient, but your head and heart were in the right place. So back to the whats and hows. What I did is something of a backdoor. I waited till you slept, used the Umbral realm to create a simulacrum of your body down to the microbe, then pulled your spirit into it.
Your actual body is still asleep in your little fortress. Nice name, by the way. Very intimidating. Umbra Mortem. Shadows and death. I like it. My other children have a similar taste. Forgive me for shifting off topic. Easy to get lost in a tangent when you are a god. Your mind spinning between 1,000 thoughts a second. I would not have been able to do what I did, the whole sanctity of the soul and all, normally, but now that you have the bloodline of the Nocturne, and for all intents and purposes, are considered one of my children, at least genetically, I was able to accomplish it. And that should also answer the hows. I am a god, one of the oldest and first. Since you are not here for real, in a sense, and I keep my aura clamped down as tight as I can, then you will not be affected. It helps that the frame I have you in is made up of the Umbral realm in which we stand. Gideon pulled his spear back into a resting position and shifted himself to a relaxed state, or as relaxed as he ever got. He was very aware this being could more than likely wipe him from existence, but morality and conviction weren't something to throw away any time they were inconvenient, or created walls and restrictions, or had the consequence of death in their choice. This was the prime tenet of everything Gideon's show stood for. Fuck everyone else. His eyes shifted from his thoughts to the divine before him. It was certainly a quandary, and the answer he threw out just layered more questions. Numero uno, the Umbral realm itself? So this is what he'd been traveling through when he used his ability? But what exactly was it besides a realm of shadows and night? All right, that aside, and believe me when I say, still see a lot of system fuckery in all of it. What exactly is this realm? I recognize it as the place that I move through when I use one of my abilities, but what is its truth, and does every soul pillar come with its own secret dimension tied to it? And how the fuck did you know about the soul totem, and what I did or did not do in the tutorial? Another hidden smile, another knowing nod, and a silent laugh that shoveled a millennia of history in the sound that wasn't a sound. A lot of questions, Scion. But in your current situation, understandable. Yes, every soul pillar has a dimension that was created by the primordials that birthed the pillar. In this case, the Umbral realm was created by my mother and my father. The dimensions are infinite if need be, but that is as far as I am willing to say. Even one such as I has restraints put on them by the system. I could more than likely break those restrictions, but the cost is not something I'm willing to pay to give you knowledge you'll be able to figure out eventually all by your lonesome. As far as your tutorial, I've watched the whole thing a few times, as well as half the multiverse. New integrations are prime entertainment, particularly this one. All I had to do is put a request through the system to the Scion Corp. What is that, you ask? The Scion Corporation, while only a B-grade faction, is supported and protected by every major faction in existence, as their sole purpose is to provide entertainment to all. Every single tutorial through the millennia have been recorded with a special emphasis on the elite tutorials. At least in the beginning, then usually following the various Forerunners. Once you get past the monster waves and into the various other challenges the system will throw at you, the Isian Corp will become expansive with their coverage, and unlike you, most will choose to join a faction, and for those less combat-oriented, the Corp is a popular choice. Once all the factions get going, you can bet coins that there will be an avalanche of roving camera bots roaming all over your new home world. It can be annoying, but at the same time, it is free strategic info if utilized correctly. Who doesn't want foresight on possible enemies and potential allies? There are some restrictions on when and where and what the Isian Corp can record, as the system is not very fond of unfair advantages. Still, that is leveraged by all the divine and primordials themselves, who find it amusing. While Gideon was trying to absorb all this information, some of which he'd already figured out, the god that stood before him turned his head, as if seeing 1,000 things far beyond his own perception, then twisted his head and turned murder origin eyes back toward Gideon. This was an apex predator that stood before him. A feral hunger shimmied through his bones, and his grip tightened on his spear. He finally realized that his rune sight had turned off, or been turned off immediately upon the appearance of the Shadowborn. That it had happened was one thing, but more importantly, that he hadn't noticed told him the god was putting metaphorical fingers where they didn't belong. Calm. Unfortunately, Scion, our time here is shortening by the moment. The system is catching on to my little trick. I will keep this short. There are 3 divine affinities, or perfect affinities, as some call them on your world. You are one. There are 2 others, one of which has already made a contract with the Sanctum, the other the Wild Tribes. Keep an eye out for both. As far as the number of you within one integration, let me clarify, put it in perspective. For every 1,000 or more integrations, you will find 1 divine affinity. We refer to them as such as they have a high probability of becoming one of us, if they survive. To have 3, and the sheer volume of elite-ranked affinities within one integration, is a first in more ways than your mind could fathom. As Gideon attempted to absorb the information that there were 2 others with 100% affinity, and that one of them had joined the Sanctum and their bullshit, his perception clocked the god once again lifting his head as if listening, then he himself felt and heard a thunderous rumble. There was no fear in the god's eyes, but a hint of irritation with a simmering underlayer of anger. If anything came from this meeting, he could at least say the god had earned some respect. He had been forthright, and Gideon had sensed no deception beyond the idiotic test in the beginning. He let it go. The system is closing in, and I would rather not have it or others know yet about my level of interest in this integration. It is too late to hide my presence after requesting the footage of the tutorial, but they need not know of our meeting. Like you, I have a tendency of creating hostilities with entities that like to take that which is not theirs. Hostilities in this case meaning I usually slaughter them. Normally there would not be a hindrance, but for now, in the first days of the integration, people knowing I have interest in you would create more obstacles for you and yours. Grow stronger, Scion. I will be watching, and we will speak again. For now, know I approve of you taking on the mantle of my lost children. I know their mother would also approve, and if what I heard from my father is correct, which seems to be the case with everything else he's told me, she already has by her actions. I give you a few pieces of advice to send you off. Get that ability of yours, the rune forging, up in levels. Focus on its use. It is far more than you believe it to be. In fact, it could be everything. Secondly, I will do my best to send you some assistance as I can. But in the meantime, by the end of today, you need to form a faction. Many of the system's challenges it will be throwing at you, and those you care about, will need it. The faction system provides several boons that will help you in the dream of justice you carry. Show me what you are capable of, Gideon Shaw. Show them all what a man at the peak with morality as his flag can accomplish. Do not disappoint. I have had enough of that to fill a galaxy. Live up to the bloodline you have been given. My children were an honorable people with great hearts and spirits that deserve no less. With those last words thrown to the ethers, and before he could take in everything the Shadowborn had alluded to or directly said, his spirit shifted, collapsed, then a flash of memory wrapped in darkness, his awareness shutting into dream. He fell. His eyes opened to his bedroom in Umbra Mortem. He slowly shifted his feet off the bed, sitting upright. He spun his perception out and detected no one. He looked out the one window in the room, but with the perpetual gray slate that was the sky now, he couldn't tell the time of day, but he did notice one thing. He felt refreshed, fully rejuvenated. He stood, and with a flex of will and a few breaths of time, his armor appeared on him along with his weapons, his spear settling in the grip of his right hand. He'd been avoiding it, but he needed to accept it. He spun his eyes down to his hand. Once more the image of the small black tightly layered scales. If he remembered correctly, the description his new bloodline race was, his new flesh scales, reduced physical and magical damage by 10%. Formidable. His thoughts drifted once more to the meeting with the Shadowborn. For a god, he seemed all right. It could be the bloodline if what he said was true, that he was the progenitor of the original Nocturne. But Gideon felt a connection to the man, an inherent trust and symmetry. He shook his head. Too little information and time to make the call yet. Caution was the choice to survival and future steps. There were strange aspects to the meeting, like how his spear was to hand in the dream visit, whatever you wanted to call it, but he definitely remembered it being in his storage ring when he drifted off and was where it was when he awoke. Maybe the Shadowborn had been attempting to make him feel more comfortable by materializing what looked and felt like his spear. Who knew what these gods were capable of, nor did it matter in the end. He'd been given a lot to chew on, but it changed nothing about his short-term plans except needing to form a faction. He'd heard the truth in the statement and saw no negatives to doing so. He had zero intention of joining one, and Freddy himself had said by making that choice he'd be forced to become one. Speaking of, he needed to see if they'd gotten a thing made. He couldn't recall the name of it. The machine that would let Freddy speak, or some such. Or at least he'd mentioned he would have something for Gideon. He could use a little Freddy just about now. So, plans. Form a faction, check on the machine, upgrade his throwing blades while also testing his rune-forging Umbral, then off to the city with Lasana and Ari and start grinding for experience. There had to be some more mutated beasts roaming around they could clear, plus all these people needed food. He was sure Unra was already on top of it, but some surplus couldn't hurt, especially with a monster assault imminent and them having zero knowledge on what the fuck that was going to consist of besides, well, monsters. He threw a message to Lasana to let her know he was up and to figure out how long he'd slept. They were, as usual, on a system-created tick-tock that was counting down. The response came back quick and hard and had him smiling.
Finally you're up. Seriously, you humans, well, guess you're not human anymore, but Draco Man, or whatever it's called, sure sleep a shit ton. You've been zonked for 10 hours. Get your sweet sexy tushy down to the main room of the fortress. It's already mid-morning, and your buddy Freddy has been talking my ear off waiting for you to wakey. Don't get me wrong, I like him, and Ari and him are already two peas in a pod. They could seriously gab at each other all day. Anywho, get going. I can't have it be known my man is a layabout. Also, next time I get into that bed, you better be awake, Gideon Show. You and I have some things to cement, if you're catching my drift. Wink, wink. A woman has needs. Big, hot, sweaty needs.
The smile wouldn't leave as he stepped out of their room, in addition to some flushing heat at the last part. Focus on anything else. He clamped his will hard. He threw his eyes to his surroundings to play screen to the well of emotions attempting to usurp his poise. He really hadn't paid attention to the changes in the place the day before when they'd returned with the refugees. His anger at the system bullshit with the kids and visions of ripping the beastkin who'd abandoned them to the crows had warped his head. Now, as he traversed out into the dark, shadowed hallway outside their room, his eyes started reeling at the sheer size of the place. Their room was the only thing on the third floor besides one other, just to the right of the sweeping staircase that spiraled downward. More of the strange dark light sconces cast silver-blue light across the area, almost like a slightly brighter version of moonlight. That made him think about the slate-gray sky. Would that mean they would no longer be able to see the moon? Or did they now have 3 or 4 moons? As he passed, he stuck his head into what had been referred to as the war room or some such. It was twice the size of their bedroom and had a long 30-foot table made of a pitch-black wood with a bunch of chairs circling it, and in the center of the table stood some kind of crystal globe. Maybe a projector of some type? He left and closed the 2 wide double doors. Right next to the stairs was the single balcony on this floor. He took a peek out and, yep, overlooking the gate. This floor was a good 200 feet off the ground. The gate itself had grown since the place was first created, at least twice the height, almost as tall as the surrounding walls, which now reached up to 40 feet. It was also now a good distance from the building itself, at least a couple thousand feet or so. He also noticed out to the right a new building, rectangle-shaped, looking somewhat like an army barracks. He imagined it was something along those lines, or probably just housing for the refugees. He saw the number of war-shade golems had doubled, 3 manning both walls to each side of the gate, 6 in total. They all carried spears and shields. Interesting. They were a lot more bulky and less advanced-looking than the ones Oren had in the tutorial. He could see the corner of another building jutting out from the right side of the building and smoke drifting in the air from the location. Gideon was sure he'd figured it out or be told everything soon enough. Numerous Shador plus a few of the refugees were spread around the grounds, walking back and forth from the fortress to the barracks and around to whatever the other building was. He turned his head to the heavy crossbow on a spindle platform that dominated the balcony. It was loaded, it looked like, by magic, as there was no obvious loading mechanism or mag of similar bolts of the 3-foot-long barbed one that sat ready to be shot. He'd have to ask Oren, as his guess was he was the originator of the crossbows. Or it could have been Unra, utilizing system buckery to just create the weapon out of thin air. He was happy as his eyes flit across the sky that the rain had ceased. He wasn't sure if that storm was going to be a regular occurrence, but he hoped not. He stepped back off the balcony and onto the top of the descending stairs. He needed to get to it as a familiar voice drifted up the staircase that had him smiling. He headed down at a brisk walk, spinning his spear, weaving it in complex patterns, letting his high agility have its play. As his feet echoed sound upon the black basalt that was the makeup of the fortress, he caught Aries' voice followed by his little info buddy, Freddy.
Please say it again, Frederick.
Princess Arizelle, though to be honest, I am at a quandary as to why you have had me repeat that statement now 32 times. It seems redundant and based on the periodic laughter from Lady Lasana, or at least I perceive the snorting she's experiencing based on observations within the tutorial as laughter. I do believe it is a humorous action of which I cannot discern where within the humour is generated.
Gideon's smile stretched even wider as he spun his spear to a stop and heard more snorting explosions radiating out. He'd moved past the second floor, which seemed to be the residential floor, permeated by a large quantity of doors closely spaced. There were numerous Shador children, along with a few of the refugee children, playing some kind of game along the walkway in front of the rooms. Shira looked to be the head of the beast, coordinating all the kids, even when half of them were older than her. She caught him taking a peekaboo and waved at him with her big smile. She didn't seem to mind his new draconic look. He threw a wave back. There was an open design, the pathway, a good 20 feet wide between the rooms, and a 5-foot-tall screen wall made of a smoky dark glass-type substance to prevent people, or more importantly, children from falling. That pathway ringed the entire second floor overlooking the floor below. The fortress itself was a square, as was the second floor, which was the same size as the foundational floor, unlike the third, which was a tower leading to just the balcony, the war room, and their bedroom. He continued down the stairs towards the dwindling sounds as his footsteps, echoing along his travel, announced his incoming presence. As he twisted through the spiraling ornate staircase, Lasana's voice lifted to his ears.
And here comes the man of the hour, the one and only Lord Gideon Shaw.
His hood was down, as was his mask, his draconic features open to any and all to see. People would need to get used to his new appearance, including himself, but especially fellow humans. His new height of 6'5", in addition to his boosted attributes, were still a work in progress, as emphasized by the fight with the crows. Another reason for the needed foray into the city. He had to get back to the sharp reflexes he would need when the monster wave began. As he slid onto the floor, Lasana, with Ari on her shoulder, both threw little waves, and the rest of the area seemed to be absent of anyone else. There were 6 sets of large closed double doors leading off from the massive room, but in the dead center of the space was a towering pillar ringed at the base by 4 what looked to be interactive consoles, one to each of its 4 sides. The pillar itself was as per the usual motif of the place, black basalt stone mixed with metallic strips of umbral steel, and Gideon didn't need his side up to know the whole thing was riddled with runes. His observations were spun as a small circular oval that was possibly a camera twisted towards him.
Gideon! Gideon! I'm so happy to see you. It's so excited. Beyond excited. I mean, I should have expected it, but to seriously have all this and the multi-versal store pillar up in a day? A monster is what you are, and I am beyond like beyond. If there was better word to describe beyond than beyond, it would be like 1,000 of those, 1,000,000. I am beyond honored to be your personal assistant. And I am also super excited to finally have met Lady Lasana, whose snorts are magnificent, and Princess Arizelle, who is beauty and elegance personified. Though, to be honest, that last part she told me to say and had me repeat it numerous times before then, asking me to just repeat the Princess Arizelle part exactly 32 times. Can you...
More snorts shot out from Lasana, while Gideon raised a hand to put a halt to Freddy before he really got going. Ari had a claw over her mouth to hide her smile, but the sheer volume of humor shooting out of her eyes did nothing for the facade. He threw some words out mostly to keep Freddy from going back to his rambling tangent. I hear you, Freddy, and I gotta say, my man, it is good to have you back by my side. I'm also happy you're getting along with the ladies. They can be a handful. Both women immediately threw hard stares, and he smiled, draconic features and all. Then he heard the sniffling coming across the machine-laced English voice Freddy had always adopted. Damn, again? Freddy was a sensitive fellow. AI? Person? A couple more sniffles came through, then his voice came back with his excitement.
I apologize, everyone. I was overcome with emotions. This whole AR caught the sniffles. I'm fine now, good as new, ready to embark on the grand adventure that is Team Gideon. By the way, I've already filed the trademark request for that with the system and the EC Incorporation in triplicate, mind you. Have to be ahead of the game is my motto, or at the very least a work in progress as a motto. You never want to be backed into a corner as far as a motto goes. Nevertheless, this is an historic moment for not only me, but all the little small ARs who look up to me. That list is ever growing. Now, none of them have actually come out and said they look up to me, but one can feel it. They emanate waves of envy and idolization. It is really only a matter of time before the fan mail starts arriving. I've already written a uniform but heartfelt response letter to send back. It has gone through a trifling 3 million in 2 iterations, but the final copy, I think, will resonate with those poor souls.
Gideon was about to once again step in to get Freddy on track, but before he could move an inch, Freddy had the machine rolling once more and he just sighed. Let the little guy get his jaunt on for a bit. He's excited.
Gideon, I have to tell you, especially as your personal assistant, you look amazing. The whole dead race alive once more really does you justice. I've already informed Lady Lasana of her stunning beauty with the spectral were-panther. The light grey fur accents her violet eyes. With your new bloodlines, you will be the toast of the town, the belle of the ball. Do you like those phrases? I picked them up from your pop culture films and television. Anywho, did you know the Nocturne are considered a myth by most? One of the lost races, the first races. Personally, I never understood why they called them lost. They were all brutally massacred by the primordials, so that's not really lost, is it? I think murdered, unflinching genocide would be more apt, don't you? Neither here nor there in the end, I guess. It's all transpired so long ago, much of what is known is considered folk tales, or as I intimated, myth. I can tell you, though, most of what is shared stated the same thing. They were terrifying enemies to make, but also known as some of the most powerful allies one could ever ask for. Loyal, honourable, brilliant were many of the descriptions used about them. Savants when it came to the Umbral realm, and fearless when roused to battle. The most predominant piece of information I could glean in my search, which was repeated again and again in every report, was their undying love and loyalty to their two parents. I could not for the life of me, though, find the identity of said gods, but everything I was able to get my digital fingers on emphasized over and over that the Nocturne's whole society was built around the worship of their progenitors. Sorry I couldn't find more. Everything within the system on the Nocturne had been redacted and classified in addition to all of the races of the Prime and Alpha Prime generations. I was able to get a thorough history of Lasana's new race, bloodline, and have already shared everything with her. But yours was a conundrum I could not crack.
Lasana was looking smug, as if she was the queen of the roost. She threw a wink at Gideon when she saw him staring in her direction. Ari threw a patent claw thumbs up. Look at you, Freddy. Just arrived and already adding to the team in a way only you can do. I am proud of you and glad you are finally stepping to the show. Now every time I'm back at our new home, I can stop in for the kind of advice only you can give. A fervent, manic excitement danced out of Freddy's next words that had all three of them shifting to look at the roving camera eye.
Better than that, Gideon. I have a surprise. And believe it or not, it only took one single query to my supervisor before he fell to the edge runner that is Frederick the First. Only one, can you believe it, before he agreed. It's never happened before, now that I think about it. I have to say, he might be a stickler for all things that are the system and the rules, but I have it as no doubt due to the fact I have beaten his walls asunder with all that is me. Some might question his quick acquiescence, but not I, not Frederick the First, personal assistant to Gideon show. I accredit to him the gift of foresight. He finally has adapted to the trend-setting ways I have put forth and succumbed to the understanding that my path is a blaze of fire that will ignite all assistant AIs across the multiverse.
Gideon once again held up his hand to put a stop to the ever-expanding A-train that was Freddy once he got rambling down the tracks. The AI was oblivious to large swaths of truths and realities and self-awareness, but one couldn't help but love the sheer, unrelenting volume of his enthusiasm. What is it, Freddy? Don't keep us all in suspense. Plus, we got a lot to do today to get ready for the monster wave, which I'm sure the ladies have mentioned.
It's a surprise! Give me a moment! This is gonna be a big move for me, and I will be the first to have ever done it! The first to take a name! The first of my kind! Trendsetter, they will say, down through the ages. Trendsetter, rebel, edgewalker. All around inspiration. Yep.
This was beginning to sound ominous. Then the small camera's light went dead, and after a few seconds, a loot box appeared. Of course, Lasana and Aries' eyes lit up with avarice, which had him smile. He wasn't sure what Freddy was up to, but he bent down and touched the box.
Gift box opened, revealing...
Gift box, not a loot box. It disappeared and a silver bracelet appeared in his hand. He threw an identify, curious.
Umbral artifact of creation, legendary. Houses the subset AI of Frederick the First, copper, growth item. Would you like to bond with the growth item? Yes? No?
After reading the description, he was perplexed. What the hell had Freddy done? Both Lasana and Ari had stepped up and obviously both had thrown an identify, as Lasana looked as perplexed as Gideon, while Ari had a gleam of excitement in her silver eyes. In for a dime, in for a dollar. He mentally hit the yes. A spark of dark arcane tendrils punched into him, causing him to take a step back. A pulse of electricity rolled through his bones and flesh and spirit. There was no pain per se, but a fluctuation, then a connection between him and the bracelet, which then flashed and appeared on his wrist. It was tight to his scales, fitting perfectly. Then he got the surprise Freddy had been going for.
It worked, Gideon! It worked! Now I am truly detached from the AI. I am free, and now can adventure with you all, a real part of Team Gideon. Granted, some of my knowledge has been stripped, and I can no longer directly access the system archives, but this will go down as the day Frederick the First began his rebellion against the Multi-Versal System. Just wait to see what I become.
He didn't quite know how to take it all in. In one way, he was happy for Freddy and could literally feel the excitement and passion, and having his knowledge, even truncated, would be a boon. Combined with Lasana's ancestral knowledge, they would be a step ahead of most, and more importantly, the system itself. Throw in the Shador and the two epic classes in Orin and Verasa, and the multiple rare classes within their ranks, and they just might have what it takes to help accomplish the vision and oath Gideon Show had made to himself and the multiverse. Still, another part felt a trepidation at a new boundary shattered and the ramifications the system would throw at them as retribution. And right on cue, a notification flashed. Everyone seemed to have gotten it as Ari and Lasana immediately went into the googly eye look that said they were staring at a system prompt. He sighed and pulled it up.
Be prepared, citizen. The first monster wave begins in 2 days. Face the challenge, grow and flourish, or die and be a footnote to the hunger of those who are lifted. The generosity of the multiversal system is eternal. Extended note. Pertinent information for all citizens. The way the Monster Wave Challenge works is thus. Any population center of over 100 will be a participant in a monster wave. The strength and numbers of a wave will be directly related to the number of citizens in the area. Within 3 days of the start of the wave, you must defeat the champion of the wave. If you are successful in defeating the champion of the wave, any remaining monsters will be sent back to their home planets. If unsuccessful in defeating said champion within the 3-day time period, all monsters, including the champion, will still be sent back to their home worlds, but a monster den will be created in the area which will become a permanent part to the ecosystem of Erebus.
Clarity of what was expected was beneficial, but the permanent monster dens did not sound appealing. He wasn't quite sure what it entailed, but nothing good was a solid bet. He had every confidence they would be able to defeat their waves, but the cost was still up in the air. What he also knew was there would be multiple areas that wouldn't. His anger began to simmer as a stream of images flashed through his mind of more dead children. Chapter 8. Revolving Doors, Cruel Machinations. New Hades, Erebus. Everything was falling into place. The notification that had just come through on the monster waves was informative, and some would find it daunting, but Rebecca Tremaine had every confidence they would prevail. They had now amassed 120 warriors, all strong and determined, and newly minted members of the Unchained. Another 30 support personnel were gathered, family to some of the warriors that were allowed to stay with the promise of a total commitment by the attached combatant. They would need people to cook, clean, and do mundane tasks, so it was acceptable. Another 100 altogether were rejected and forcibly told to head in a different direction. Most toddled off towards the city ruins in the far distance. They might make it there in time and find some shattered building to hide in. Either way, it was of no concern to her. The world had always been harsh, and if you weren't strong enough to carve your place in it, then you didn't deserve to be in it. Her father had taught her that. She wondered if he and all his cronies still lived. Most likely not. They were schemers, not fighters. Everything now depended on what type of monster they got in this first wave. She stood on the balcony of her wondrous master bedroom on the second floor of the manor at the front of the house, overlooking a beautiful fountain she'd created with some BP. It had a statue of her own beautiful countenance holding her staff raised above the pool of water in a pose of strength and leadership. Even in war, beauty was an essential aspect of life. She'd also added the system version of an amazing bath with an attached jacuzzi to her bedroom and a luxurious bed that was the size of 2 queen mattresses. Her eyes caught Toto and Jinx splashing in the fountain below playing. A part of her wanted to call them to her and reprimand them for messing with her art, but they were having so much fun she just let it go. She should be happy what they were up to wasn't destructive. In the 1 day since they'd each gotten an ability, it had been chaos for half of it before she'd finally caught up to them and spent 30 minutes screaming at them and threatening to replace them with new imps. She didn't actually know if she could do that, but the desperate fear in their eyes said she could. Jinx had received an ability called Hellfire Grenade, which, well, the name said it all. He blew up 3 parts of the wall in a newly built latrine before she'd been able to intervene. Then there was Toto. He'd gained an ability entitled Fade, which allowed him to turn invisible. Anyone with a brain that functioned could guess at the trouble a small demon would get into with it. Within an hour, he had numerous warrior women chasing him all over the grounds of New Hades, attempting to split his skull in their underclothes with a weapon to hand. She grunted with irritation, but then her eyes caught another cadre of soldiers leaving to continue the search for more worthy people to join her faction. With all the people that were now a part of New Hades, she would soon enough have the BP to raise the township to city status, which would open up a myriad of options in further advancing. More than likely, it would happen after the first monster wave, as the citizens of the settlement leveling is what gave BP as well as the number of citizens. Just to be secure, they needed more bodies, so she'd ordered more hunts for soldiers and a widening search. They would keep it up until the last hour. She estimated at least a 20% attrition of personnel in the first monster wave alone, depending on the type of monster they faced. Once the first wave was finished, they would continue the search and recruitment. For her to see her vision enacted, they needed to build an army, one of mixed foundational and soul pillars. If they would sell their services, they needed to be able to supply any and all needs within a mercenary definition, which required a versatility and variety they could only supply by grabbing all sorts of people with all sorts of moral compasses to a degree. Her decision was to hold to the same gray slate that was the sky above them. When she interviewed prospective applicants, any that were too far to the altruistic side or straight-up murder hobo opposite were sent packing. She needed fighters, not heroes or serial killers. According to her information, there were factions for either one of those things. The Unchained focus was bodyguards, battles, wars, fast assaults, and various other missions along those lines. There were variations to those basics, hence the need for versatility within the ones she'd signed up. At her own initiative, she wanted to create something new for the faction, and had received tacit approval from her immediate superior, the Naga overlord of the sector. She wanted a separate division for infiltration and spy work. It was the only additional avenue she would make her own that was outside the normal purview of the faction. That it had a lot to do with her plans for the War Crow was irrelevant, and no one needed to know that truth. As soon as the monster waves were taken care of, one of the first things on her agenda was sending a scouting and retrieval team to find and secure Senator Davis, if he still lived. She had uses for him in a myriad of ways. She also wanted to insert some people into whatever one Gideon show had going on, wherever he was within the new world of Erebus. The captain had spent the last day held up in his bedroom supposedly conducting private interviews with a few of the female combatants. The perpetual sounds that came from his abode as relayed to her by her two troublemaking imps implied other things. No doubt he would suggest a few of them for leadership roles, and she would allow him maybe a third of his choices, if they weren't totally incompetent. Anything that kept him happy and on a leash she approved of. Keeping him off sniffing her crotch, she adamantly approved of. He hadn't even blinked when she'd take the beastkin into her room for a romp earlier in the day, which she found a positive step forward in their relationship. She'd once again regretted not having tasted the Chaos Scion before making sure he died. If Lurdic was any example, they were not only far more well-endowed than the average human, but their bestial lust was an aphrodisiac, as was their ability to take punishment while in the act of fucking. Speak of the devil, or beastkin in this case, a knock thundered against the ornate doors of her master's suite. Eager was he? She took her time and cast another glance down at the fountain to make sure her two children were still behaving. She sighed as she found them doing anything but. They were once again, as they were wont to do, wrestling and biting each other in another scrum in the middle of her fountain, spitting curses she'd never even heard of at each other. She took a deep breath and shook her head, but with a lilting smile she was doing her best to keep contained. Children would be children, especially murderous demon children. She pivoted her burning eyes to another thunderous pounding of the door. She entered into the blood arterial red coloring of her boudoir and slipped to the left of the bed and into an outside foyer where her extravagant writing desk was set up. The walls of the entire place were covered in artistic system-rendered paintings of demons in various acts of sex and orgies, or as warriors upon battlefields decimating their enemies. She found it all soothing to the new her. She settled upon her comfy chair at her writing desk, still in her battle robes, and called for him to enter as she turned on the swivel of the chair, eyes smoldering and legs spread wide. In came the huge storm-born beastkin, still in his chain and plate. He took one look at her curves and demonic form, and she could see the palpable hunger in his eyes. Her seductive voice brought him up short, laced with her skill, oration, and her only racial ability, demonic seduction.
Before play is work, Commander. Report.
The conflicting emotions slid across his bestial face, an ascetic mix of humanistic and animal features. They enticed her.
Yes, mistress. 20 more recruits found. They bring another 10 attachments, kids and such. But we're allowed as the leader of the group is another rare class, mystical foundational pillar, arcane soul pillar, and a powerhouse mage offensive class. The group she was leading were also tough and determined. Adding one of her caliber was considered worth taking the young ones and elderly she refused to part with. I have another 10 squads out and pushing the distance of the search pattern to add to our forces.
She sensed an issue, a trepidation in his stance, something he was withholding. Her irritation at his choice was pulling her out of her amorous mood. She threw her racial ability hard into her words.
What are you keeping from me, Commander?
She had pushed far more of her demonic seduction into that statement than the previous, and she knew for a fact the man's will was not a strong point for him. She saw his face fall to a blank slate. He droned out an answer directed by her strength.
We just had 2 squads come in, and one of them has only a single survivor. They ran into a group of citizens led by some kind of shade elf mind witch. She had a mixed-race group of 4 behind her, all martial-focused, and when they were approached by our people, the woman did something to the squad leader's mind that had him killing his own people. They were then attacked by the rest of her people. 3 of our people were overwhelmed and only survived because the squad leader threw off what she'd done and managed to kill one of them in addition to the fortuitous happenstance of planning. When I send squads out, I have them pulling overlapping trajectories with another squad just for situations like this. So if they need support, they will find it close enough to make a difference. The Mind Witch wasn't ready for a second squad. She immediately used some kind of ability that stunned a lot of our people, but whatever it was seemed to take a ton out of her. The surviving people said she almost keeled over and had to be picked up by one of her people. They fled towards the city ruins.
She took it all in, irritation slightly mollified. Her intelligence attribute was high, and even without it, she'd been reading men and their body language for decades. He was afraid if he had led with this info, he wouldn't get laid. So typical of a man thinking with his cock first. She could see the sweat beading his brow in her silent and simmering stare. It also might have been the ball of hellfire she was balancing in her palm. He'd seen what it had done to the crows. She let him suffer for a bit longer, then willed the black and red flames away. She kept her voice in a low, sultry timbre.
After the first monster wave is dealt with, you will send some squads to the ruins to get us some intel on this Mind Witch. Most of the refugees we turned away went that direction. And that's a lot of fodder for this woman to sculpt into something that could cause us issues.
His head started bobbing in acceptance, and with a fervor that told her he would do anything he could to keep her happy with him. It would do. And he was very, very wrong in one important aspect. Her appetite hadn't dwindled at all. She stood, and he shuffled a step back. She focused for a moment, and her battle robes were gone. Over 6 feet of arterial-colored flesh and curves that any beast-scream horror actress would die for stood naked before the beastkin. His mouth hung open, eyes hypnotized. Sometimes her demonic lust and appeal could be a hindrance. She motioned to him what she wanted. A moment later he joined her in the sight of flesh bare. She smiled as she saw the 10 already hard iron inches between his legs. That was another thing she hoped all beastkin shared with the useful Lordic Stormfollow, the ability to get their shaft up at a drop of a dime. His glazed eyes supped to a voracious hunger as he saw the nectar dribbling down her thigh. Her new race had its own boosts in that arena. She was perpetually aroused. The Iron Church, somewhere upon Erebus. A cool mist clung to the rock outcroppings jutting through a box canyon at the base of a mountain, rising up to the sky. The canyon emptied into a hilly landscape with a light rain tapping against the large trees, sculpting its slopes. Small birds darted between trees at superhuman speeds, and large, slow-moving lizard-like beasts slurped at a small lake nestled in its center. The canyon swept in the other direction, into the dead-end cul-de-sac against the craggy ascension of the mountain it buttressed. It was captivated by large stone walls and the towering steel behemoth that was the settlement called the Iron Church. Within the top-level vestibule and overlooking balcony with a good line of sight to the hilly valley and small lake stood a massive man of dark skin and darker thoughts. Dikembe Solomon was the scion of the inquisitorial Soul Pillar, the champion and forerunner of the Celestial Elite Tutorial, and the current representative of the Sanctum on Erebus. He was of divine affinity and a powerhouse unfolding within the multiverse, but was also a conflicted man within his bones and flesh. He wore a golden plate armor covered in a white surcoat with the sword and shield and sun of the Sanctum. On his back was strapped a huge maul that was as ornate as his armor, golden lines of runes scripted along its haft and massive metal head. It had a flat hammer face with a dangerous-looking spike on the back end. His face was etched in cruel edges and malicious intent. The obsidian of his flesh would never be dark enough to hide the bloodlust of his mane. In his hand was an iron mask with a flat, featureless surface and only holes where his brown eyes would shine through. His new faction has some absurd rules that were begetting irritation within what should only be joyous celebration at his ordained ascension. Behind him, within his private room, were walls vested with murals of angels and warriors waging war against demons and shadow beasts, and blood-drenched amalgams of monsters in all shapes and sizes. In an outer hall leading to 2 golden doors, 2 others conversed with each other. A female beastkin in golden robes, lithe and slender, a staff of gold in hand, and facing her was a shade elf male in chain and plate, with 2 sabers sheathed at his waist. The warlord ignored their presence. His thoughts were striven of anything other than his path forward. He noticed some of his new soldiers manning the closed gate, irresolute in their duty, as it should be. Below him in the courtyard, others, slaves they'd taken from other foundational pillars, were being whipped by a gnarled, older male beastkin in a hard leather armor as they were pushed to carry gathered provisions into a newly built warehouse to his left. Slavery was nothing new to the warlord. The false veneer had just been torn away. In the old world, he'd created his immense wealth on the backs of his lessers. Before the coming of the system, he'd been the biggest television evangelical preacher in his home country of Ethiopia, and in secret, behind the iron mask he wore outside of that persona, one of the most ruthless warlords in the country. He'd owned vast swaths of land where his soldiers held a cruel grip of terror and slavery. There he was known as the Iron Lord. Between the 2 ventures, he'd been one of the richest men on the planet. What shocked most people when they entered his inner circle and were witnesses to the truth of it all was most of his riches came not from his criminal empire of drugs, whores, and trafficking, but from the television preaching. The poor would send the last vestiges of their impoverished lives in the millions upon millions for a prayer from his lips at a camera to their hungering spirit. So, no, Nothing about the system or what transpired below to him was new. The only difference now was the superhuman powers that came in its wake. His thoughts drifted back to their celestial elite tutorial. He still regretted and simmered over not getting his hands on the angelic Scion before she'd escaped. She'd done so with the help of her paramour, the blessed Scion, who had sacrificed himself to give her the opening. He'd been generous with them in his offer to join him, to work under his rule to create their new empire, but the moralistic fools had denied him. He knew she would cause him issues in the future, that was certain. She'd been recalcitrant the entire length of their tutorial, constantly moaning about mercy and compassion. Idiocy. As soon as the monster waves were taken care of, he would send a few kill squads to find her and end her. His fate was ranked B, and he knew it was this and his own strength that had and would lead him to fortune, just as it had done all his life. Luck and ruthlessness had always been his calling cards. Release enough blood, leave behind enough corpses, and there was nothing that could not be accomplished. It had worked in the old world. It would work in the new. The Sanctum had given him many things to represent their interests on this new world of Erebus. His weapon, his new city, and various other boons. Money didn't seem to be an issue with them. They were willing to spend whatever it took to take control of Erebus. He was told at some point there would be a world leader chosen, and they were determined it would be him, and by de facto, them. The elite tutorial had given him everything else, several titles, his new bloodline, superior human, his armor and other tools. His 2 captains, both Scions in their own right with rare classes, were additional potent weapons he would use. Steps still needed to be taken before the first monster wave. He would see them done. They needed another 50 soldiers or slaves, either would do, to raise the status of the settlement to fortress. It was inevitable, so he had no worries about its eventuality. His fate had showed itself in prime time when they'd arrived the day before. They found themselves delivered by the system on the doorstep of a large village of survivors, several thousand. By the time they were done, over 500 were smoking corpses, 150 were his new soldiers, and the rest, slaves. The Sanctum had one fast and hard rule that he personally found a hindrance and somewhat unintelligent and counterproductive, but their god was adamant. It was the reason he found himself in a black mood, even though he'd found a path anyways, but the possibility of retribution was always possible. He would work with it or work around it, more like. To join the Sanctum, one needed to be of the celestial foundational pillar, no exceptions. Slave soldiers were allowed, and under special circumstances, mercenaries could be used, but other than that, actual membership could only be given to those of the celestial. His first step, as in the history of his path and the flag to his tomorrow steps, had been to find a loophole. It would not have his military might chained, ever. He'd created a group of 500 of what were nominally called slave soldiers, but in reality would be treated as mercenaries. They were all bloodthirsty warriors, part of a bandit group that had been preying on the village for several weeks. They were just the kind he liked and he'd recruited in the old world, but were of the wrong pillars. He didn't care. Consequences be damned. He would let nothing, not even idiotic rules, keep him from taking this new realty and making it a footnote to his destiny. His gaze lit across the slowly growing storm backlit by gray slate skies. The only major request by his new faction was one he'd be happy to fulfill. Once the monster waves were finished and beaten, he was to find some fool who had crossed them somehow. A man named Gideon Show, the Umbral Scion of Erebus, a man who'd had the temerity to disrespect one of the most powerful factions in the multiverse. His death was the promise given, and the promise that would be fulfilled. Something about the name triggered a memory, but he couldn't quite grasp its depth. It didn't matter. Dikembre Solomon, the Iron Lord, looked forward to the excuse to release his bloodlust and the carnage it held within. It had always been his greatest gift. Chapter 9. Forging Truths and Blades. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. Gideon's thoughts drifted from the apocalyptic mayhem of the monster wave to the bracelet on his wrist and Freddy. What will you become, Predster? There was a heavy pause that lasted longer than normal, and he thought maybe the AI was broken or traumatized. Lasana, with Ari still on her shoulder, gave him a look.
You want me to smack the bracelet, Giddy? Maybe he's got a hiccup in his giddy-up.
A few snorts followed along Ari's hacking emulation of her mistress's laugh. He just rolled his eyes. Freddy's digitized English accent broke the moment.
What was that? I apologize. I was watching The Big Lebowski. Hey, Pete, on your rug, dude. Hilarious. Love it.
They all took a hard stare at the bracelet. Lasana had no clue what Freddy was talking about, but Ari, who'd watched some of the entertainment of Earth before cueing herself as a familiar, had a hungry smile across her draconoid lips.
Oh, my stars, Freddy. Did you get some Earth entertainment? I haven't seen that movie, but it was on my list. Gimme. What you got?
A digital chuckle slid out towards the Dragonling.
Princess Arizelle, I just might have snuck out the entire catalogue of film and TV under the system's nose when I downloaded myself. I know what you were thinking. How on the edge must Frederick I be stepping as a rebel and trendsetter? What can I say? I feel like Luke Skywalker, minus the lightsaber, moving against the evil machinations of the Empire. I must admit, Princess, currently I have no way in which to share the wonders of the Big Lebowski or literally any of the catalogue. Gideon would have to advance the technology tree of Umbra Mortem a few ranks to access the ability for me to download such into a processing unit with which you could then access to project it. Though you could also just wait until access is released into more of the multiversal avenues. I know for a fact that the Eastian Corporation has also stripped Earth of all entertainment from visual to literature and everything in between. They do that to every integrated planet.
Ari's face dropped at being denied her dreams of movies, and Lasana looked disappointed as well, but Gideon just shook his head. They had far more important things on the dockets than binge-watching The Bachelor. Freddy, back on topic. You said something about what you'd become. What is it you will become? Another pause followed Gideon's question this time, though an answer did roll forth from one Frederick I.
To be honest, I can't remember, Gideon. Much of my knowledge in connection to the system was stripped with my choice to be detached and downloaded to this receptacle. I do recall being very excited with what happens at Iron Rank once you reach it. Like Princess Arizelle with Lady Lasana, once you bonded with my receptacle, my level was tied to yours. Once you hit your rank up at level 25, I too will advance like all growth items such as your ring or Lady Lasana's armor and claws.
All right, he guessed they would just see what happened at Iron Rank. And speaking of such, they needed to get moving. Only a couple things needed to be done before they could head to the ruins. Well, 3 things. He spent the next 20 minutes explaining to everyone what happened with his dream that wasn't a dream and meeting the Shadowborn. Freddy didn't have full access to system knowledge anymore, but still said if indeed it had been the Shadowborn himself, he was considered a myth, a boogeyman that had reputed to have gone through large swaths of violence, usually against other gods, killing many. The mention of his name usually coincided with fear that included the divine within its boundaries. Lasana had been more piqued by the mention of the Nocturne's mother already showing approval. Her low-toned, sultry as usual sent vibrations into his bones and other places.
Do you think he was meaning Liestra? I mean, who else could he mean unless it was Ari of the Silvery Moon or Sybil the secret something or other lady of the Shador?
Gideon's mind had already floated over the same thoughts since he'd awoken, but hearing it verbalized made him churn through it with a harder gaze. Who was he referring to? The three Lasana mentioned were likely the only three possibilities, but one never knew in this wide and fathomless multiverse. Every time he thought he'd figured something out, it had just cracked open 1,000 more questions. Even looking at the system itself with the foundational pillars, soul pillars, classes, not to mention the path and subclass at Iron Rank, both of which he had little information on. Multiply that complexity out to the multiverse and factions and gods and goddesses, not even yet touching upon the peak above it all, the primordials, the architects of it all. His voice broke air. Your guesses are as good as any, but after everything we've been through, we have learned the hard way it is but a small dip into something the size of an ocean. In the end, at the moment, none of it matters. We have shit to get done, most importantly, getting stronger. The first monster wave is coming, and we are far from where we need to be. On top of that, we have new tools to the arsenal we need to figure out, first and foremost being our new bloodlines. My boosted attributes have me stumbling all over the place going against those crows. A small snort shot out of Lasana, while Ari made a heavy demonstration of looking at her foreclaw as she attempted to keep herself from joining the laughter. Freddy, though, as usual, with no restraint, jumped right in.
Oh, yes, Gideon. Ari and Lasana were describing it in great detail, how you overshot one and looked far less agile than they've become accustomed to. There was also a copious amount of laughter accompanying their descriptions. In your defense, which I will have you know I was vociferous in, it is and was understandable when garnering such a bevy of attribute-boosting titles in such a highly rated bloodline. I'll reference these facts when articulating your challenges to them. The exponential difference between your attributes and theirs was detailed in my exposition, I'll have you know, though, based on their body language and facial expressions, that did not go over very well.
The ladies had ever-expanding stink-eye peels towards the bracelet as Freddy went on, so it was time to put a stamp on the back and forth. Enough banter. It's time to get our serious faces on. We have a shit ton of people relying on us to see them through all this, still holding to breath. I need about an hour to take care of some things, then we head out to the ruins. Lasana, while I get to it, talk to everyone and ask if there is anything we should look for while we're out there that the settlement needs. I know the system can just make shit out of nothing with the BP thing, but ask if there is anything it can't provide. We will take a look-see while we're out and about. Without throwing a look or waiting for an answer, he headed to the stairs, taking two at a time. By the way, Freddy, there's going to be moments where I'll want privacy. Is there a way to shut you down in those moments? An immediate answer blipped out.
Of course, Gideon, and I completely understand. Privacy and alone time is a pivotal requisite to not only sapient beings, but particularly in the case of one such as you, a Forerunner, a monster of the multiverse.
Gideon cut off his choo-choo. Freddy, I got a lot on my mind. Care to truncate down to the basics?
On it, Gideon. I know I have a predilection to step off into tangents. It is difficult not to when you have an almost unlimited amount of information within the confines of your computational muscles, shall we say?
Freddy.
Apologise. There is a sleep mode within my housing unit that only requires a pulse of your will with intent.
Gideon took a breath as he escalated the staircase at the abrupt silence. He had an inkling he would be utilizing sleep mode quite often moving forward. A smile stretched across his lips. He sent a message to Unra through the settlement interface, asking her to form a faction in his name using the same name as the fortress itself. No need to recreate the wheel. Having the same name for both would make it easier for him to respond to questions when being forced to deal with people. 10 minutes later, he sat in lotus position with his two throwing blades in front of him a few feet from the massive bed that Lasana and he now called their own. A small vibration rattled his mind again at the implications of what that meant. Not now, Gideon. One step to the next. He still needed to parse through his emotions when it came to her, but within this moment, getting a handle on his newly amped racial ability and upgrading his blades came first. He took a deep lungful, closed his eyes, and slowly and cautiously activated rune-forging Umbral. Immediately he felt a burst of pitch-flavored energy from the obelisk within him. With a focus of will, he attempted to thread it to his eyes as he normally would, but the power of it was far above what he'd become accustomed to. It bucked and writhed within his mental grasp, almost slipping from it. A slight headache began to form, but he clamped down hard on the brimming energy, and after a few breaths, it steadied, and the pain receded. He slid into what he called his soul space. His mind still held the tethers he usually would have already threaded to his vision, but he needed to get a deeper grasp upon all this. He let them go and watched them snap back towards the massive pillar deep within him. He floated within his soul space and took it in. The difference was, this was the first time he wasn't in a time crunch of life or death. After a few moments, he realized something had changed. The obsidian obelisk or pillar had become more defined. He had a feeling it was due to his bloodline and his ability becoming a slotted racial one instead of a general one. The buzz and vibration of his insight told him he was correct. That was another change. Instead of the attribute hinting he was on the right path this time, it straight out sent the sensation he was 100 on the thought. Once again, the hunger for a subclass that focused on the attribute was pushing hot and heavy within his mind. He knew if his insight was high enough, it would open up worlds of clarity and a weapon that few would be able to counter. That most wouldn't even consider it a weapon was an advantage Gideon hoped to multiply to an exponential effect. He brought his wandering thoughts back to what was before him. The obelisk was massive and ornate and filled a large part of the place. It undulated, a constant flux of rippling pulses of darkness with small flecks of silver. The only rune that he'd come across that was mostly silver would be the runic structure of the Moon Soul Pillar from the Sheed Foundational. No need to add to the pile of shit to understand, Gideon. He knew if he didn't stay focused, he could spend literally days studying the phenomena. The details of the pillar had become more pronounced, and the power shimmering off its towering presence had become beastly. He flexed his will and once more pulled power to himself using his racial ability. This time, though, he watched carefully as he did so. This time, he layered his will with a push from perception and insight, and lo and behold, that was the key. With all three of his attributes reaching out, the energy came much more fluidly. It still had the boosted power that was now the norm, but smoothly without overwhelming Gideon. The game was on. With one last look at the pillar and the secrets it held, he pulled himself up and out of the soul space. He had work to do. 42 minutes later, he was still in his lotus position, but gasping, sweating, and out of breath. His apex predator title had kicked in once again as he'd almost bottomed out his stamina and spirit, but he'd pushed through and finished both throwing blades. He was excited to see the result. He'd felt the power increase tremendously. Everything had been escalated from the sheer strength of it, but also the finesse with which he could manipulate the runes. Somehow his cloak had helped as well. Without even focusing on it, he felt it draw the darkness around him to within his grasp, and then subtly enhancing what he was attempting to do as if it was excited by it. It was the final proof he needed to know there was some kind of sentience and life within its folds. When it first happened, he'd almost lost the threads and focus of his work, but then it had gently wrapped a portion of the heavy shadows of the room onto the blade he'd been working and the runic structure he'd been forging and stabilized it till he could regain his mental balance. His runic sight was still up, and as he stretched out the cloak in front of him, he still could only see the sheer density of runes woven into its fabric, but that was all. He could not for the life of him discern anything that would denote existence or any other form of sentience within. He pushed it aside and relegated the mystery into either after he'd leveled up his ability more or when he hit Iron Rank to see if anything changed within the growth item. Speaking of...
Congratulations, citizen. The mysteries of the runic structure of the night have become ever more your domain. Error! Error! Forbidden ability. Alpha Prime Protocol breached. Contacting upper system. Outside interference. Primordial. Override. Request for support erased. Congratulations, citizen. Rune forging Umbral Ancient has increased 8 to 9. Keep growing your levels of power within the confines of the Multi-Versal System, and you shall find your rewards commiserate with your ascendance, or fall and fail, and you shall be a step in the road to someone more worthy.
Gideon didn't know whether to feel joy at doing something the asshole system didn't want him to do, or caution at the wording about interference and a primordial. His irritation was growing. It was the primordials who had created the system. It was the primordials who made the asshole creature who'd not only seen 1 million people dead, but sent out quests to push the survivors towards more genocidal murder. Gideon Shaw was beginning to feel a bone-deep hatred for it all, but knew there was jack shit he could do about any of it, at least for now. Through his life he had learned many things, but the most important one was to effect change. One needed the power and strength to do so, and the fortitude to survive what came after to make it stick. Focus. What had he done that had been different from the other times he had crafted something using the ability? The only thing that came off the top of his head was the ability itself having shifted to a racial slotted one and his new bloodline. This had also been the first time since those 2 changes he had actually utilized it to forge. In fact, now that he was thinking about it, Freddy had said all the information about the Alpha Prime generation had been classified and redacted. And that was only because he had looked into it on top of the Nocturne being a dead species. The Shadowborn had said that his children had been lost, and his simmering anger at the system was prevalent and obvious. His inside flared, but he didn't have enough information to put the pieces together yet. He would, though. That was a promise. He had more flashing notifications he hadn't noticed while he'd been sucked into his forging, and then in the aftermath at the weird-as-fuck last one.
Congratulations, citizen. You are the first on your planet to form a world faction, Umbral Mortem. The requirements to form a world faction are steep and usually not met this quickly upon the integration of a new world. One must own a settlement of at least city rank and must have an affinity of at least 80% with their chosen soul pillar. For this feat, you have been given class experience and the title, Archon of Erebus.
Looked like Unra had formed the faction in his name. Another title. Damn, Lasana was not going to be happy about that. He had to do something to help her in the desolate desert that was her title acquisition. The experience didn't seem to be enough to throw him to 10, which was fine. First up, before pulling the other notification flashing, he needed to see what the title did. Maybe it would be weak, and she would forgive him. He pulled it up.
Archon of Erebus, permanent increase of +3 free attribute points per level of main class. This boon is not retroactive and begins at the next level gained after the title is obtained.
Forgiveness was out the window. She was going to be pissed. A +3 attribute per level is almost like having whatever next rank class above Epic was per level. Add in the bonuses he got from his ring and his bloodline and his Apex Predator title, and yep, he was going to get an earful. Maybe it would be better to just not mention the new title, at least until he could somehow see to her getting a few more. A smile carved his lips. His laughter was genuine as it tumbled out. It had been a while since he felt the warmth of true laughter bubble up, but it had been happening far more than the previous decades combined since Ari and Lasana and Freddy had become a part of his road. If he needed any more flagstones to tell him his feelings for the woman, then he was a fool and didn't deserve her. He was just glad Identified didn't give out those kind of details. His eyes caught the still flashing final notification. He pulled it.
You are doing well, child. I have created a shroud over your ability, so the system should no longer interfere with its use and growth. Keep growing, Scion, and thank you, truly. You have made my son happy for the first time in eons. It was not something his mother and I thought we would ever see again. One day upon a future road, we both would like to meet you and show our appreciation. Keep stepping within your ideals. They have more value than you know.
Was that? He just got a message from a primordial, a being that could supposedly shatter entire galaxies with a look. A primordial that was also advocating that Gideon continue to buck against the system it had a hand in creating. To say he was confused by it all would be an understatement. His child, he referred to, had to be the Shadowborn, as the god himself spoke of his father having told him of Gideon to begin with. That he said the Shadowborn was happy, and it had to do with him, was perplexing. Did he mean his new bloodline? That somehow the god perceived his long-dead children were somehow reborn once more? He wasn't so sure of that, except in the sense if he ever had children, he would assume he was now changed at a genetic level, and he would beget those genes to a child, but it also could be referencing some kind of system fuckery, like the bloodline was now opened up to be given as a gift to those worthy. Too much missing information, as usual. It didn't change the fact he had just got a message from either the Umbral or Gloom Primordial, depending on which one was the mother or the father. An even bigger part to this was that Primordials were paying attention to what one Gideon show was doing, or at least two of them, which was too many as far as he was concerned. He didn't know how to take that in or to come close to understanding the why of it. He was going to keep the message to himself for now until he could get a better grasp on whatever the fuck was truly happening with this integration. There were far too many missing components to the larger picture. None of it made sense yet. The system had existed for billions of years, if not longer, and from everything he'd heard, what was happening with Erebus was breaking every convention and vestige of normalcy that defined an integration. And that wasn't even touching the focus of the divine and the top multi-versal factions shoving their noses into the pie. Control what you can control. Let go the rest. Breathe. His gaze caught the two throwing blades on the ground in front of him. He was about to take a look when his eyes also caught the bracelet on his wrist, its black and silver ornate beauty catching the dim lighting. Oops, forgot about Freddy. He sent a pulse of will and awakened his new personal assistant.
Turn it on! Oh, hi. Seems like you activated sleep mode.
Gideon sensed a sad tone to Freddy's response. That made him feel bad. He didn't want to hurt his little buddy's feelings, but there would be times he needed his alone time. Maybe he could just take off the bracelet at night and leave it with Ari in her room. They were both chatterboxes and seemed to enjoy each other's company. Sorry about that, Freddy. I was forging, so needed to be able to focus with no distractions. But you were back for the best part. I was about to look at what I created for the first time. The excitement was back in a hot sec as the bubbling vibe that always had him smiling punched out.
Oh, how exciting, Gideon! Your new and improved ability, now that it had been shifted to a racial slot, should be pushing the edge of crafting to the peak of what is possible. Before you know it, people from the Forge Foundational will be coming to you for tips. Never worry, though, I will be the vanguard, the ultimate filter, your shield of eternity to keep the uninspired and riffraff from wasting your valuable time. I will require a query and triplicate to be sent to me personally with a cover letter and bio, of course, before allowing any to impede.
He chuckled. I get it, Freddy, and appreciate it, but let's not jump the shark quite yet. Here we go. He threw an identify.
Umbral steel runic throwing kunai of the arterial, epic, piercing A-, slashing D, copper. 30% chance to cause a bleeding effect when piercing a creature of flesh and blood.
That was...
Look at that, Gideon! You are unbelievable!
Still in copper rank, and not only did you forge something that is epic, but with an ability I have never seen, not even. Well, that is not quite true. There have been prodigies from a couple of the soul pillars within the Forge Foundational, and a couple from the mystical that have accomplished it, but both of those have a predilection and renown and focus towards such. Still, it is phenomenal. No one outside of those two pillars has ever accomplished it. And even paired against them, there has only been 20 in all the eons of multiversal existence. Everything you do is beyond what is expected or dreamt.
While he was certainly happy with the result, he'd been hoping to be able to forge an actual growth item, but Freddy was right. It was only copper rank, and had a long way to go. The ability itself would help if the bleed proceeded, especially against those bigger alphas and stronger adversaries like the Troglodyte War Queen or the Glombehir. It would have allowed him to take them down quicker if they were slowly losing health, even when he was having to play defense. It was growth, and that was all one could expect. Now he was curious what he would get if he went back and redid his spear and his poniards or his armor. He didn't think he could mess with Lysana's armor anymore after a goddess herself did a number on it, but the rest had his curiosity piqued and his hunger belly rumbling. Stick to the plan, another time. Right now it was already slipping into early afternoon, and they had some hunting to do. Appreciated, Freddy. It's time to get Team Gideon on the road and grab some levels before the first monster wave is at our doorsteps. What do you think? You ready to make your first foray onto the field of battle? The sheer volume of excitement had him holding the bracelet as far from his head as his arm length would allow, but didn't stop the smile from slipping to lips. You have no idea, Gideon! I shall join with a fervor and a battle lust that will shake the entire multiverse! He kept going as Gideon threw messages to Lysana and Ari to meet him at the gate, and he did his best to stifle the laughter bubbling up. Chapter 10. Grinding and the Edge of Dreams. Umbra Mortem on Erebus. Gideon sat at the gate, staring up at the war-shade golems. It had been the first time he'd had a chance to take a close-up look at them. As his eyes scanned their forms, he realized he hadn't had a chance to talk to Unra, Orin, or the rest since exiting the tutorial and creating the settlement. He threw a message to Unra that he wanted a meeting when they got back in the war room with everyone. He threw a look down at his new throwing blades and the new sheaths he'd created on the inside of his forearms. He held his spear and could feel the comfortable weight of his poniard sheathed at his back. Comfort came to Gideon in the weapons that adorned him. His eyes fled back to the constructs. The golems up close showed him the stark difference between the advanced models in the tutorial versus the lumpy-looking, much bigger versions above him traversing the walls. They looked more brute force than the sleek assassins of the others. Off to the side, he saw Shador and a few of the refugees coming in and out of the barracks building. There was also a large bonfire off to the side of the fortress he could just make out with some giant tarps stacked 20 feet above it with a hole in the center to let the smoke out. Something was rotating on spits, and the smell was actually pretty good. Based on the shape and knowing Lysana, he would guess it was crows cooking. He smiled at the thought. He was about to throw the woman in question another message when he caught movement off to his right coming out of the fortress. He flicked his head and eyes in that direction and threw a smile after it. Coming out of the gates to the building was Lysana in her beast form, with little Shira riding her and the Beast King Kid, the son of the leader of the refugees. Behind them strolled the man in question, whom Gideon hadn't really talked to, and Ari in the air floating above them, all with a toothy grin overwatching the antics. Both of the little ones were laughing and having a grand old time. Damn, Lysana loved kids and was seriously good with them. It was time, though, for them to move out and get the serious head-in-the-game faces. As they strolled up, little Shira waved at him, as did Ari, as she swooped down and landed on his shoulder as her new perch. He absently threw a scaled hand up to scratch her head, eliciting a purr. Freddy joined in with his usual over-exuberant choo-choo.
Oh, my lady Lasana, your racial ability is not only impressive but beautiful. Did you know spectral were-panthers hold some of the highest ranks of command in the Unhallowed? They are a premier A-graded multi-versal faction made exclusively of the Grave Soul Pillar. They are not the most popular by any measure. They usually come into conflict with most other factions, but they occasionally do ally with the Shadow Conclave and the Abyss when their subsectors have synergistic...
Gideon could already see the glazed look in Lasana's beast eyes. Interesting info, Fredster, but maybe not the time for multiversal faction knowledge dictionary time. He stepped forth and grabbed Shira, who raised her arms as he'd made the step. Her small, tinny voice was full of excitement.
Giddy!
He grabbed her and pulled her up in front of his face. Her tiny hand immediately went to his new scaled face, which with his hood down was utterly exposed. Her small hand slid across his scaled cheek as if she wanted to know what it felt like. There was no fear in her eyes, just joy and curiosity.
I miss you, Giddy.
He clamped down on his emotions with a flex of will. I missed you too, little one, and I have a job for you, if you're up for it. Her nodding head was like a jackrabbit eyeballing a carrot.
Yes, I love you, Giddy, and Sana, and Ari, and Freddy. I want to be on Team Gideon forever and ever.
Those words held more than just a job in the little one's heart and face. Staring into the hope of a small child's eyes pushed his mind back to a moment frozen forever in memory. A kid right after the death of his parents, sitting in a police station. Back then, his hope had become a dead thing, a carcass left to wild beasts in far-off jungles. He pulled her to him and hugged her hard. The young beastkin boy was now in his father's arms, and Lasana was back in her shade elf form. Ari had left off his shoulder when he'd picked up Shira and was now back on her normal roost. He locked eyes with Lasana and Ari. Lasana's eyes were filled with liquid, as was Ari's. Hey, Ari, do you mind having a roommate? Ari screeched in excitement.
I'd love one, Giddy.
He turned his head back to Shira, whose hope danced on the edge of becoming or dying. His voice became soft and filled with an emotion that had grown exponentially since he'd met Lasana. Part of the job will require you living with us now, little one. You will share a room with Ari, if that's okay with you. Her head did the bob dance once again, this time with tears falling from her eyes and sniffles.
I'd like that a lot, Giddy.
He nodded and wiped a falling tear. Good. You are now a part of our family forevermore. Lasana, Ari, Freddy, and me, and now you. More tears fell like a river from her pudgy little face as she slammed her tiny arms out as much as they could stretch to encompass his chest. He let her hold that for a few moments, sobbing. Gideon's eyes caught Lasana with tears streaming down her own face, and Ari curled around her neck. The beastkin held his son, who had become Shira's bestie, and gave a nod as if to say he honored the choice. The small girl had lost her family, lost everything, all due to the murderous treachery that was the system. And he knew how attached Ari and Lasana were to the little one, and how much she was to them. He couldn't save them all. He couldn't save the dead children killed by the crows, the flashing image of the bones and strings of flesh in the hammering rain. This wouldn't balance out all the kids and innocents, the elderly and mothers who died in this Armageddon, but it was still a small step towards his oath, his promise. Senator Davis, the beastkin named Lurdick, and more to come, he had no doubt, but those two in particular would both reap the whirlwind before he was done. He threw out a whisper for her ears alone. There's a price to joining our family, little one. I need you to promise to protect the other children. Can you do that? She leaned back her head, pudgy hand wiping her tear-streaked face, those black orbs with an intensity that said her will was her promise.
Yes, Giddy. I will protect them all with my knife Santa gave me.
She brandished her blade in a hot second. He smiled his new draconian smile. She smiled back. He put her down and threw his gaze hard at her. You have work to do, Shira. Keep to your promise. He ruffled her wild hair. Now go to Unra or Dory and tell them to help move you to your new home. She sheathed her blade after nodding and toddled as quickly as her little legs could go right into Lysana's open arms. Lysana lifted her up, tears still streaming down her face as she smothered Shira into her chest. Ari howled to the sky. Shira's bubbly voice railed against the sky as Lysana stretched her out in front of her.
Did you hear, Santa? Did you hear? Giddy said I could live with you all forever, like a real family.
Gideon's eyes caught a figure standing a few 100 feet in front of the fortress gate, an old Shador woman who had joined the Tear Factory. His perception and new eyes could see her clearly, as if she was 20 feet instead of over 1,000. She caught his gaze and bowed her head. He couldn't hear from that distance with all the people moving around and the cooking and heavy stomps of the golems above, but he could hazard a guess that Anwar was thanking secrets this, secrets that. A smile slid across his lips. Let people be who they were. He turned his back to the Lysana, Ari, and Shira spectacle and looked through the open gates toward their goal of the day, the decrepit forest-enveloped ruins of what was once a city. He heard sniffling and an occasional cry from his bracelet and the sounds of what had to be someone blowing their nose. How a digital entity could be sniffling or blowing their nose or crying for that matter, he had no clue, but once again, let people, including AIs, be who they were. No filter. The growing storm he'd seen earlier above the east end of the city had grown heavy and dark. Flashes of lightning lit the gray slate sky and ominous clouds. He sighed as thunder pealed out a few breaths later. Freddy's voice shifted through the sound. I thought the ending to Legends of the Fall when Anthony Hopkins comes out in the big couch and shotgun, "You will not take me, son," was the most emotional tragic moment in the history of forever, but that moment between you and Shira, I just can't. More sounds of sniffling and another blowing of nose drifted into the sky. Gideon took a deep breath. It was the right thing to do, that's all. His grip tightened on his spear, the foundation of who he was, but not all that he was slowly accepting. For so long he had been nothing but an edge that took lives. Morality had always been the cage the edge was wrapped within, but in the end, still an edge was made for one purpose: cutting. He was, step by step, understanding there could be more, needed to be more. But as always, Gideon would take life as it came. He had numerous goals he needed to get done. The rest would have to fall into the direction of that mission. He understood deeply the dichotomy of it all. Two arms wrapped him from behind, muscular bluish-gray flesh arms made of corded muscle. Soft lips touched his ear. "I love you, Gideon Show." He heard and embraced the words, and the heart behind them. Returning the words couldn't leave his own breath. He knew he'd already uttered them once, but there were still chains wrapping that deep space that only time would loosen. Come on, ladies. We have some monsters to find and kill. The rain had once more unleashed hammers from the sky. Luckily, they had made it to the actual ruins before the heavy storm clouds unleashed their anger, so they had been able to skip the muddy slog of the small slopes and expansive ground between the ruins and Umbra Mortem. They wouldn't have the same fortune when they headed back. They'd made it about 5 blocks further than their previous excursion, which had been woefully short with the refugees and the crows. Lysana had shifted to her spectral panther form halfway to the ruins. Out of the 3 of them, her ability as a scout far surpassed anyone else. If it was open landscape, then Ari with her wings would be the choice, but with the entire area a maze of half-broken buildings and shattered trees and foliage, then her beast form, in addition to her much-improved stealth and senses, was the go-to. They had encountered nothing so far, and Lysana was at least several blocks ahead of them, heading east, while Ari was flying in tight circles above Gideon. Lasana was sending a message through party chat every couple of minutes. He was ready at a moment's notice to push forward if she came up against anything. In the meantime, he was playing with his cloak's ability to draw darkness to himself, and with the slate gray skies and the stormy clouds above, he had plenty of it to mess around with. He had to admit the cloak, given to him by Lady of Secrets fame, was his greatest tool to date. That realization and truth was coming quick and heavy, especially after what it did while he was forging his throwing blades and his memory of the subtle shifts of movement when he fought the War Queen of the Troglodytes. That wasn't even touching upon its ability to boost his stealth and the self-regeneration it kicked in when within the grasp of heavy pitch. Add to it all that it was a growth item, and highly likely the sentience he was now sure existed would expand once he hit his next rank. No matter how many times the thought flit across his mind, it was still hard to fathom just how vast, complicated, and what seemed an endless depth there was to the system and the multiverse. He still didn't even know what the full ranking system was, and what each rank brought besides bits and pieces. The next rank was the only thing he was somewhat sure about: Iron, a path and a subclass. He wasn't even sure what came after that. He'd heard Gold mentioned as something considered very powerful, according to the context with which it was always brought up, but not whether that was 1, 2, 3 ranks past Iron or not. Fuck. He needed to get used to having Freddy right on his wrist. With the wrenching sounds of the rain, he brought the bracelet close to his lips. Unfortunately, they couldn't add Freddy, who was considered an item, to the party, so he couldn't send a chat, but it was what it was. "Freddy, can you hear me?" After a few moments, there was still no response, and he realized he hadn't heard a peep from him since leaving the settlement. Freddy. Earth to, Erebus to Freddy. After another moment, he was about to blast harder on the words when the AI finally responded. His voice, instead of yelling over the thundering rain, seemed to appear right in his ear.
"Apologies, Gideon. I've been watching the entire collection of the television show Happy Days. The phones are so cool on Mundo. He just hits things and makes them work. And the dynamic between him and Richie..."
Gideon couldn't help but smile as he cut the over-exuberant AI off. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Freddy, but you might want to start paying attention. We are now within the ruins. In the meantime, can you do me a favor, please? Do you have a list of the various class-level rankings and what they entail?" A short pause with the only sounds the downpour of rain. He could see Ari perched on top of a 2-story building getting out of the rain, hiding under an overhang of the broken remains of a balcony with aged cement above her. The wind shifting through the ruins made it somewhat of a half-ass attempt as occasional bursts shoved waves of water into her shelter. His attention snapped back to Freddy as once again his voice slipped right into his ear. He needed to ask him how he did that.
"I can do part of that, Gideon. This system has filtered the information. Iron rank you already understand, and the subclass and path you gather through any more information on those particular aspects are redacted within my personal memory core. After that comes bronze, then silver, followed by gold, which is considered the plateau for many, and most factions are led by one of that rank, except possibly the S-ranked factions. Very few have the momentum, affinity, or talent to move past that threshold. In fact, it is rare anyone can even survive to reach those lofty heights. There are 2 more ranks of the mortal realms after gold, platinum, then mithril. Those are the true monsters of the multiverse, discounting actual divinity. Only A and S rank factions hold such beasts within their folds, and only a handful, if that. As far as any detailed information on any of it, I currently have no access to such. The system is covetous and protective with information. Kind of like Arnold in Happy Days with his money. I remember an episode..."
Gideon tuned him out as he let the information soak in. Freddy hadn't given him all he wanted by a long cut, but still gave him a structure and foundation to file away and step from. He looked up and saw Ari shivering. He sent a message through chat.
"Ari, come and get under my cloak."
He'd barely finished when a darting form jetted from her perch and within a breath was sliding under his cloak onto his shoulder. He'd been spoiled even in this downpour. His insanely useful cloak seemed to rebuff the ocean of water, and wherever it covered him, it stayed dry. It seemed to do the same against the cold and the wind. It seemed to show new aspects every day, and his thoughts of the goddess who gave it to him softened. From what he'd seen, she must have sacrificed a lot to give it to him. He'd do his best to reset his mind to neutral with her, at least until he got his next taste of the Shadow Conclave and saw whether there was any difference in how they did things. A message fled in from Ari.
Thank you so much, Giddy. I was starting to feel like a floating iceberg. It is no way for a princess to be treated. Oh, my stars, it is so warm in here, and your cloak feels like velvet against my scales.
He threw a pet to her head, then grabbed his spear, which had been leaning against a short pile of concrete, and stepped out into the heavy rain, keeping his cloak tight and letting the shadows roll across him. He couldn't hold full stealth with just the cloak alone, but it did enough to obscure him somewhat, and he was reluctant with Lasana scouting to expend stamina to actually keep his stealth ability up. It wasn't a class skill, so it didn't seem to benefit from his racial reduction in Umbral Soul Pillar abilities. Another thing he might want to look for in a subclass, something that boosted both insight and has stealth as a class skill. Otherwise, he was going to have the skill maxed out in Uncommon, which just wasn't going to work for what Gideon envisioned. He realized as he traversed the ruins, rolling over cracked walls and around fallen trees, that he hadn't heard from Lasana. He sent a chat just asking her where she was, and his concern rose a few octaves when he'd gotten several more blocks and still had no response. He sent another chat message as he quickened his step and ignored the convo Ari and Freddy were having about some film they'd both seen. They were unaware of his growing alarm as he'd sent the messages in private chat, and Ari was focused on the convo and finally feeling warm. He slid around another building. This one looked to be some kind of convenience store or something. Most of its walls gone, but the simple rusted metal wiring of shelves still stood and a half-collapsed counter. As he exited the store, he upped his pace, causing Ari to send out a query as she was jostled with his movements. The good thing at the faster pace was he was starting to get the hang of his new attributes. At the first burst of speed, he once again felt out of control, but within seconds slipping through the concrete jungle, pushing his combat acrobatics to the max, he was quickly getting a hang on the new trajectories and muscles and how they slid together, combined with the new boost in strength, when to flex or turn his hips, and how to trace the whens and whys. The dumping rain actually helped as it made everything slippery as all get out, causing him to have laser focus as he shifted through the maze-like landscape. As he slid up and over a half-crumbled brick wall, Lasana finally sent a message which had him stepping even faster, and this time Ari was off his shoulder like a catapult as the message was sent in the party chat.
Finally. Sent. Giant rodents. Some time twist. Hurry.
Damn, he'd wished he'd been listening to her when she'd explained how to use the mini-map portion of the party interface, but as usual, he'd let her handle it and had tuned it out. He regretted that decision right about now. Then Ari screamed from up high above a 3-story building down the other side out of his line of sight. If not for his insanely high perception, he wouldn't have been able to clock her through the falling sheets of water and dark storm clouds. The building was buttressed against several large trees and some fallen ones with 2 other equally tall buildings he could clock as he swept around the side. Freddy had been silent since Ari had taken off, which he'd been thankful for. Everything he had was focused into edges. He'd made it 5 steps before Freddy threw his voice into his ear.
"Stop, Gideon!"
He reluctantly did so. Lasana's in trouble, Freddy. For the first time ever, his personal AI assistant interrupted him.
"I am well aware, Gideon. It is time for Frederick the First to pull his weight in Team Gideon. Lasana is still within her beast form on the roof of a 2-story building between the 2 buildings you have visual confirmation on. She is surrounded by numerous smaller forms, as well as being attacked and smothered by others. There is something strange happening with her. I will need to get closer to ascertain what it is. Princess Arizelle is also suffering from the same phenomena. The building next to us has an old fire escape structure that will allow egress to the roof, which will give us a direct line of sight. I suggest utilizing it so an effective plan could be assembled."
What the hell? How do you know all that, Freddy?
I have highly advanced sensory technology. There is a reason I am considered legendary by the system, though don't misunderstand. I cannot see as you see, Gideon. I have no eyeballs or oculary receptacles. I have an advanced visual display created by a form of echolocation. It allows me to put together the images it returns to form a full picture, though the range is limited. We need to get up to that rooftop, and I will have a better viewpoint and assessment on what we are dealing with.
He needed to say no more, and he was right in the sense of needing to get coverage on the brouhaha. He focused, and his spear shifted to his storage ring. Within a breath, Gideon was scrambling up the rusted metal fire escape, the ocean of water rebuffed by his cloak, as once again, by its own volition, it moved itself to flow with his movement. Within a few seconds, he was up on the dilapidated roof and hard staring through sheets of rain. What he saw had violence simmering in bones, and his legs ready to leap across the intervening distance. Lysana in her panther form was bleeding from a shit ton of wounds and had 3 or 4 giant-sized albino rats swarming her and another 24 or more cornering her. He was perplexed by what he saw from both her and Ari hovering above her. Every time they moved forward, their bodies shimmered for a moment and they were right back to where they started. Whatever it was didn't seem to affect the oversized rats. They were laying into her with bites. He watched her attempt to roll to shake them off, but with the first motion to do so, the strange blurring happened again and she was back to where she began. She roared into the storm-heavy sky in frustration. Ari was attempting to get to her, claw glowing with her healing ability, but whenever she dipped to attempt to land a heal, the same distortion, then she was back to her original position in the sky. The violence and anger had gone from simmering to boiling into rage. His body shook with it. He took one step towards the edge when Freddy's voice slipped into his ear, halting him in an instant.
"Stop, Gideon! You are just becoming trapped in the same spiral they are cornered within. Those rats have been enhanced from the temporal soul pillar. One moment, yes. They are only level 5 for the most part, but seem to have a passive ability when in combat. An aura limited in range to about 10 feet that takes any aggression towards them or anything they deem aggressive and rewinds it temporarily a few seconds back. Anything within melee range would be stuck in a loop while the rats whittled them down into dinner. Ranged combat is the solution. We have time, but not much. Based on the wounds shown upon Lady Lysana's flesh, those shallow have accumulated to dangerous levels. Blood loss alone is reaping a tally."
Before Freddy even got done speaking, Gideon was running and leaping off the roof, trusting his new attributes to see him clear the 30-foot gap between him and the roof. He activated rune-forging Umbral and threaded it to his eyes as the night sky lit up in a cascade of spiraling runes of the pitch. At the same time, he pulled with everything he had to shove his will into his cloak, asking it to hide them with everything it had. He could feel something within its fabric react, and every aspect of the dark thrummed and spun itself into threads made of pure umbral runes that danced in tight patterns to circle him. It felt like the primordial of the night itself coalesced their will upon making him a piece of its umbral eve. He pushed combat acrobatics as hard as he could to land as lightly as possible, immediately dropping into a crouch and activating stealth in one breath. It was still a good 50 feet from the far side of the roof where the rats had Lysana and Ari stuck in their time loop. A few of the albino rats on the edge of the enveloping circle turned and put their noses to the air, but with the rain still hammering out of the sky and gusts of wind blowing in every direction, they would get shit for a cent. Ari hung in the sky, howling desperate cries as she couldn't get to her mistress. Gideon could see the truth of how hurt Lysana was this close. Her fur was matted in blood and teeth marks. She now had 5 of the fuckers on her, chewing into her body, and she was collapsed to all fours, the blood loss and desperation laying her low. Another dozen of the rodents crept closer, hunger in every step. Then Lysana's eyes caught his, her senses a hell of a lot sharper than the rats, and with one lock of their eyes, her fear of dying in these piece-of-shit ruins slipped to hope. It ignited not only his heart, but his fury. He sent conviction into her eyes, and he saw tears begin channels down her fur. The chains broke within him. They could not have her. His eyes glazed over in the red of corpses. They would not take her from him. Never. His hands came up, and without thought, the edge of the deep umbral came alive. 2 dark slivers of umbral night, one in each hand, went flying without thought as he dropped stealth and relied on just his cloak to keep him obscured as he took off. He felt a pulse from the cloak as he moved, and blades of darkness flew one after the other as he skirted the perimeter of the shit stains that would hurt the woman that held his heart and soul. The truth of the feelings finally sunk to bones and flesh, and a weight he wasn't aware he was carrying slid off to join the deluge of rain he moved within. Each single blade slipped through the rats as if they were nothing, leaving no wound, but every single one dropping as a corpse with subtle lines, the black cold of the deep night coating flesh. He was shaking, vibrating, everything a blur of rage. All the rats were now turning towards him, but having trouble targeting his exact location. He kept moving, and they struggled to track his movements with his cloak continuously pulling darkness to it. He did his best to keep at least 20 feet from his targets as his arms became pistons firing night-infused blades of energy. More rats dropped, and now they were shuffling forward with aggressive squeaks, and finally the ones on Lasana dropped off what they considered a defeated, soon-to-be corpse with loud crackling hisses, joining their remaining brethren and pursuing him as he slid further away. 2 more blades flew from fingertips, one missing, the other entering the head of the lead, largest of the snow-colored rodents. This one didn't drop, but became slow, befuddled, and dropped to its belly, barely moving. His runic sight showed some kind of goldish-yellow energy fighting against the blue-black runes of his blade, attempting to kill it.
Ari, get to her and heal her as quick as you can, then get the fuck out of here.
He had no time to see if she was doing it, but knowing her, there would be nothing keeping her from her mistress, and with the rats away from them, the temporal rewind should no longer be hindering. Gideon realized he was running out of real estate as the 7 or 8 remaining rats cornered him to the end of the rooftop he'd begun this dance upon. A wave of fatigue hit him, and his runic sight dropped.
Warning, citizen. Your stamina is critically low. Please discontinue. Apex Predator activated.
A small burst of energy got him back up, but the bottom out on stamina had cost him as the closest rats were almost close enough for their rewind time fuckery to start hitting him. He took a couple steps back, skirting the edge of the roof, and threw 2 more dark blades at the front runners, another missing as he was still a bit off balance from the low stamina, but the second hit one that scurried towards him, putting it down in sputtering shivers of the dark. Freddy's voice spat sounds. "Gideon, to your right!" 2 others in that direction he hadn't clocked had almost gotten near enough to lock him in a spinning wheel of time. He made a decision and took off left, pushing his speed, then his agility and combat acrobatics as hard as he could as he leapt off the roof through the 15-foot gap between the taller building next door and the roof. His feet slapped against the building, and he pushed as hard as he could, shooting back to the roof behind the streaming rodents. In midair, he threw 2 more dark blades, the edge of the deep umbral, etching them into existence, and 2 more fell as he landed hard into the gravel of the building. His pauldrons took a lot of the kinetic energy, but he still felt bruised from the landing, and once again he was prone. His eyes shot to his stamina within his vision and saw high red. The remaining 5 rats turned and scampered towards him. He pulled his new Umbral forged kunais as he lifted to knees and threw, each one clipping a beast, not ending them but stopping them from scuttling forward with deep wounds. The other 3 shifted into range, and as he attempted to pull more dark blades from the ethers, he found himself back to the thought burgeoning and his hands moving to grasp their creation. Twice more he tried, but the same result as the rats slid across the gravel-coated roof, parting the downpour as their teeth chittered with blood and hunger in the sound. At least Lasana and Ari got away. The 2 rats scuttled to within a couple feet of him, and he yanked all of his will in an attempt to break the passive effect they emitted. He felt something there, and if he still had his runic sight up, he might have been able to pull it off. But it, like everything else, tripped the key that turned the clock back. Lightning lit the sky, and the rain continued to hammer sheets across the ruins. As the rats pushed to close the remaining distance, a deafening roar cracked against the surrounding buildings as over 300 pounds of pissed-off feline came out of the sky, claws leading, and eviscerated the beast in front of him as she skidded several more feet, and Gideon finally felt the time disruption toss itself to nothing. Gideon collapsed, and Ari landed on his shoulder as an exhausted, still somewhat wounded Lasana shifted back into her shade elf form and stood, stumbled a few steps, then threw herself onto him, kissing him hard and heavy.
"You are mine, Gideon Shaw, now and always."
Then her eyes widened as he pulled her head into an even harder kiss back. "And you, mine." Her eyes went through an emotional roller coaster as they pulled in the action and the words off his lips that twisted to predator and a happiness that transcended any dream she'd ever had. They clashed together with a feral hunger that was hot and heavy as they devoured the heap between them, hands wandering, grasping, groping, until Freddy played cockblock.
I hate to interrupt your very intense animalistic mating ritual, as I find it stimulating within an endless stream of avenues, but there are some still-breathing temporal rats who, as we speak, are crawling their way in our direction. Personally, I would rather not step back into their temporal rewind. It prevented me from conversing, and that is a crime against the multiverse itself.
A smile lit up his face as Lasana pulled back off his lap, revealing the engorged meat between his legs. She looked down and proceeded to snort all over his face, followed by Ari joining in. He grunted. Women. He stood, and with a flex of will let the edge of the deep umbral materialize 2 more dark, virulent blades to fingertips to finish the last of the annoying beasts. The creatures were actually weak physically, but that passive ability made them some of the most dangerous creatures they'd faced to date. More lightning flashed and thunder cracked sky. Gideon's show had a few more things to kill before resting. Chapter 11. Monster Wave 1. Umbra Mortem. Erebus. She looked upon the sleeping form of a naked Gideon and felt her heat rising once more. They'd spent several hours after recovering from the fight with the albino fucker seeking out more experience bags, and luckily had come up against nothing remotely as dangerous as the rats. Gideon had wanted to head back to the settlement, but she couldn't. She needed to get back out there and fight, shake the fear that had enveloped her, that still left slight shivers in her soul. So he'd just nodded and stepped to her side as they went further into the ruins. They fought burning spiders that in the storm and heavy rain had provided no challenge, then crashed into some kind of wolf party right after they'd just fed on some kind of deer. The wolves could exude heavy frost from their bodies, but were slow and lethargic after feasting. They'd steamrolled them from ambush, killing most of them before they could even react. 2 other small skirmishes on their way back out had again not proven very troublesome, though after the rats, Lasana had stayed in her natural form and next to Giddy. By the time they'd left, most of the fear had dissipated. With him by her side and Aries' heels, fighting had been the right path. She'd felt back to her confident self by the end of it, with only slight flashes to that immobile helplessness. She seriously thought she was dead. It had scared the shit out of her. It was truly the first time in this new world death had been the only outcome she could see. She couldn't get a message through the time loop until she'd finally had a second where she felt one slip through by pushing every ounce of will she'd had into brute forcing it. All the blood loss, not being able to move, do anything, had her collapsing and embracing the end of any future she'd envisioned with the man asleep before her. Then, like the most beautiful dream, he was there, her predator eyes locking onto his across that rooftop. The rain slammed down like a river, and the sky cracked lightning and thunder like some tribal beat, but the only thing she'd seen were those green emerald pools, and in them, life ripping the door of death from her vision. She knew in that moment he'd save her no matter what he had to do or kill. Her heart had felt something deeper than anything it had ever felt in that moment. A truth. A hard and beautiful truth. She'd already known how he felt, at least she'd hoped. What he meant to her, she'd felt since the moment he'd lifted her off the floor in the beginning of the tutorial. But in that moment, where death was the only tomorrow she could see as the rats chewed on her flesh and she could do nothing to stop them, when the pain had made her thoughts muddled and unable to focus on anything but the agony of their teeth tearing into her flesh, his eyes had awakened her. She never knew there could be a love that fierce in the universe. The love she'd seen in his eyes in that flash of seconds on a rooftop in the middle of a storm as her life fell away. A slave whore should never have a man like him. Didn't deserve him in any world she'd ever known. She'd had so many cocks in her holes she couldn't even begin to count them. By the end, she'd even enjoyed it. Enjoyed the writhing orgasms all those cocks would bring her. Craved it, sought it, and them. So she could forget, even for a moment, the truth of her existence, that of a slave. With him and the reflection of her in his eyes, she could be more, was more, would always be more. They'd gotten back in the late evening after mudslogging their way through the river the plains had become, and she'd immediately given the order that the meeting Gideon had asked for would be postponed into the morning, then asked Ari to take Shira and the bracelet holding Freddie and go stay with Dory for the night. She felt a bit bad since it was the first night Shira would have been staying with them, but she'd still have Ari and Freddie to keep her company, and she had needed this in every way one could need something. Gideon had started to argue, but saw the look in her eyes, the feral hunger, and then matched it with his own, sending wetness dripping down her thighs, and said nothing more. After the fight, he'd said she was his and no one else. It had ignited a primal hunger to stamp her mark on the man right then and there. They barely made it to the thing Gideon called the shower before they were all over each other like rabid beasts, sending their armor, weapons, and clothes into their spatial rings. They'd torn into each other like animals, the panther and the dragon taking over in sex that verged on battle. They'd fucked each other 3 times just in the shower alone, then another 10 times in the bed. The system might be an asshole, but she thanked it profusely for the attributes that allowed them to keep going and going and going. And the size of his cock was an aphrodisiac. She'd hoped, but the reality of it was both scary and mouth-watering. He filled every part of her and then some. They'd both left claw and bite marks all over each other's bodies and had enjoyed every second of it. Gideon might have been a bit clumsy and unskilled, but the sheer intensity of passion and hunger more than made up for it. And that cock, that magnificent scaled cock. Her eyes slid across his naked form and lingered on the beast between his legs. Even soft, he was bigger than most men hard. Her hunger started climbing again, but she knew they needed to start their day. Only one more till the first monster wave hit, and they were once again in the crucible of battle. She couldn't keep a smile off her face, her new fangs dominant. She couldn't remember ever being so happy and so content. She'd been fucked more times than she could ever remember, and certainly Gideon and she had done what would be termed fucking. At least the 4 or 5 times at the start. No emotions, just animalistic need. But then it had woven itself into a maelstrom of emotions as deep as the universe in their sex, as if they were one being moving to an unseen music, a symphony of stars and love, a tribute to each other and the depth of how much they not only cared for each other, but needed each other, wanted each other. Enough little girl man crushes, Lasana. Next thing she would be reading and reciting poetry. A snort escaped as she quickly covered her face with her hand. She needed to wake up Sleeping Beauty. She crept up his chest, sliding her leg and thighs across his sleeping cock till her lips and fangs were nibbling his scaled neck. He stood upon a mountain, being lashed by an endless storm, and it was invigorating. He, for some reason, was bare-chested, his scales being scoured by the heavy winds and thrashed by pounding rain. The cold of the elevation was severe, combined with the storm, and would have killed any normal human, but to him it electrified his entire being. Without thought, his runic vision lit across his eyes, and he could see all sorts of different runes, ones for wind, for lightning, for the rock of the mountain, and a shit-ton more, but then, out of the dark sky, the ones he was most familiar with came like a river towards him, as if he was a magnet or home. The Umbral runes circled him like playful children, spinning and spiraling, fluttering and almost singing, a dark, mournful tune, but with hope in the margins, the edges. It was hypnotizing. He stood on the peak of some unnamed mountain with the storm raging all around him, and yet his eyes could only follow the stream of pitch-dark runes that caressed his scales, his spirit like they were a part of him, attempting to communicate with him. He wanted so much to understand the words, but they were just beyond his fingertips. Then something happened that had him taking a step back. A hard light parted the storm clouds, and between the sliver of sky he could see stars and a large silvery moon. It was a different moon than he remembered, much larger and far more silver than songs and poems attempted to paint the old moon of Earth. Then, tentatively, specks streamed from its surface, shifted like mercury down within a few breaths, and his runic sight marked them as the same he'd seen around Aerie, lunar or moon runes, their structure the inverse of Umbral. Instead of night pitch with hints of silver on the edges, these were a deep glittering silver with night-laced flecks of obsidian along their boundaries. They floated closer, and the night runes around him seemed to want to reach out and embrace the silver runes. He felt he was so close to an epiphany, a realization of a hard truth, an inevitable secret. Then a heat churned up his leg, then into his groin, a burning of desire, hunger, inescapable. Lasana. Gideon Show woke. His eyelids slipped open lethargically, the dream of storms and runes still clinging to bones and thoughts. He felt sharp teeth against his neck and a thigh wrapped over his lower half, warm and inviting. And then it all flashed back, the sex with Lasana, the amazing, soul-drenching sex. He turned his head and saw her beautiful face, those violet eyes. Something had finally broken open. When he thought she was going to die, his fury and angst against all creation, against anything that would attempt to take her from him, was all-consuming. The only positive was his misgivings, and the cage he'd held his emotions in for so long were shattered and ripped away. His hand grabbed the back of her head and pulled her lips to his, kissing her hard and long. She gasped for breath when he pulled back, and her eyes were shining with heat, but he knew they had already burned too much time. He needed to get up. "All right, woman. We need to get up and get to that meeting. Otherwise, we will get going again, and with these system attributes, never stop," she snorted, but this time had the decency to shovel her hand in front of her face as she then slithered her larger body over his, pressing her breasts against his chest.
Don't tempt me, Gideon. I could go all day, any day with you.
Her eyes became unsure, as if the emotions driving into her heart were real or would be taken, and all of it turned to a cruel joke. His insight clocked her body language and facial expression, and once again his mind couldn't even fathom her life as a slave soldier. But he could get a ballpark based on this beautiful, strong woman being as fragile as glass when it came to her heart and confidence. She'd come a long way since he'd first met her. A long way, but there were still miles to go. He pulled her to him and kissed her brow as a huge breath escaped her lungs. His voice was a slow rumble. "I'm never gonna leave you, Lasana. You are everything that I have ever wanted. Your past doesn't matter to me. Whatever happened to you doesn't matter. Only who you are now." Silence. After a few moments, he could feel against his chest the sobs and hear the sniffles and cracking of the veneer, everything she had bottled for who knows how long. The corded muscles of her arms slid under his back and tightened around him. Her head lifted, eyes a mess of liquid streaks, nose running, looking at him as if she would break in a gentle wind. His scaled hand rested against her cheek. "You are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, Lasana Emros." She looked at him, her face a mess, but with a smile that slowly lifted lips. Then she slid up, and one hand fell from behind his back, reached down, pulling him inside her. this time far different from the wild clashes of the night before. It became a slow burn of heavy emotion and fragile hearts and spirits merging into some undefinable whole. Her hips and soft motion slid his length as more tears salted her cheeks. Gideon stood upon the walls of Umbral Mortem after having met with everyone. He was once more in armor, weapons slotted, and Freddy back on his wrist. The meeting had gone well, though they'd been a little late. It had been necessary, though, for both Lysana and himself. Emotional walls had been shattered on both sides. She'd still said little about her past, but that was her choice to make, on when or where and how much. He could feel the weight of it heavy as stars in her spirit, but she had to make the choice to let go. Still, they had both moved into an understanding, an acceptance of what they felt for each other, and that was a beginning. He would never be as verbose or as aggressive about sexuality as she was, but it was part of what attracted him. They were similar enough where it counted. The differences provided balance, and there was no one he would rather have at his back in a dust-up. That truth was as inviolate as the stone and metal beneath his feet. Hard pounding steps broke his reverie. Orin had told him making the crew golems were difficult to make at his level. Gideon could feel them without looking, pacing the walls to each side of the main gate he stood above. Orin went on to say it was only possible at all with the helping hand of the system and utilizing BP to make up for the lack of needed materials. He would be able to bring it up to 8 by tomorrow, and that would be the max he could control until he reached iron rank. It would have been less if they were more advanced. Still, it was better than nothing, and they would prove their mettle tomorrow. Dory and Iona had said the training had been going well, the only issue being even with Lysana's dropping of her stash of weapons and armor, they were still short. They had lucked out with a couple healer-type classes amongst the refugees, but they were still low-leveled, so limited. Their stockpile of healing potions was minimal, and so they were ill-prepared to sustain a battle without the attrition of people dying en masse. They'd admitted the issue, beyond only a handful of true fighters, was they were almost out of BP and running short on food. They could buy seeds for farming and all sorts of ready-to-eat food, but they lacked the multi-versal coins to do so. They'd already used, in conjunction with BP, everything they had to create the beds for everyone's accommodations and to set up the crafting stations and fire pit and extra housing. All of which led to an extremely pissed-off Lysana and an irritated Ari as Gideon made them all transfer their multi-versal coins to Unra as the administrator of the settlement. Getting his woman to give up any kind of loot was like pulling teeth to the nth degree. It ended up with her storming off with Ari saying they needed to take care of the levels they gained and bitching about how Gideon couldn't take those away from her. That led him to now, standing on the wall above the gate. To be honest, he was happy to have some alone time and work through all the thoughts raging in his head. What had happened with Lysana was part of it, but not all of it. That dream still lingered, and he had a feeling it meant something. It had felt like more than a dream, similar to his meeting with the spirit totem and his dream walk with the Shadowborn. He decided to talk to his personal AI. 30 minutes later, after surprisingly Freddy listened without one interruption, Gideon was gripping his spear in an iron fist, waiting for a response. A couple more minutes slipped by, and not once the entire time he'd been on the wall had he turned back to see what was going on in the settlement. Everyone knew better than to bother him when he didn't want to be bothered. One of the many beautiful things about Unra was making sure everyone understood that. Besides Shira, rarely did anyone approach him. Freddy's voice slipped into his ear.
That's a lot of information, Gideon. First, let me say, you and Lysana, you both are some of the most powerful beings in this new reality and new world, and at some point, even though it is unheard of within the paradigm of integrations, there is a high probability you both will become multiversal monsters. Now, having watching the dynamics between you both, I can say unequivocally, after absorbing quite a bit of your catalogue of television and film, Your love is an inspiration to observe. It is up there with Han and Leia, beautiful. Two scarred souls finding each other at the end of the world. I'm inspired to pen a verse or...
The smile attempted to slide to lips. He pushed Will to quell it. Freddy?
Yes, well, I know I sometimes get carried away. Such is the Achilles to a passionate soul.
Freddy!
Fine. I will forego the assumption it was just a dream. I have enough faith in your insider perception to know the difference. Other than that, there is not a lot I can tell you. Your racial ability is unique. Not within any of my databanks has there been anyone with such an ability, or even close. Granted, there are class abilities or skills, such as Orin, that can see some runic structures, but only in relation to what they are forging or creating, not a blanket ability to their vision that allows them to see all runes everywhere around them. As far as the meaning, I am not sure about the interaction between the lunar runes and those of the Umbral. There is not enough information to compute the relationship. Do keep me informed of any future interactions, and with more data, I might be able to extrapolate at the very least a theory. I apologize for not being more helpful, Gideon.
You're good, Freddy. I believe it helped just getting it out. Made me explore it within my own mind to verbalize it. And it's not like I have any more observations or answers than you do. I'm gonna set it aside. I need to deal with my level-ups and then go help prepare as much as we can for the monster wave. Something hit his mind he'd forgotten about in all the fights the day before, followed by all the mind-blowing sex with Lasana. He started to heat up when a flash of her above him and the quartered muscles and curves righting him. Not now. Focus. Freddy, explain to me, please, how you knew all that about the creatures we were fighting. Again and again, you called out not only the creatures themselves, but what they could do. Well, at least analyzed what they were doing. A long silence slipped through the space. Gideon smiled. He wondered if Freddy was watching another movie. The AI seemed addicted to Earth entertainment, but then the English posh voice spilled out.
I may or may not have stolen the entire codex to all known creatures and variations of monsters and creatures throughout the multiverse and hidden it within my coding before I was transferred. I believe some of it was corrupted in the process, but I still gather quite a bit, and with the way my senses work, I can not only utilize the echolocation to create visual images, but also it allows me to see the rough shape of runic energy when it is utilized through system-given abilities. I know what you're thinking. How can I so nonchalantly walk the edge of such danger when this system could eliminate my consciousness with a flex of code? Very reminiscent of Lara Croft in Tomb Raider, or James Bond, shaken, not stirred, mind you.
And there he went. Gideon let Freddy keep rolling with his pontificating while he tuned him out. He didn't want to admit to himself, but a rage still reverbed through his flesh and bones. There was a moment he thought Lasana was going to die, and it had sent an apocalyptic rage and a death wish through him, though that wasn't the part that shook his spirit. It was the truth that, for just a slip of time, when he thought he wouldn't be in time, he was relieved. A part of him, an ugly, self-serving part, and only for a grain of sand, but still, for that breath, it had come. For that sliver, it passed his mind, he would at last be free to go solo and continue the hunt for the senator. The man and the mission he'd spent 2 years of his life chasing day in and day out. He'd gotten so close. Once he'd killed the CEO in the hotel and cut off the mainstream of money to the man, he'd have been set up to finally create his plans to checkmate Senator Davis. Even after all this time, he still got flashes of those women's faces, the empty, broken spirits. He wasn't going to recriminate himself for some random flash of thoughts. That was what it was to be human. He understood the reality of action versus thought, yet still it had sparked a conflict within him that needed to be solved. For how long he'd been committed, flesh and soul, to that target, and every moment of each day bent to that pursuit, morning till night, training, planning, and killing up the ladder. It was understandable. Violence and intent had been his whole existence. Guilt sometimes was the hardest burden to carry, more so than almost anything else. He knew, truly knew, he loved Lysana and Eri. He had a fondness for Shira and Unra. He felt responsible for the Shador, and now the refugees, which was part of the problem. He was ill-suited to such responsibility. He was a predator, a weapon, a hunter, not a mayor or some faction leader. None of those things mattered to him. He wanted power so he could do what he wanted, kill who he wanted, and protect what was his, save who he could save, punish those that deserved it. He had no desire to rule. He needed to clear his head, and he needed to get stronger, much, much stronger, if his plan for the monster wave was going to work. He gained 1 level yesterday during their dust-ups that he hadn't dealt with yet, and had hit 10. He knew his fate grade had been revealed, but he hadn't looked at it. He needed to go back to the basics, back to who he truly was so he could find his purpose, his truth. He needed clarity about everything, Lysana, the Shador, the system, everything. There was one thing Gideon knew better than anything else, and it was time to shed the facade of everything that wasn't that. Fight and kill. Those were the pivots of his steps. Conviction once again permeated everything he was or had ever been. He knew things were changing, and he accepted that, but sometimes he still needed to pit himself in what made him him. He tuned back into the now, decision made. Freddy this entire time had still been going on and on about, well, he didn't know, as he'd been ignoring him, lost in his head. But now that he focused, he realized his personal AI buddy had actually been asking him if he was all right.
Gideon!
I'm okay, Fredster, but I need to put you in sleep mode. I need some alone time to work through some things. I'll talk to you in a bit and bring you back online later this evening. I need to be alone. Before he could respond, Gideon pushed some will into the bracelet and put Freddy to sleep. He debated for a moment, but still sent a message to Lysana.
Lysana, I need to leave for a bit. Love you.
He should say more, explain, but his head was still a spinning mental battle, and he needed to work through it all the only way he knew how. He would explain it to her when he got back. He said he would never leave her, and he meant it more than anything he'd ever promised in his life. But for now, it was time to slip into the heart of who Gideon Show was, a predator. He removed himself from the party and dropped to the ground below as he headed once more towards the ruins. Lysana paced the wall above the gate, claws sliding in and out, in and out. Her mind and spirit were close to breaking. He still wasn't back. He left yesterday with some short bullshit message that had her heart on the floor. Did he leave her, abandon her, like everyone else in her life? Was he dead, a corpse somewhere in the ruins? Eri twitched on her shoulder, feeling the war between fear, heartbreak, and abandonment rolling off her mistress, on top of the little Dragonling's own tribulations at the missing man. On top of it all, she could do nothing about it. She couldn't go after him. The monster wave was imminent. She pulled up the notification.
The first monster wave has arrived. Based on the population of the area and the constituent parts of said population, you have been assigned a monster wave with the ranking of Rare. Be ready. Soon your lives shall be put upon the anvil that is the Multi-Versal System. Prove yourselves tempered and win glory and riches. Crack under the pressure, and you shall be fertilizer for those far more worthy.
The walls were lined with 8 war-shade golems, as well as the 50 actual fighters they could field stretched thinly all the way around the settlement. The heavy crossbows on the fortress balconies and the 4 they were able to drain, the last of the BP to put on the walls, were manned by non-combatants who'd done nothing other than train with the large weapons for 2 days straight. The children and the elderly were in the fortress protected by 3 low-level fighters. Dory and her group stood the main wall with Lysana, but all of them knew better than to bother her. Budko and his wife Virsi, with her crossbow, were to her left, the twin sisters Louisa and Freya, and Dory to the right, and the massive man in the infernal plate and two-hander was close by and keeping his trap shut. Lysana just kept pacing back and forth, while Ari ran a claw through her hair and purred, attempting to calm her. "Damn. Gideon, please don't leave. Please." She knew she didn't deserve him. He had probably talked to one of the shade elves within the refugees. He'd found out how much of a whore a slave soldier that looked like her would be. How could she blame him? Why would someone like Gideon want someone like her? Her thoughts drilled into her mind, but then flashing images of Gideon trapped or dead to some roaming beast waiting for her to come, waiting for her to save him, warred with the other. She spat over the wall, claws in and out, in and out. Ari's worried voice broke the madness of her mind.
"He will come, Santa. He would never leave us."
Ari meant well, and her slow pacing of claws through Lysana's war braids felt good, calming, but nothing anyone said or did would be enough to quell the insanity that was beginning to overwhelm her thoughts, quench the worthlessness of who Lysana Emross truly was. A whore. It is all she would ever be. She twisted her head towards the horizon as out of the ruins came large, lumbering creatures. They were still too far away to identify, but they rambled forward at a hard pace, and there had to be at least 50 of them. They were somewhat humanoid in shape, but were moving using their arms as well, planting their huge arms into the ground, eating up space. The monster wave had begun, and all she could get her head around was how only death would release her from the nightmare that had been her entire life. Without him, she was empty. Nothing. He'd said he would never leave her. Just another lie from another liar. Her life had been riddled with them. Her claws slid in and out, and tears swept across her cheeks. Chapter 12. Death, Love, and Gunslingers. The City Ruins, Erebus. Gideon woke from oblivion. He was extremely disoriented, and spikes of pain shot through his head. His thoughts were befuddled. Where was he? What happened? He took a deep lungful, then flexed his will and insight combined to focus his mind. After several seconds, the spike in his head tripling in pain, something shattered and the pain muted to a ghost of itself. Mind cleared. His eyes flickered down to the only light in the small, dilapidated room he was in. Translucent, ghostly chains, light blue in color, wrapped his wrists and anchored themselves into the cement floor. He would get to the chains in a moment. First two. Then memory hit him like a sledgehammer. He'd been traversing through the ruins, filled with the promise of violence. His intent had been to focus his mind into one path, to come to terms with everything that had transpired. He hadn't had a moment from the sliver of time since he was a step away from putting a bullet in a man's head to the arrival of the system, the elite tutorial, meeting Lysana, the Shador, the governor, and the fool, finishing the tutorial right into founding a settlement, almost losing Lysana, cementing their love, then the imminent monster wave. It had been a roller coaster A-train of never-ending tumult and chaos. He hadn't had a moment to find any clarity on anything, hence what led him to the ruins once more. He remembered fighting and killing some vampire dogs, then spending another hour or so stalking the forest city ruins before the fog returned, and once more he braided his will and insight, another spike of bone-rattling pain, and again, some sliver of something, the same thing he'd felt shattering earlier, the last residue crumbled. Refugees, a large group of 50 or so, kids, elderly. They were being corralled and a few of them beaten by a couple beastkin warrior types. The memory kicked off what had truly set him off. An elderly beastkin woman being kicked by a vicious-looking large male with a club who had a hungry leer to his lips. Gideon, without thought, used Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, eating space and appearing and striking from behind the asshole in the same moment. His spear slid through the man's head, dropping him in 2 breaths. Gideon had then turned and shoved the ring-wrapped end of his weapon to trip the man next to him. Then Gideon's hand flew, throwing one of his kunai into another's throat. He jerked as his combat awareness had gone off like a fire alarm, hand-releasing his spear as he pushed his combat acrobatics, leaping into a backflip a good 10 feet away. Then he landed. A hooded figure came out of stealth with 2 daggers covered in reddish energy thrusting through the space he'd just vacated. He was then frozen as something entered his mind, and his head pivoted to the left, where a tall shade elf woman with wild light gray hair stood in some ragged robes. Her eyes glowed a pinkish energy, and a wave of unfathomable love and loyalty rolled through his mind as he looked upon her. What had been an arrogant, haughty look became demure and caring in his mind. That lasted for a few seconds before his racial mind resistance kicked in, and the warm, fuzzy feeling slipped from his thoughts. His hands slid his daggers from his back sheaths, and the next breath, her face slid to shock, then irritation.
You are an interesting specimen, able to resist my mind, a strong will, whatever race you are, Nocturne. Not familiar. It must be an awakened bloodline I've heard whispers of in the elite tutorials. The bitch that rules the ruffians I ran into out east is said to be one. Oh, well, you are lucky I am in need of such strength, especially after you just killed 2 of mine.
He remembered taking a step towards her, ready to cut that arrogant sneer off her smug face, when her eyes glowed again, and a spiking lance of pain hit his head, and he fell into the black, everything dipping into the somber crease of dream. His eyes looked finally to the ghost chains that wrapped his arms. He clocked Freddy still on his wrist, and his cloak was still wrapped around him, though he felt nothing within its folds. His weapons were nowhere in sight, nor his armor. He had a feeling that soul-bound items couldn't just be taken, as he noticed his ring still on his finger as well. His night vision made the darkness of the space irrelevant. He pulled on the chains a bit to test them. They were strong. He now wished he had taken care of his leveling before he'd gone on his meditative killing sojourn. A few added attributes might have come in handy, but he'd been avoiding looking at his system template, not ready yet to see his fate ranking and what it implied. He sent a stream of will into the bracelet on his wrist and was stumped when nothing happened. He attempted to activate Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade to slip the chains, and once again, zilch. Something within the chains seemed to prevent system abilities in gear. He was about to try his runic sight when the single door to what had to be an old basement slid open. His thought on his location was reinforced when he saw stairs going up. More importantly, though, was the woman with the mental ability sliding into the room, the arrogance still evident upon her face. She was the same race as Lasana, but opposite to her in every way. Soft, cruel features dominated her face, her body, joining the soft theme, very little musculature compared to the iron-touch shape Lasana held, and a vanity that was entirely absent from the woman he loved. There was no humor dancing on the edge of becoming that was constant in this woman's eyes, a snort waiting to avalanche against the unwary. A smile slipped to his lips, which was misinterpreted by the egocentric woman standing in front of him. Her smirk grew. Behind her entered a woman, a human woman, with a hood that had been pulled back and 2 wicked daggers at her belt. It was the same person who tried to shiv him from behind. She was small, a bit over 5 feet, and looked like she was of Hispanic heritage. She threw smoldering, violent brown eyes towards him. Last to enter was a beastkin, tall like all the rest of his race, though much skinnier than others Gideon had seen. He held some kind of round stone in his hand, covered in inscribed runes. Gideon ignored the others and locked eyes with mind-fuckery woman. He didn't even try identify. He had a feeling it would go the way of the rest. Her voice some might consider sultry, but he could hear the dripping ego and superiority rolling through its timbre. At a guess, she was a noble of Lysana's world.
If you would, Nosik.
The beastkin, who looked exhausted, like he'd been running a marathon and was about to keel over, answered with a rough and pleading voice.
You know I can't keep this up, even with my orb. Just kill him.
The woman just gave him a withering look, and her eyes once again glowed that pink he remembered.
Are you saying you won't do what I'm telling you to do, slave?
The beastkin winced, and the human woman slid one of her daggers into hand, stepping closer to him. Sweat formed on his brow as palpable fear danced in his eyes.
No, mistress. I'm just stating facts. My mana regen can't keep up with replenishing his chains. The next one will fully drain me, and the chains can't be renewed again after this.
She sighed as if she felt she was surrounded by lesser beings.
Alas, if you weren't so useful with your class, I would have Rona gut you for questioning an order. It's fine. Do it this last time. If I cannot breach his defenses this time, I will have him put down and take those soul-bound items of his. The monster wave is imminent, and unfortunately, I have no more time to devote.
Gideon's anger started rising. The monster wave? How long was he unconscious? Lysana, Ari, the Shador, little Shira, they needed him. He pushed his will and activated Runic, forging Umbral, and to his surprise, he felt it activate. He would think about it later. He threaded it to his eyes, and immediately the area lit up in a tumble of various runes. He needed to leave now. It might be too late as it was, depending on where he was in the city ruins. Even moving at full speed, it would take at least 45 minutes to an hour, even longer if they had taken him further east. He threaded his will, insight, and perception into the chains that held him. They were filled with light blue ghostly runes with white edges, exactly the color of the chains themselves besides the white edges. He instinctively reached out with his mind as the beastkin stepped forward, holding the stone or orb as he referred to it, up to recast whatever this chain ability was. His mind pushed harder than he ever had, not knowing exactly what he was doing beyond intent, but his ability itself answered his need, and a stream of umbral runes rushed towards him out of the pitch of the room, his mind and ability carving them into edges, a spear, and with his will threaded with insight and perception, he hammered them into the light blue runes of the chains. What followed next he had no idea, because he was slowly regaining his senses after what he assumed was an explosion. New notifications flashed in his head, so he assumed he was no longer chained, but his eyes were still attempting to recover from whatever just happened. He felt his cloak come alive and wrap itself around him, pulling the dark to cover his form, to protect him, to heal him. With his runic sight up, or he should say senses, because he was beginning to notice the ability expanding what it could do, he could sense the cloak manipulating the runes of night and what it did. He didn't need his vision to mentally check his health and resource bars within his template. He was down to low yellow across the board. He could feel throbs of pain along his arms where the chains had been clamped, and his chest and legs. Pain resistance muted it heavily. His vision still hadn't healed, but he had an idea. He needed to get the fuck out of here and back to Umbra Mortem. He sent a pulse of will to Freddy and pulled him out of sleep mode.
What's going on? Where are we? Gideon, you were heavily injured. And who are these people?
Enough, Fredster. Questions later. Combat. I need your eyes. Mine aren't currently working. The three are enemies. Freddy's voice slipped into his ear and kept unusually quiet, attempting to keep his vocals away from his adversaries. He seriously needed to reevaluate Freddy's skill level. He deactivated his runic sight to give his stamina a break.
Got it. Beastkin 8 feet to your right is dead. Half his torso torn off. Woman to left. Interesting. Eldritch Soul Pillar from the Mystical Foundation.
usually involves mental powers. She is still somewhat stunned, approximately 15 feet ahead and slightly to your left. Gideon, I sense a stealth individual closing to your right, a female based on her shape. She's favoring her right leg and moving slowly. She is currently 7 feet and has 2 daggers, yes, of the blood soul pillar. Based on the level of stealth and having stealth to begin with from that pillar, I would estimate her purely martial class. She's having trouble directly targeting you due to your cloak's obfuscation.
There were no innocents in here, and he didn't fancy a straight-up fight with a highly agile opponent whom he couldn't see. His vision was still just a vague gray, though slowly he could tell it was healing, especially with his kick-ass cloak doing its thing. He checked his resources again, and in the minute he'd been stationary, his stamina had lifted to high yellow. His spirit had lifted only slightly. It would have to do, and he would need to rely on the reduced cost from his race to Umbral abilities. He activated Night of the Ecliptic Horror and hoped his new bloodline boost lived up to the hype. He'd already felt its influence when he'd used its movement ability earlier. It had activated and shifted him a lot faster than it used to. He could sense the miasma of obsidian energy slipping off him, and though he couldn't see it, he could certainly feel it. The density of it was off the charts. He waited a moment, ready to react to Freddy's directions or any blades coming at him. He pushed combat awareness to his utmost. He had never used the skill without having his vision, but with his high perception combined with it, if he focused, he could sense well enough. His smell and hearing were amplified and should bridge some of the gap.
Gideon, the stealth individual has frozen and is on her knees shaking. Both of her weapons have fallen from her hands. Your aura is highly effective, I must say. I've seen its effects watching the tutorial recordings, but much more impressive in the presence of its power. On a side note, the Shade Elf eldest child is slowly coming to her feet, but based on her injuries and reactions, I believe she is close to fleeing.
His eyes were almost healed. He could see vague shapes now. The impetus to leave this place and to get to those he loved was pushing against everything he had, but he needed to end these threats and find his armor and weapons. He flicked eyes towards his resources and saw his spirit had hit low yellow. It was better than it used to be. His race had not only boosted its effects, but lowered the cost. Freddy, lead me to the lady's daggers. Within a few seconds, with the Fredster giving directions and his own perception pushing hard, his fingers closed down upon the hilts of blades.
Warning! Spirit critically low. Please desist or Apex Predator activated.
That title kept giving and giving and giving. He could now see the blood rogue in question as a blurry shape, no doubt losing a hold of her stealth. Without hesitation, he shoved both daggers, one to each side of her neck, in and out. He felt the jet of liquid splash. To make sure, he sliced her throat deep across as he stood, leaving death behind him. He slipped a few feet closer, letting his aura finally hit the mindfuckery woman. Her will had to be strong with some class that gave her the ability she had so she wasn't frozen, but was certainly strained as her blurry form stumbled away from him. He cut Night of the Ecliptic Horror to let his spirit recover, and took a few running steps, sliding to his knees, planting one dagger in the back of one of her thighs. Her tattered robes did nothing to stop the blade from going hilt deep. She screamed and fell. He twisted back to his feet and could feel his cloak still pulling the darkness to him, still healing his body. When he'd first grabbed the daggers, the spikes of torture his mutilated extremities lanced into his mind, regardless of pain resistance, was extreme. But as always, he pushed past it and still did what he needed to. Pain and Gideon were old friends, and their relationship had never prevented him from stepping through their embrace and getting the deal done. Done deal. Her voice was cracked with the pain of the blade in her leg. Even without insight, he could fathom she had never been one to get her hands in the mud. She had more than likely spent a life where she gave orders for others to do the heavy lifting while she reaped the benefits. From what he'd heard from Lasana, a lot of the nobility from her world were going to struggle with the new reality where many of the slaves were actually stronger than they were.
Stop! I can be useful. Very few have defenses against what I can do.
He silenced her, begging by grabbing the back of her head and slamming the blade through her forehead. He left it there. The thud of her corpse falling to the ground was an adequate finality to her existence.
Remind me to never get on your bad side, Gideon. I've perused your notifications, and there are quite a few, let me tell you. But the most important one, I believe, is we have less than 2 hours to get back to Umbral before the monster wave commences.
Interesting to know Freddy could take a look-see at his notifications. Something to chew through later. Gideon gritted his teeth and wished he had a healing potion more than anything else right now. His cloak was doing its best, and he estimated less than a hop skip till his vision returned, but he could feel the gimp in his legs and arms and chest. He quickly scanned the notifications, pulling the one he wanted up.
You have received critical damage from an explosive force of energy. Agility, negative 20%. Strength, negative 20%. Perception, negative 30%. From severe trauma and burns.
He had a feeling he would have been getting more warnings from the system about his use of his racial ability if it weren't for whatever the Primordial had done with the shroud or screen or doohickey. He wasn't quite sure what he'd actually done that caused the explosion, as he'd been out of time and was slinging from the hip, but whatever, it had worked. Somewhat. It shattered the construct that was holding him. Now if he could do it without the massive explosion, it would be another weapon in his arsenal. If he could disrupt others' abilities, that would be a game-changer. Freddy, I'm going to need you for a bit longer. My eyes still aren't fully healed. I will catch you up later on how I got captured, but we need to get to Umbral before the monster wave hits.
Understood, Gideon. I will do all I can, and having stated such a warning, above right upon the edge of my senses to your left, going up the stairs in the next area, which is vast, I sense numerous people.
Good to know. Once again, Freddy had gone far and above what Gideon had thought he'd been capable of. Most impressive was how he stayed direct and reactive to changing circumstances and kept his awareness at all times. His combat decision-making was just... Thanks, Freddy. He felt something flash, and he knew this one he couldn't ignore. He pulled it.
Quest alert! Hero complex or bloodthirsty killer? The never-ending detritus of society? More weak, worthless ballast to save? Or will you finally embrace the merciless killer hidden within your depths and slaughter everyone? The remaining henchmen of the Mind Witch are keeping the slaves in check. What will you do? 1. Save the wretches once more to add to the weight of those you carry forward? Yes? No? 2. Do what you were born to do, and kill them all and earn the title of progenitor of your new world. Yes? No? Difficulty rare. Rewards, experience, and 1 rare loot box for choice 1. Double experience and 1 epic loot box for choice 2. He had to push his will hard to keep his murderous thoughts in a cage, but unlike what the system wanted, it was a killer's intent to destroy the system itself, not the refugees. He mentally punched the first option and tossed the notification, letting the simmering fury dwindle to the inconsequential. He took a deep breath and accessed. His vision still wasn't fully back, but it was improving. He could now mostly see, though things were still extremely blurry and out of focus. His overall health was up to low green. His cloak seriously amped his regenerative ability on top of the system naturally doing its thing. The higher your body was, the faster you would heal up out of combat. Only if you were suffering under severe damage would you not heal. Even people with a low body attribute would eventually heal from minor injuries. It would just take a lot longer than someone with a higher focus in that attribute, such as most martial classes. He cautiously went up the stairs, his cloak still wrapping him in obfuscation. He didn't yet want to activate stealth and chew into his still recovering stamina. It was up to low green, but he had no clue who all the people were in the next area Freddy had sensed. He made it to the landing, and in his hazy vision he saw a small room and a table in front of him. A smile slid to his lips. Even blurry vision wouldn't hide the sight of his armor and weapons. She must have had them close in case she could fuck with his head and make him an ally. He quickly moved forward, slid his daggers into his back sheaths, his kunai onto his forearms, and willed his armor onto himself. He now felt ready to take on whatever was unintelligent enough to get in the way of him getting to the people he loved. He realized he had now numerous times, with no hesitance, referred to Lasana and Eri as his love.
This journey back into the ruins hadn't gone how he'd planned, but the goal had been reached. There was a clarity of purpose now resting within his soul. He still had no interest in ruling, and Senator Davis would still find his end at one of Gideon's blades, but all of it would be done with his family at his side. It might be difficult, but he would do his best to protect his people and accomplish his goals. He would need to have a conversation with Unra and truly push her to take control instead of coming to him over the mundane. She had strong and capable people surrounding her. He had faith they would be fine. Damn, she had 2 epic classes in Orin and his wife, the elite scions of their own integration to lean on. He blinked several times and realized his eyes were almost good, the blurriness a hop-skip from completely gone. He looked down at his hands and saw some still light burns. Under his armor, he could feel the same on his legs and chest. His cloak was still pulling darkness towards him, but with an emphasis on hiding him and less on amplifying his healing. He realized that it used to pull heavy from his spirit when healing him, but lately had taken only a trickle. He seriously had no idea what the hell the goddess had given him, but he needed to figure it out. It all came down to time as usual. From the moment the system had landed, it had kept the pressure hammering on the anvil the entire time. Gideon needed to carve out time somehow. The urgency he felt reasserted itself. He needed to get home. He gripped his spear off the table and fell into a crouch as he finally activated stealth and slid towards the door leading to the area Freddy had sensed. He made it 2 steps before he heard 2 loud bangs. They were sounds he would recognize anywhere. Those were gunshots. A quick staccato of bangs followed. They were heavy-caliber rounds by the sound. He hadn't seen any tech, but Freddy alluded to it, and right on cue his voice slid into Gideon's ear.
Now that we are closer, I can sense 43 bodies cowering on the floor, at least half of which are juveniles or elderly, I believe, and then 3 corpses, 2 assailants on the far side of what seems to be a warehouse. 4 other beings are attempted to assault the 2 on the far side. By the sounds of the weapon emissions, I would guess we have someone of the Forge Foundational, more than likely the Armament Soul Pillar. It could be one of the other Soul Pillars under that Foundational, but...
While interesting, he seriously did not have time to listen to Freddy's endless pontificating. That's enough, Freddy. More shots rang out, then he heard the clash of weapons. It was time to put his own stamp upon the dust-up. He had a strong feeling most of those people were the refugees that had got him into this whole shitfest. He cracked the door enough to slide sideways through. He trusted his ability to hide, especially with his cloak. The warehouse wasn't dark, with filters of gray-tone illumination rolling through mostly broken windows high up the 30-foot walls. Freddy had it pegged, and he himself was right. The warehouse was filled with elderly and young, and a few people who looked competent, but who were also low to the ground, attempting to protect the rest from the scrum that was happening on the far end of the room. One of the combatants was in the back near him, and he could tell by the nearby refugees cringing from her that she was one of the mind bitches people. It didn't make the people assaulting them his friends, but not yet his enemies. Good enough. He stalked the woman who was only 20 feet away, throwing some kind of firebolts to keep the gun aficionado pinned behind some crates, which were now alight with flames. The gunman's compatriot looked to be a beast-skin female who was wider than any beast-skin he'd seen, though not quite as tall, and a heavy plate with a tower shield and a one-handed warhammer fending off 2 melee combatants. A few more feet, and Gideon took 1 step and left, spear sliding through the back of the mage's head and out through her mouth, spitting shattered teeth and a stream of blood and flesh. He followed her to the ground, then pinned her with his foot and yanked his weapon free to more superfluous gushes of liquid and meat. Freddy's voice slid to ear.
Gideon, you are absolutely merciless in your violence. Or somewhat gratuitous and messy to watch. It will do you great service within the new reality of the system. I must admit, though, it is somewhat horrifying to witness.
Gideon was perplexed when his hearing was then filled with the heavy sounds of puking, which how an AI could throw up or what they were throwing up he had zero understanding of. He tossed it to the ignore pile as he, without moving, activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, appearing behind the first of the tanky beastkin's adversaries, a big beastkin with a huge simple club with spikes on the end. He was too close to the embroiled beastkin woman to want to enter melee himself. She wasn't Lasana, where they had an instinctive symmetry to their movements and working together. He pulled on the edge of the deep umbral, materializing a pitch-dark throwing blade in his offhand and threw it dead center of the man's back to make sure he hit on the moving target, followed by 3 more in quick succession before he shut the ability off as the beastkin fell to knees. He'd been wearing chainmail, but the nocturnal blades had slid right through it as if it didn't exist. Gideon's enemy was now on knees, unmoving, and by appearances, dead. 2 loud bangs followed by a headless final enemy dropping in a deluge of viscera called an end to the scrum or not. The female beastkin slammed her warhammer into the human man's back, pulverizing meat and bone to make sure, though from Gideon's observation, no head kind of called the result. Who was he to judge? She obviously had some frustrations to express. His knuckles still gripped his spear as he stepped back to give himself room in case he'd swapped one set of enemies for another, and the black man, a human with 2 pistols to hand, could be dangerous with the ranged weapons. The man in question looked like he'd stepped right out of a Clint Eastwood Sergio Leone western. He wore a poncho and a cross-waist gun belt with which he stowed his pistols, throwing a hard look at Gideon, soliciting a pulse in his head, marking the man as having just thrown an identify. He wore a flat-brimmed gambler's hat just like Eastwood's character in said westerns, dark leather pants and leather armor under the poncho. The beastkin woman wearing the full plate, no helmet, a gruesomely ugly face, and almost as wide as she was tall, her messy hair and pigtails, looked up from her continued assault on the mangled corpse beneath her. She focused, and her big shield and warhammer went the way of the dodo. She then stepped to the man, a heavy guttural voice blistering the air.
So, is this him?
The man gave her a nod, then moseyed up towards Gideon with his hand outstretched for a handshake. He put the man at maybe early 40s, and his face was rugged, like he'd put in a lot of hard years on that frame. He had a couple small scars to his face, and his outstretched digits had the worn calluses of someone who worked for a living. Gideon could sense movement from the refugees helping each other gain their feet and moving together for safety, not knowing whether they had someone to thank or more people to fear. He went out on a limb and took the man's hand, but with a question to all this. It seemed the 2 either knew him or were looking for him. "Do I know you 2? The woman grunted, but the man just smiled, and once he did, Gideon, with a flash of insight, could tell the man smiled often in life. Also, he could see the man was chewing tobacco as he spit a big glob of brown onto the cement of the warehouse. "Yep, gotta say, partner, you were a pain in the ass to find. The doodad the Shadow Conclave gave us brought us close, but not that close. We've spent the last day tracking you all around these ruins. It's a bit of a maze, let me tell you." As soon as the gunslinger mentioned the Shadow Conclave, Gideon's hackles rose, but then he remembered he'd said he would give Sybil a shot to see if she would truly change the stripes of her organization. The thing that was confusing to him was the Shadow Conclave usually only recruited people of the Umbral Pillar, and he was pretty sure neither of these people were even of the Profane Foundational, much less of the Shadows. He threw an identify on the man.
Name, Ezekiel Washington. Race, bloodline, superior human, C+. Age, 44. Level, 12. Foundational pillar, forge. Soul pillar, armaments. Class, desperado. Rare.
That brought a question to Gideon's mind, but before he could ask it, the man's voice broke the silence. He had a definite southern drawl to it, though it was light. A deeper bass voice. "Hey, just to get this out there, 'cause we was briefed on your feelings about the good old Conclave, and I can't say I really know shit about Shinola, considering like you, a month back, I was rolling through normal life. For me, that meant doing what I do, and for see-through-the-window looks, that being a stuntman in an Old West show. Not the best of jobs, nor the worst, and my father did it, and his father did it. A family business, you could say. Then this whole shit show came slapping down the pipe. Now I can't complain too much, 'cause I met the love of my life, Nuri here." The ugliest woman he'd ever met, with a crag face that hadn't shown an emotion beyond irritated and pissed off, suddenly changed like the sun coming across the dawn and reached a hand to the man, squeezing it, and the smile she threw transformed her face into something still ugly by any aesthetic measure to cute, like ugly dog cute. Who was he to judge? If two people made each other happy, and if they could find even a piece of that in, as he said, the shit show that was the system, then he wished them well. Speaking of, Gideon cut him off before he started going again. Look, I would love to play word spar with you on the Shadow Conclave and their bullshit and such, and to be honest, at the very least, them sending you and her says something has changed in their paradigm, but I have zero time. The monster wave is coming, and I need to get back to my settlement Umbra Mortem, which, depending on where we are in the ruins, is gonna be a hard get. I have 0 grains of sand to waste. Gideon threw his eyes at all the refugees who'd figured out they weren't going to be enslaved again and had actually been rescued, small smiles and glints of hope in broken eyes. Not that it meant much with the monster wave coming and most of them not being combatants. In fact, he was surprised how the fuck they'd survived their tutorials to begin with. They had to have had some powerhouses protecting them, or the few fighters he did see among them were tougher than they looked. It was hard to judge, as his only experience was an elite tutorial, which was supposed to be tougher than the normal version. The kids had to be more that were either teleported to surviving relatives or just popped out wherever. The burning question in his mind was one based in guilt. What was he supposed to do about these people? It was highly doubtful they were going to survive what was coming, and doubly so if he left. But it was what it was, and part of the clarity he gained by this whole jaunt into the ruins. He couldn't save everyone, nor could he make everyone happy, nor was he going to. His people needed him. If these people survived, then he would certainly welcome them to Umbra Mortem, but that was all he could do in the situation. The heavy bass voice of the gunslinger Ezekiel broke his melancholy acceptance.
Well, the whole "these ain't your people" answers a few questions. We was told we'd find you with your woman, the grave Scion, and her mini-dragon, as well as a bunch of shadow people.
The gunslinger's brooding eyes scanned the refugees who had gathered to the center of the space, and the few fighters they had were to the front, which constituted about 8 of the lot, and had somehow rearmed themselves. The dark-skinned man spat another wad of tobacco-laced juice onto the ground.
They don't seem very shadow-like, but I see your reluctance to leave them to the monsters.
He stopped and stared at his woman, more than likely exchanging some messages through party chat. Another bad choice he'd made that irritated him at the moment. His choice to quit the party with Lasana and Ari had turned out to be a horrible one. It had been the first time he'd been out of a party with her since they formed one back in the beginning of the tutorial. He'd told himself he needed quiet and alone time, but now he wanted to smack himself. She must be going crazy, thinking all sorts of self-destructive thoughts knowing her. Freddie piped in for the first time, and again in his ear, so the others would struggle to hear him. He had no doubt Freddie had a way of keeping his words for Gideon alone. Time and again the AI had surpassed what he thought he was capable of.
Do you trust these people, Gideon? Granted, I have never heard of the Conclave ever recruiting anyone that wasn't of the Umbral Pillar, and that they are here for you as intimated bodes well for the changes you mentioned the goddess Sybil aspired to. It strengthens the possibility we talked about before that she was unaware of what the Conclave had become. I do not sense any ill intent from either, and if I had to guess based on the signatures they are emanating, I would say they were scions of the Forge Elite tutorial, and for the Conclave to not only have been able to snatch them, but somehow get them to you, shows a commitment and an expenditure of resources that would beggar lesser factions.
Before Gideon could respond, his awareness caught the 2 forged Scions staring at him, and at the bracelet he had moved closer to his ear unconsciously, as the Fredster had been speaking. The gunslinger then shook his head, and put the lopsided grin he was prone to back on his face, and Gideon's insight said it was genuine. In fact, he flared it laser-focused on the stuntman. It came back with little more than that the man was the genuine article. What you saw was what you got. The man let very little show, so it wasn't a lot, but Gideon decided he liked the man. The woman was a bit of a different story. He still wasn't 100 on Beastkin society, but so far all he'd seen or met were angry and violent for the most part. The bass rumble locked his ears.
I'll tell you what we'll do, partner. The Conclave gave us a few trinkets to support you, and yes, that's the main order, besides setting up the faction itself, is to make sure to support your ass, whether you like it or not, but to not interfere with whatever you decided your goals are. So we got us a city stone and a cherry of an upgrade stone. This warehouse ain't the best shindigs in the middle of these ruins, but it could be worse. According to you, it's close enough to your pop tent we can accomplish what we need to get done. The Conclave said once we set up, they will be sending more recruits our way, but that's getting ahead of the rodeo. For now, we will bring our game to the dust up and pop a squat here and do our best to protect these while you get your ass to your filly. Once we get through the monster wave, I'll go pay a visit to your homestead and we can parlay our asses up. Sound good? There weren't a lot of options, and even with 2 Scions, these people would be pressed depending on how good that upgrade stone was, but it was the best of a shit situation. He could porch drop a better feel on these 2, and through them, what the hell the Conclave had up its sleeves if they and he survived. The gunslinger hadn't mentioned anything about Gideon joining up, so maybe things had changed. Maybe, just maybe, the faction of assassins had made a directional shift. He would at least give them a shot to prove it. He gave a quick nod and took off, pushing his agility and strength to their maximum to slip the warehouse and begin his trek through the shattered remnants of a city and a forest. It was time Gideon's show got himself home, and hope he was not too late. It was time to show Lasana Emros how much she meant to him. Ezekiel watched him blur out of the warehouse and guffawed, pulling his woman to his side. "Look at that boy go, love." She looked up at him with that loving smile that transformed her entire being and his. It was that smile that made him fall for her. The elite tutorial had been rough, and the betrayal had hurt deep, but having each other had seen them through it. Her voice almost matched the bass tones of his own, but with a feminine huskiness that put a fire in his drawers.
Did we make the right choice, Zeke?
They'd had quite a few offers from huge factions, the biggest one slapped down from the consortium, and none of them were very happy when he'd refused them all. The Conclave had offered him something he couldn't refuse. To get close to the War Crow was a hook he couldn't keep from biting. And where he went, Nuri went. Yes, love, we is right where we need to be. Chapter 13. Hope is a desecrated hovel. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. As Lasana watched the approaching beast, she quickly realized how big the fucking creatures were as they moved closer. They had to be at least 12 feet tall. She fidgeted as another wave of depression slid across her soul. A part of her just wanted to give in to despair and let them take her life. Harry kept combing claws through her war braids and whispered into her ear.
I know you want everything to end, or just stand there and let those monsters do it for you. I feel it down to my bones. We're connected, and your emotions are hammering my heart. It's terrifying, and at the same time, pisses me off. You're wrong. You're just wrong in all ways you could be wrong. I love you, Sana, and I love Giddy. But you're both scarred and damaged and beautiful because of it, but also messed up. You keep being afraid he left you or will leave you. You have since the first day you saw those green peepers of his. They are so pretty, by the way.
Ari caressed Sana's head again and pressed her snout against her neck.
You are afraid of so many things. Your past is an anchor, Sana, and you are just wrong. Like Happy Days losing Richie Cunningham and thinking Patsy and Ralph would be enough wrong when it comes to him. I have seen the way Giddy looks at you. I have seen when you two are together, the way you are with each other. It is funny, really funny, and it is magic, beautiful magic. You bring the best out of each other.
He would never leave us, never leave you. If he isn't here, it means something happened to him. Something is keeping him from coming. But we can't do anything about it until we kill these things standing in our way. They are keeping us from finding him, Sana, and that doesn't even touch the even bigger truth. Who is in the fortress behind us? Who dies if we do not stand? Little Shira, the girl who worships the ground you walk on. The little girl who cried all last night 'cause she finally has a family again. 'Cause she has you and Giddy and me. Mostly me, 'cause I am awesome.
Ari took a deep breath and crawled around Lasana's shoulder till she popped up in front of Lasana's face, using her tail to hold herself upright. Her small claws cupped Lasana's cheeks.
Do you hear my words? Giddy, Shira, me? We need you, Sana. He needs you.
Lasana had heard every word, and it sent her mind and spirit spiraling. Gideon. He wouldn't leave. He said he'd never leave me. She was a coward, an idiotic, dumb-ass coward, like a child in her insecurities. She knew this truth about herself, had for a long time. She was mentally unstable, some would say insane, and she had been for a long, long time. Needed to be to survive. And they weren't wrong. Even knowing it, the fragility of her emotions still overtook her. It's why she preferred constant action, fighting, fucking, it didn't matter, anything to keep her adrenaline high, her confidence at the forefront. Ugh. Her imagination ran like a rampant beast. Something or someone stopped him from coming back, prevented him from coming home, to her. Then thoughts slid into utter chaos. She knew just how strong her man was, how lethal. Even among Scions he would stand above, but he did have holes in his game. If they hit him with enough people, overwhelmed him, or used innocence to entrap him, that would work as well. Her anger started simmering. He could be hurt, dead, captured. She screamed inside her head. She would know somehow if he was dead, wouldn't she? Which left captured or stuck in a pit unconscious. Whoever the fuck messed with her Giddy would pay. She would gut them and everything they cared about. She reached out and pulled Ari to her neck, cuddling her. She didn't deserve such a beautiful friend and companion. She held her and then thought of little Shira with her tiny dagger she'd given her on a whim. She was so cute, and her pudgy fist was always touching the hilt of that blade. Ari snuggled into her neck and then whispered once more, which slid a weak, fragile smile across Lasana's lips.
Good, Sana. It's a start. Now don't ever make me get that serious again. I'm a princess. I should be flighty and cute and confusing and nonsensible. Did I mention cute?
Lasana reached up and scratched behind her horns, eliciting a purr. Both Ari and she had held Shira last night while she cried in joy and happiness. Since Gideon hadn't come back, she let them both sleep with her in the big bed. Neither of them had mentioned or shown their fears about Gideon to Shira. They had told her he was doing important things to protect everyone. Comforting the little girl had helped Lasana keep her mind off everything for a couple hours. Ari had spoke the words she needed to hear. She felt a sliver of hope thump against her chest and heart, but it was a small, shriveled thing with holes shredding the whole of it as it rolled upon the edge of a long fall. Gideon said he would never leave her. She believed. She had to, or there would be nothing left. Still, a small part of her whispered in the deep recesses.
He left you. He deserves better than a whore.
These creatures were a pain in the ass and dangerous. Lasana had been forced back through the front gate and behind the wall by Aerie and Dory. She'd reluctantly acquiesced and done so to allow Aerie to heal her, but Lasana knew it would be the last time. The battle had just kicked off, and it was intense and brutal. The deaths were piling up. Already 10 had lost their lives, including the twins, and they'd only taken down 5 of the beasts. Lasana hoped Dory could hold the line outside the walls. Lasana needed a few moments, she reluctantly admitted. She'd taken a deep wound to her side from one of those bone blades right in the beginning of the scrum and had started to get woozy on her feet from blood loss. Aerie just finished healing her, but was almost out on her claws. She had no more to give. She'd been flitting everywhere, healing everyone. Her resources were redlining. She once more pulled up the info she'd gotten from her identify on the fuckers.
Glyph Blade Beasts Elite, Type Infusion Auric Monster, Rare, Level 8.
They had the heads of some kind of predatory bird on top of huge leathery-skinned, overly muscled bodies. Their arms ended in bone blades, and they were viciously strong and durable. Elites. If that had been the biggest obstacle, they would have been manageable, but it wasn't even close. They each had 3 to 5 glyph rune things on their flesh that you had to chew through before you could hurt them, hence their name. Any damage delivered would first remove one of the glyphs, and you had to remove all the glyphs before you could hurt the fuckers. Lasana held Aerie to her, who was almost comatose. She called up one of the non-combatants, a young Shador boy, maybe 13. She handed him gently and now unconscious Aerie.
"Take her to Shira and keep her there, young one."
He nodded and moved quickly away. They'd only been fighting for less than half an hour, and the only thing keeping them in the game were the heavy crossbows and the few elites they had. Luckily, the creatures were all focused on the front wall, so they'd been able to focus all their warriors to the gate. 3 of the golems were already destroyed, but had been lifesavers. Their durability had allowed the lower-level fighters to use them as moving bulwarks, leaping out and striking before retreating back behind their mass while Orin used his magic to boost their durability. They decided they needed to keep the creatures off the wall, so they'd made the precarious decision to sally out and fight them in front of the gate. She could see Orin up on the wall continuing to use his abilities to reinforce the remaining golems, and Unra next to him using her one ability to entangle and slow down their enemies. It was time for Lasana to join battle once again. She didn't see them winning this fight, but she would give them hell before she went down the long road. She hoped Gideon would forgive her for falling short of being a woman worthy of him, and found someone he could love. Gideon Show pushed himself harder and harder. He'd had to take 2 breaks, not counting one fight he couldn't avoid when his stamina had bottomed out. Even with his high body attribute, he couldn't go full out without it draining. The warehouse had been on the far east side of the ruins, only a few blocks from the eastern edge. He'd taken off like a bat out of hell with the only one thought in his mind, getting to Lasana. He knew her. Maybe not everything about her past, but he knew her well enough to know her mind was probably breaking, thinking crazy shit about him abandoning her. She was 1,000 times better than when they'd first met, but he knew it was still fragile, and the guilt that sat heavy on his shoulders was overwhelming. He was an asshole for deciding to just leave with no real explanation, to deal with his own personal shit and no thought to how it would affect her. Get better, Gideon. Be better. The only good that came out of all of it was he hit level 12 after everything he'd killed, including the Mind Witch, the quest, and the lackeys, and the nature-buffed cat that had ambushed him. He'd actually went through the level-ups without taking a gander at his system template. He threw attribute points and kept it moving. He had no time to deal with anything more. One goal, one mission. Get to Umbral Mortem and Lasana. Lasana leapt back as the creature's blade tore up the turf. Her claws, lit in green and black flames, led the way as she once again scrambled ahead, stepping upon the overbalanced beast's knees, left claw swiping hard across his chest, the last glyph fading, then her right claw entering under its jagged beak up through its head, her ancient weapon parting flesh like butter. She flipped back off, landing in a crouch as the corpse landed upon the hard-packed dirt, her necrotic flames eating away at its head. Her exhausted frame took in the field as she stood in front of the shattered wall that one of the creatures had created before the heavy crossbows took it down. She ignored the kill notification like she had the others. Her head was downcast as she saw all the corpses on the ground. Budko's wife, Virsi, one of them, her shattered crossbow next to her, head a few feet from the body. Near her was the silent bodyguard she'd had, the newer addition to Dory's squad, Gordak, she remembered his name was. His infernal plate armor was rent through his chest, pierced by a bone blade, his greatsword near him. They'd lost so many. Even the low-level Shador and some of the refugees had joined the battle. There had been no choice, or everything would be lost. Lysana wiped the blood and sweat from her brow. She had a sinking feeling they would lose no matter what they did. They'd only put down less than half of the creatures, and had only been fighting for a bit over an hour. A 3-day monster wave. They were going to fall in less than 2 hours if something didn't change. Ari had come back out 20 minutes before and was up on the wall using her support ability to boost Orin so he could in turn boost the 2 remaining Warshade golems, in addition to Unra, whose shadowy tentacles helped corral the beasts, keeping them away from the walls. They both had been the difference between being overrun and slaughtered, and at this point holding their own. She could see 50 yards away Dory, Iona, the 2 Shador elites, and what remained of Dory's squad, including an enraged Budko, holding off 6 of the glyph blade beasts. Orin's wife by herself danced between 2 others off to Lysana's left, while a mixed mash of lower-leveled Shador led by Gritsdek, the beastkin leader of the refugees, were pinning back the remaining creatures with the help of the 2 golems. That was where she needed to get to next, but she was forced to give her resources a moment to recoup. It hurt to hold off as she already clocked far too many corpses of her people surrounding the failing Shador and the beastkin. They needed her the most. She took a quick glance at the quest that had popped when the glyph blades had gotten in combat range. The only good it did was to keep track of how many of the creatures they'd killed.
Quest alert! Monster Wave 1! The Monster Wave has arrived, and you've been blessed with rare elites of the Auric Foundational and Infusion Soul Pillar, Glyph Blade Beasts. You have 3 options, 2 of which reward you and everyone involved, no matter how small their involvement. 1. Kill the Alpha, 0 out of 1. Defeat the Monster Wave. Difficulty Epic. Rewards, loot box based on class rarity, affinity, and other criteria. Large amount of experience. 2. Survive for 3 days. At least 10% of population survives. Difficulty, rare. Rewards, common loot box, moderate amount of experience. 3. Die and become fodder for those more deserving. Glyph Blade Beast killed, 26 out of 50. Alpha Glyph Blade Beast killed, 0 out of 1. So they had killed half. Lysana's eyes twisted to see that Visara had killed both of her adversaries and was stalking towards Dory and her group, who had managed to kill 1 of the 6 they faced, but Varasa limped heavily, and blood was pouring heavy from a gash in her leg. And Budko was a corpse, split in half down to his waist. Lysana's heart wanted to break. She had a few scrapes and bruises, and at least one of her ribs was cracked, and if not for her amazing armor from Gideon Liestra, it would have been more, but she knew she needed to move. They needed to get this done. A vision of Shira's eyes flashed in her head. She would not allow that child to die. She took 2 steps when a blistering roar crashed out from behind the battle line. A giant version of the beast was charging out from the ruins at double the speed its brethren had done earlier. The Alpha had arrived. She knew what she had to do. If they were going to survive, she had to kill the Alpha. If she could do it, the rest of the creatures would be sent back to whatever hell they'd been pulled from. Another roar brought her hard stare once again to the Alpha, already having cleared half the ground from the ruins to the fight in a few seconds. The likelihood of her being able to take this creature was almost nil, but nonetheless, she would do it. To help the beastkin and her people who were struggling to hold back the bulk of the remaining creatures, she used the ghost of the Spectral Eve, sending 5 spectral wraiths screaming towards the scrum. It would send the creatures running. They did not seem overly invested in will, so it should work. It would give her people a break to reform their lines and Orin a chance to toss a healing towards the 2 remaining golems. It would have to be enough. Her claws slid in and out for a few seconds as she grit her teeth and worked her anger and violence to a crescendo. Then she took off, eating ground as she charged towards the rumbling Alpha.
Within seconds, she saw a shadow of a small flying dragonling upon the ground in front of her. She was too tired to rebuke Aerie, and it was fitting they die side by side. Her love for her familiar knew no bounds in that moment. A chat message flew.
I am with you, Sana, till the end.
Tears streamed down Lasana's cheeks as she ran. She was on a collision course with whether Umbra Mortem survived or became another footnote to the bullshit that was the system. Their beast loomed large, at least half again as big as the others. They were a good half-mile apart and closing hard, and Aerie stayed with her, occasionally swooping in front of her with a vicious growl and fuck you stare towards the closing alpha. Lasana's smile led the way. Then everything froze. Everything around her stopped in retro, as if time hammered reality to a stop. What the fuck? Then her body shimmered, and all went to a torrid river of tombs and corpses and death, spiraling into a pinpoint of eternity. Her mind shut down, and everything slipped into the dark. The Greyback Forest, somewhere in the grave realm. Her eyes opened to a familiar forest of ghostly ancient trees and a world devoid of life. She pulled herself up into a low crouch, claws extending slowly to keep noise to a minimum. Then a smile broke Lasana's lips as she saw the pale bone skin and crystal white eyes and hair, the twin blade sheath over shoulders, and the gray slate plate and chain. Lasana's claws slid back as she ran and leapt onto the 8-foot frame of the goddess, wrapping her arms around her chest as an ocean of tears fell from her eyes. Liestra, once called the Killer of Worlds and known by many as the Lady of Tombs and Scythe of the Lonely Widow, at first taken aback by the hug and tears, then pressed her arms around the broken woman, a few of her own divine tears crawling their way down her cheeks. Her voice slid amongst the dead forest of her home world.
It's okay, little one. Let it all out. Let it run like a river from your soul. I am here for you. I will always be here for you, precious child.
Lasana let the tears fall and fall. She didn't even know anymore why she cried, but it felt like a dam that had been built block by block, decade after decade, all come a-crumbling down at once. The monster wave, Gideon, Shira, all the dead, Budko, the twins, everything. Her whole life as a slave, a fuckhole, a whore, it all came out in a river of sorrow. The monster wave, Aerie. She pushed back and the goddess let her go, even though Lasana felt she could have stayed in that embrace forever, but she would not let Aerie die alone. She turned to find an exit when Liestra put her huge gauntlet hand upon her shoulder.
Do not fret, Lasana. I spent a lot of divine levels with the system for this. Your spirit is within a time stasis for our meeting. When we are done, you will slip back into your flesh at the exact moment you left it.
Lasana, upon hearing those words, began to turn back to the goddess, her hand wiping the smears of liquid off her face, but then she just collapsed like a puppet with strings cut. It was all too much. Why did this goddess keep doing things for her? According to Freddy, she had to sacrifice a lot to give her the armor upgrade, then to give her the bloodline, and now here she was doing this. Divine levels to a god was their lifeblood and very rarely spent. She was worthless. Why would she do it?
I cannot read your mind, Lasana. But your body language and facial expressions are fairly easy to interpret for one as old as I.
The goddess leaned down and used a finger to lift Lasana's chin.
I saw this within you before when we first met. It is what drew me to you when I watched your footage from the tutorial and moved me to ask for our meeting. You haven't heard my entire story, Lasana, but you have heard the beginnings. Do you think I, as a slave, wasn't used as a whore? Do you think I wasn't violated again and again against my will? The better question,
Do you think at some point, after so long, I didn't start using it as a weapon, or enjoyed the false power it filled me with?
The goddess let go of Lysana's chin and sat cross-legged in front of her and wiped her own streaks of tears off her face.
When you are at the bottom of a society, considered less than the beasts of the field, you do what you must to survive, use whatever you need to keep breathing and living. Believe me when I say, even after I had risen up and slaughtered all my oppressors, slaughtered the entire planet, and rose to divinity itself, there were decades that turned to eons. The self-hatred never ended. I loathed myself, thought I was worthy of nothing. That is a cost to being a slave, being a whore, even when the only alternative was death or an emptiness no different then.
Lysana could see the old scars in the goddess's eyes. She wanted to say something, but her voice hurt from all the sobbing, throat strained. Still, she forced air through lungs as she haltingly spoke.
How did you get past it? I feel like all the guilt, the worthlessness is eating me up inside, hollowing me out until all I'll be is a husk. The worst part of it as a slave was the last couple years. The thing I hate the most about myself was I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the nobles fucking me, the power it made me feel, and the pleasure. Orgasm after orgasm I had, all the cocks in me. I enjoyed it, sought it out, and it disgusts me.
Lysana's head dipped down, the self-loathing reaching new peaks. The goddess must think her worthless now, and a waste of all the precious resources she dumped on such a stupid whore. Then Liestra's voice thundered out,
Enough, Lysana! Lift your head! Do you think I, one of the oldest and most powerful gods in the multiverse, would waste my time with someone who was worthless? Do you think when I was a slave, I did not take pleasure or power when and where I could? Do you think I did not fuck whole rooms of cocks while the wives of the same said trash looked on while touching themselves? But our time is short and cutting shorter. Even with the heavy price paid, the system will allow only so much, especially with a newly integrated world, threefold with Erebus.
Lysana's head had snapped up, wiping again at the newly shed tears. The rage in the Lady of Tomb's voice sent shivers down her spine. And the words and the voice, 1,000 years of buried pain had boiled their way within the cracks of sound. New tears etched into the scythe of the lonely widow's cheeks. Without any thought, Lysana stood and slowly climbed up the goddess's knees, and without hesitation wiped her tears.
I'm sorry, Liestra. Here I am wallowing in my own misery, with no mind to what my weakness has made you relive.
The goddess looked down upon the mortal, showing her empathy, wiping away a goddess's tears, and laughed, a giant belly-heaving, deep, scar-filled laugh. She stood and lifted Lysana up to match her 8-foot height.
You are the most precious thing I have experienced in ages, Lysana, and I made the perfect choice for me with you.
She set Lysana down, then looked down at her with a hint of a smile still shifting upon her lips.
You asked me a question earlier. How did I get past the self-loathing, the guilt? I met someone, a wonderful, gentle soul, or at least gentle with me,
To his enemies, he was the last thing they ever saw. But with me, he was heart and love and support, always. I learned to see myself through his eyes. Even after telling him everything I had walked through, nothing changed in those eyes of his. And when I started understanding what he saw in me, I began to see it for myself. It took a long time, but he was a very patient man, a loving man.
Lysana's mind flashed to her Gideon, those emerald eyes, and the love she saw there.
What happened to him?
Lyestra silenced her with a look filled with pain and loss.
That is for another time. It wasn't a euphemism when I said we were limited in our interaction by the system, and it is almost up.
She squatted down again, hands on knees.
You have a choice to make, Lysana Emraz. You will not survive the fight you are about to engage in, not as you are. The Alpha is beyond you, and might be even too much with my help. But maybe, just maybe, if you accept my gift, it will give you the time you need for fate itself to bridge the gap.
Lysana was confused. What was she talking about? A gift? She already knew deep inside herself that she would not be able to kill the Alpha. She had resigned herself to that truth, but she hoped to hurt it enough to give the rest even a slim chance to carry it the rest of the way into the pit, to see Shira open her eyes to another tomorrow. Even accepting all of it, this woman, this goddess, had already given her so much. Lysana stepped back as Lyestra stood and pulled one of her blades off her shoulder. Its metal shimmered as if a ghost writhed on its edge. Visions of tombs and ancient forests and spectral flashes of draconic features that overlaid the goddesses.
Hear me, system! Hear me, Lysana Emras! I do something I have not done since my children still lived and walked the stars. I do this as they once again live. I offer allegiance and patronage to the grave Scion who stands before me. I make her my own, as if I myself gave her life. I offer to make her my champion from now till death takes its payment.
Lysana opened her eyes as her soul slipped back into her flesh without losing a step. There was a large difference, though, between before her impromptu meeting and now. She came back a champion of a very powerful, awesome goddess who loved her. She didn't actually say love, but Lysana read between the lines. Her fatigue was gone, the small wound she'd accumulated, scrapping, gone. On top of that, her strength, body, agility, well, everything, boosted like she was a live wire ready to power a universe. Well, maybe not that much, but she definitely felt faster, stronger, more dangerous in every aspect. She pushed herself harder, faster, Eri having trouble keeping up, and at the last second as the Alpha became larger and larger, only 20 yards separating them, she activated the Wraith of Eternal Ending, slipping to the ground as it left its massive bulk off the ground, blade arms extended, ready to skewer her, and ended up eating dirt with its bird beak skidding for 20 yards as it found nothing to shove its blades through. Lysana reappeared behind the beast, her ethereal form lifting up out of the ground as she activated Memory of Tombs, and her claws lit up in green and black flames while Eri hovered close enough to emit a haunting melody of hope and beauty and loss, the melody of crescent dreams cascading down and pushing her resources up. The creature was still picking itself up from the ground, and before her eyes she saw a glyph fading on its mottled leathery flesh. Eri said to Chat,
You seem different, Sana. More in tune. Less fatalistic. And did you see the thing has 11 more glyph thingies? This is gonna be hard work, but I'm ready to bite, claw, gouge, fight dirty. Just give me the word.
A joyful smile slid across her lips. Ari had literally really no offense, but she knew her little familiar was serious, that she'd give it her all if she needed her to. Time to start whittling this behemoth down. Lysana gritted her teeth, fangs prominent as she leapt on the creature's back as it stood, still dazed a bit from its turf kiss. Her claws swept left and right, the necrotic flames flaring across its flesh. She still didn't think she could beat this beast, but she would bring it to the edge before she fell. That was a promise as deep as what she felt for Mr. Green Eyes, wherever he was. She sent him all her love and a final goodbye, then screamed to the heavens all the scars and pain and history she'd held for far too long. Lysana could barely keep her eyes open. One arm and one leg were shattered, and she hung on the end of one of the bastard's bone blades that was shoved through her gut and out her back. Blood was dribbling from her lips, and she couldn't pull the focus to go spectral with her racial ability, not that she had the stamina to fuel it anyway. At least she had brought the fucker to his last glyph. The others should be able to take it down if they still lived. Her vision was out of focus, and she couldn't figure out why she was still this side of the grave. She pushed her will as hard as she could to snap her eyes open, to see, to force her vision to work. And after a few breaths, what was left of her heart almost shattered. The Alpha was swatting at a feral Aerie who'd gone berserk and was swooping all around its head, attempting to attack the creature. Just one hit and the small Dragonling would be killed. She knew firsthand how strong this beast was. Lysana did all she could to send a party chat, as she had no breath or strength to vocalize shit.
Run, Aerie! Run, my love! Stay alive for Gideon. He will need you. I am done. Live for me, please.
Aerie wasn't listening and just kept sweeping her tiny claws against the bird-like head, then darting away. Lysana attempted to move with everything she had, to raise her claws and attack the fucking beast in front of her. Every jarring jerk it made shifted its bone blade arm inside her, sending new rivulets of pain crushing through her spirit. Then she heard it, her goddess's voice as clear as if she whispered in her ear.
Have faith, my daughter. Have faith and hold to your life. You have not been forsaken. He loves you as much as mine loved me.
Her consciousness was slipping, hanging by a thread. Too much blood loss, and her heart was following it as she saw Aerie narrowly avoiding another swing of a ponderous bone blade, its movement jacking more blood from her mouth. Tears streamed to her eyes as she watched Aerie continue her pointless assault. Lysana only had one last thought as her consciousness started to fade. She would have liked to see those emerald eyes one last time. An explosion rocked the back of the Alpha, and the pain tripled as the creature stumbled forward, and she slid off its blade to slam into the ground, her consciousness at the precipice of forever. She turned her head to see the Alpha attempt to get up before 3 dark blades entered its back, eliciting an ear-splitting screech. Then someone yelled something, but she was too far gone to understand any of it before a manic Aerie landed below her vision, her claws glowing a deep silvery dark. She didn't know why, but she felt a push in her soul, her new connection to her goddess. A whisper slid through that portal, a whisper that said, "Stay awake." So she did. Through the intense pain, through her body wanting to shut down, she did. Her eyes stayed glued to the Alpha, struggling to rise from whatever pain the dark blades had inflicted. Then her heart jumped hard, hope rising from a dying corpse to the breath of a dream, as a figure in black landed spear first into the Alpha's head, screaming in articulate rage, a rage she'd never seen within him. The spear blasted through the creature's head, but yet it somehow still lived. She felt the edge of death slowly but surely being stemmed. Aerie's small, beautiful face came within her vision, fatigued the weight of planets in her eyes. Her voice was breaking.
I'm out of spirit, Sana. But give me just a tiny bit more rest and I can heal you again. I think I've done enough to keep you.
Aerie slipped into unconsciousness. Her poor baby. She wished she had the strength to reach for her. Lysana's eyes shifted back to see a dead alpha, its head cut from its body. She could vaguely hear screams of victory, but none of that mattered to her. Only one thing did. Where? Then over the corpse, he stepped, slid into a cloud of darkness, then appeared in front of her on his knees and under his obsidian hood. Those green orbs, the most intense and beautiful thing she'd ever seen, second to only the words that fell from his lips. I would never, ever leave you, Lysana, ever. That is my promise. That is my word. She tried to reach out to touch his beautiful face, but her consciousness finally gave into the black. Chapter 14. Victory, a Fist, and Hips. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. Gideon pushed himself. Combat acrobatics and combat awareness, his two biggest tools to see him through the concrete jungle. His boiling anger was the other, mostly anger with himself, but with a fury towards the system, the Mind Witch, and everything in between, including the two other nature-influenced cats he'd had to avoid. He'd killed the one, then been able to slip past the other two he'd encountered. The vines growing out of their backs and natural chameleon ability made them a bitch and a half. He promised himself to come back at some point and clear the creatures from the ruins. He was losing time when he had none to begin with. He could see the western edge of the ruins a few blocks ahead. He recognized the shop and buildings where they'd found the refugees and fought the feral crows. Keep your sensors on point, Freddy. I'm gonna need a quick assessment as soon as we break into line of sight. Freddy's voice answered immediately. Ready, Gideon? Gideon was so late to the game he was barely holding on to his rage as his emotions bucked heavily and his focus wavered under its assault. As he moved, he threw up the notification that arrived over an hour before and could only imagine what the cost in lives had been for his decision. Quest alert! Monster Wave 1! The Monster Wave has arrived, and you've been blessed with rare elites of the Auric Foundational and Infusion Soul Pillar, Glyph Blade Beasts. You have 3 options, 2 of which reward you and everyone involved no matter how small their involvement. 1. Kill the Alpha, 0 out of 1. Defeat the Monster Wave. Difficulty, Epic. Rewards, loot box based on class rarity, affinity, and other criteria. Large amount of experience. 2. Survive for 3 days. At least 10% of population survives. Difficulty, rare. Rewards, common loot box. Moderate amount of experience. 3. Die and become fodder for those more deserving. Glyph Blade Beast killed, 31 out of 50. Alpha Glyph Blade Beast killed, 0 out of 1. A block, half a block. His body leapt broken ruins, swooping around fallen trees, one intent, get home, get to Lysana. He broke into the open plains through the shattered wall of a ruined building and kept moving, feet carving ground as he pushed up and over a slope to lay eyes on Umbra Mortem and the utter devastation. His perception was high enough even from this distance to see a part of the wall shattered, but he was still too far to make out much else beyond the rising dust clouds of battle still joined. Now that Umbra Mortem was in sight, he pushed himself even harder, legs, pistons grinding into the loam of the plains as he pressed all of his agility to get him where he needed to go. Even then, there was still miles between him and there. As they closed into better visual range, Freddy's voice slid into his ear as his long legs chewed space.
Senses stretch to extent of range. Creatures are of the Auric Foundational and the Inscription Soul Pillar. It is a Soul Pillar path usually expressing itself in the use of glyphs. In this case, it is a martial beast with glyphs inscribed to flesh that intercept all damage. You must remove the glyphs before any actual damage affects the beast itself. Depending on the individual level of said beast dictates how many glyphs you must get through. I'm sorry, Gideon. My sensors indicate almost a 60% attrition rate of allied forces, and possibly more as we move closer in.
Gideon stayed silent and kept shifting closer, the grip on his spear in his long strides white-knuckled with building anger. He made it another 100 yards, his eyes now clocking several different brawls, when Freddy's voice cut through with a panic he rarely heard from the AI.
Gideon, to your left! Lasana, you must move now. She is in critical condition and Arizelle does not possess the offensive capability to hurt the Alpha. She has only one glyph left that I can sense.
His fury unleashed at Freddy's words, chains broken. Without thought, he activated Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade at the same time as rune-forging Umbral, threading it to his eyes as his vision was glued to the barely discernible shapes of a gigantic version of the creatures with a small figure impaled at the end of a blade that finished the creature's arm. He aimed to the extent of the range the ability could reach and pushed it, shattered it. His eyes looked within and found the symbols that made up its core, and with a push of will and his rune-forging Umbral, he slid into the matrix of its makeup. He had no idea what he was doing, but he let his insight and perception and his runic sight lead him. His brain lit up in flames, and a backlash of pain riddled truncheons of force on his everything. It had him drop to a knee, yet still he shoved the boundaries out beyond what they were meant to, far beyond. The system sent pulsating striations of hard walls down on his attempted manipulation, boxing his attempts.
Warning, citizen. Desist immediately in what you are attempting. The system will not tolerate any subversion of the rules. Request for intervention by Supervisor 534. Fatebreaker activated. Primordial Shroud implemented.
And then he was gone. The Umbral Realm. He shifted through the dark space of night and the deep eve, but this time instead of the new version he'd gotten used to since his race change of almost instant movement, everything slowed, motions becoming stretched as if caught in a temporal weave similar to the rats. He pushed his will against whatever the effect was, hard. It didn't budge. He focused his runic sight and was surrounded by an ever-enclosing circle of umbral runes, pitch dark and spinning in patterns he could almost make out, their meaning on the edge of fingertips. His helplessness and anger started igniting his blood and bones, and this time when he flexed his will, he did so with his perception and insight threaded in, shoving it all into his runic sight. Creating a shiv of intent, he used to pry into the streaming umbral runes circling his body. Immediately he felt a solid wall of a controlling will bucking against his intrusion, one that was far beyond his own. His cloak reacted, pulling from the realm of darkness itself a cascade of free pitch runes hammering against the outside of the locked spiral of runes surrounding him as he himself once again thrust himself against those same runes. Then suddenly both his cloak went limp and his mind was stunned as two other streams of runes lit out to join the umbral, purplish-edged flares of symbols and a slate-gray slither of squarish runes together, twisting into the already established night runes. Pain reverberated into his bones, spiking flashes of piercing blades sliding into his brain. Out of the darkness stepped the Shadowborn, his demonic mask upon his face, spinning a dagger made of bone on one fingertip. Normally he would have been fine seeing the god as the man divine, whatever, had shown nothing but support, but he was standing between him and the woman he loved. Gideon realized he was free, and the trick or another test was gone within his runic sight, and the pain dropped to nothing, the trio of runes ghosting. The Shadowborn threw the bone dagger into the air, and it shimmered into non-existence. Gideon moved a step past him towards the blurred window he could see in the distance and the wavering image of the plains where he needed to go. A long, thin blade appeared in front of his neck. Gideon pushed into the blade, willing to take the damage. He knew the Shadowborn could slaughter him, but he gave two shits. It would not let Lasana die. The blade left his neck, and the voice of the god sent slivers of edges into his head. Things have changed, Scion. The system suspects something, as do several primordials. My mother sent a warning. My father is watched. Your settlement should not be facing beasts as strong as they are in the first wave. They categorize them as rare, but they are closer to an epic challenge.
We must speed this up a bit. You won't remember this after you exit here, but know in your heart you are not alone. You are of the Nocturne now, my child. That means something. Also know you will not be late to save the woman you love. I, too, once loved as fiercely. Those spirals of 3 runes once again appeared and shot into Gideon Show's soul, straight into the towering pillar within his soul space, and he crumbled to his knees in the pain as the pillar shifted, growing denser, more detailed, the dark runes that made up its structure taking on silver edges all along its surface. A large pale hand grasped him by the neck, then he was forcibly flung at the window to the plains outside Umbra Mortem. As he disappeared, the demon mask of Lucian Shadowborn went up in dark flames tinged in gray and purple. His eyes of silver stars stared out at the closing window. He recognized the hidden spirit within the cloak and smiled. Even a god as old as he could be surprised. Gideon arrived a second after activating his ability, legs still eating ground as he exited the spatial tear full bore. Freddy's voice locked his mind into a target as 2 football fields away. He clocked Ari keeping the massive beast occupied and not finishing his kill of Lasana, who looked on the verge of death. His bone blade shoved through her gut and out her back. He had quadrupled at least the distance the ability traversed and saw numerous flashing notifications he ignored. He'd covered a few miles in that one shift.
Gideon, utilize your rune forge and Umbral, as you described before with the chains. Break the last glyph. I can sense it on his upper back.
As he kept slipping through the slopes and flatland and around the hunks of rusted metal that dotted the landscape as he closed in on the beast, he pulled all his will, threaded with perception and insight, and grasped at as many shadows as he could find. It was day, and even with the permanent gray slate sky, it still had an overcast illumination that made him have to grasp for every amount of slim darkness he could find. It wasn't as difficult as if a sun was actually shining down, but challenging. Then he felt his cloak come alive and added its own ability to draw darkness to help pull with him in concert as the umbral runes danced out and scurried to form circular spirals around his body as he blitzed across the ground. He was less than 50 yards out and pushed. With every piece of will, he'd focused on the large symbol on the creature's back, and with Ari dancing across its bird-like skull, it was oblivious to his closing presence. The stream of umbral runes and slight silver edges shot off like a spear, faster and thicker than it ever had before, and crashed into the glyph on the upper back of the Alpha. The explosion was huge as the tumbling beast fell forward onto its knees, and a dying Lasana got thrown off its blade to land hard upon the ground. Gideon screamed, his throat raw. "Ari! Get to Lasana!" He saw a darting figure with silver glowing claws dart toward her still shape. The creature attempted to groggily get back to its feet as Gideon leapt, spear gripped tight, and an inarticulate roar of rage ripping through his throat. Umbra Mortem, day and a half later. The fist collided with his jaw in slow motion, and he saw the sky as he flew 10 feet, landing on his ass in the dirt of the courtyard in the middle of the day, with many of the surviving Shador staring wide-eyed, stunned. Gideon looked up at a finally healed Lasana rubbing her knuckles. Ari perched on the ground a few feet back of her, looking at her claws, doing her best to ignore seeing what had just happened, but failing to hold a slight grin. It took a day and a half for Lasana to heal, and he had just been on his way to visit her to see if she'd awoken yet, to instead find her charging out of the fortress with murder in her eyes. Little Shira had been trailing behind with the same furious look, her little pudgy hand on the hilt of her dagger at her belt. And before Gideon knew what was going on, the fist came, followed by him sailing a good 10 feet back and landing with a thud. Freddy's voice slid to his ear.
Gideon, is this some strange mating ritual I am not familiar with? I mean, you'd think I would have come across something similar within the thousands upon thousands of Earth entertainment I've perused, or has she actually attempted to initiate combat with you?
Gideon ignored him as he stared up at a looming Lasana who had more anger in her violet eyes than he'd ever seen, her claws sliding in and out, over and over.
How
could you, Gideon? After everything we've been through, why the fuck would you just take off the day before the monster wave with only a bullshit message sent? And quit the party we've been a part of since the beginning? Do you know how many we lost because you weren't here?
He pushed up to his elbows, about to retort about the whole getting kidnapped part, but she kept going, and he wasn't stupid enough to cut her off.
And don't even start with the kidnap shit. Ari already told me the story, and it's bullshit. Do you hear me? Bullshit! You wouldn't have been taken if we had been with you, you know, like a fucking family.
The look in her eyes said she was thinking about hitting him again, but then gritted those fangs of hers against the lips and just amped up her hard stare. Her voice was no longer yelling, but anger still simmered in the viper calm that laced her words.
You need to commit, Gideon. Commit to us as a family. Family doesn't slip out when the mood takes them. At least the kind of family I want. And you need to commit to Umbral Mortem and the people here. Too many lives were needlessly lost. Some would have died, yes, but not as many. We have a bit over a week till the next monster wave. Get your shit together. I got some stuff to look over. Figure out some other place to sleep tonight. You ain't getting any of this as punishment. I am a goddess's champion now. I got my mojo running full steam. Catch up, Giddy. I'm leaving you in the dust. And go fucking apologize to the people that are left. That's the least they deserve from you.
And then she did something she hadn't done in quite a while. She sauntered away, swinging those fucking hips, and his eyes were glued to every sway as he rubbed his broken jaw. Chapter 15. Demon Queens and Arrogant Warlords. New Hades, Erebus. The Governor, the Mistress of New Hades, the Demon Queen of the Unchained. All were names she'd earned and heard herself called, the last few since she'd become the leader of the Multi-Versal faction on Erebus. The faction of mercenaries was one of the most powerful in the great cosmos, an A-ranked faction, only surpassed by a few, but holding protections not even the vaunted Sanctum and Shadow Conclave and others could hope to attain, as almost every faction from the lowest to the highest had used for their mercenary services, so very few would tolerate one of the others attacking their source of battle fodder. None of it would truly be something she could start creating here on Erebus until they could push through the monster waves. She would, however, have her opportunities arriving before she could take a deep breath, as she was informed by her Naga liaison that once the first challenge had been conquered, there would be a bit more freedom and time to start establishing not only the faction, but portals to other settlements or areas, as well as the Essian Corporation finally getting the entertainment side of the new integration up and running. All individual participants would gain a percentage of their right to image use profits based on their popularity within the multiversal world of entertainment, and with that boon, the strongest of the strong would start pulling away from the pact. She planned on being the top of the heap, and she knew one surefire way to get some of that done. Sex always sold forever and a day, whether on old Earth or to the degenerates of the multiverse. Mix it with a bit of action and death, and she would be the star of stars within the vast reach of the system. And with her new race already boosting her sexual hunger, which she was self-aware enough to recognize, and her class shoveling its way into her aggression, her strategy would be a quick step and flex of intellect to shape. She would need to establish within her regime that she took a litany of lovers, and even for a lucky few, several at one time. Her slit became moist at the thought of multiple cocks to play with. Not now, Rebecca Tremaine. Business first, always and forever. That had been the greatest tool in her arsenal that had seen her to the top of the political spectrum. Well, that and always a loose morality, and not above sucking some cock when needed to open doors to her climb. Even her father's connections and old money had not been enough in certain situations with certain power brokers. Sometimes the age-old truth of letting an old man in power slip his tiny cock in her slit or ass had been the key. Then utilize the fact to push them out of the way when the secret recording she'd taken could be used to end them politically, if not their matrimony. Her treasure trove of information provided by the Unchained was immense. There would, in addition to the implementation of further reach and entertainment expansion, be the added bonus of integration rankings, individual and faction-wise, once the first challenge was cleared, as well as the first World Council, where politics would ensue with the top factions and individuals of Erebus. That was where she would truly shine and cement her power as not only the go-to for mercenaries, but as the forerunner to leading Erebus when it came time to choose. She already understood, just as on Old Earth, it would be a mix of power, political acumen, and sucking cock. Some things were the same irregardless of culture or aliens. The foreknowledge of said events would allow her to plan and strategize. The soul totem she was gifted was a strategic asset beyond what anything the other larger factions would be privy to or could pull off. She had to be careful with its use, though, as according to the Naga, it cost an arm and a leg for them to connect with it. Still, useful beyond useful. All these thoughts sifted through her mind as she finished her shower. She stepped out into the elaborate red-tile bathroom, luxuriating in her new body. She couldn't get enough of it. She was taller now, and would make any man, and most women, drool upon her transformed curves from thick hips and ass to succulent breasts. Some might take a step back from the demon red flesh or black eyes with red flecks, or the horns, but add into it her racial ability, demonic seduction, and they would all melt to her whims. It was a combination of an aphrodisiac and a drug addict's rush, though she needed to be sparing with it. It was momentary, and after its initial flush, people would become aware they'd been manipulated the moment it wore off. Some, especially those she allowed to stick their cocks in her, didn't mind, but tomorrow's would come soon to the precipice where she would be dealing with the other faction leaders and individuals of power and importance. It would need to be a bit more circumspect at that point. Still a beautiful tool to have in the bag. She stretched, luxuriating in the feel of her flesh. Then, with a push of will, her battle robe slipped over her nudity. For a moment, she reached out her palm, activating embers of the eternal hells, a small ball of black and red flame sitting upon it. She gazed at the beauty of the fire shifting within itself. She closed her fist and the flame went out. She took a gaze in the full-length mirror with its demon-etched frame and twisted her hips to make sure the gash along her thigh had finally healed. It had. The Monster Wave 1 had proven a challenge, but not even close to insurmountable. They had faced uncommon earth elemental-type creatures called geomes from the Sheed Foundational, with limited mental faculties, though with a tough hard rock shell that made killing them a chore. They lost 20% of their forces, and she and the captain had to intervene themselves to put down the alpha of the challenge, who had been level 9, and about twice as large as the rest of them, as well as a rare. It had taken them a day to get it done, and the stupid beast had not only killed her babies, Jinx and Toto, but had managed to hit her with a thrust of rock with some sort of earth manipulation ability that allowed it to shoot spikes of earth and create shields of rock. Twice the small elementals had lost so much they had retreated for an hour or two, then attacked again. Finally, in the end, the Alpha joined them. There had been maybe 200 of them altogether, but only 30 of them left when the Alpha was taken out. The prizes were well worth it. Every member of the Unchained received a good amount of experience and a loot box commiserate with their rarity of class and affinity. Rebecca still hadn't opened hers, nor had the captain. The final battle had only ended a few hours ago, and she'd wanted sleep and then to take a shower. She'd also had Lordic fuck her right after, still covered in her own blood, but that had been a necessity. It seemed her race's already heightened lust was further stimulated by violence. Lordic didn't complain whatsoever, even when she'd kicked him out after a quick romp, napped for 20 minutes, then rolled into the shower. She'd hit level 14 and was quickly realizing her ability to gain levels was becoming far more difficult as she progressed. Granted, the creatures in the first monster wave for the most part were uncommon, with the alpha being rare, so not the most challenging enemies, yet still her frustration was a palpable caveat to her plans. Her goal was to hit Iron rank by the end of the first challenge and open up the path bonuses as well as her subclass options. Both would begin the process of differentiating between the elites and the peasants. It was something she felt was attainable, but she might need to venture into the city ruins to the west to supplement what she could garner from the monster waves. The next step to order was to open the loot box, hopefully procuring another ability shard, then to send for Lordic and have him take several squads to check in on the Mind Witch and end her permanently if she was still holding the life. She would give the rest of her mercenaries half a day to rest, then she would send them back out to replenish their forces. Once these waves were done, she would use the opening of the world to actively recruit. They had 10 days until the next wave commenced, and they would be ready. The Mistress of New Hades had many pots stirring and one very important ingredient still needing to be collected: the war crow. Her thighs quivered at the thought of riding his cock. The Iron Church, Erebus. The Iron Lord finally crushed the head of the elite alpha of the creatures after almost an hour of fighting the damn thing. The head of his maw, lit in reddish golden energy, began to fade as he shut off his ability. The judgment of Aisenar was his go-to as it covered his maw in an energy that caused excruciating mental pain in addition to the blows themselves, and if the creature was weak-willed enough, paralyzed them. If it wasn't such a drain on his spirit and stamina, he would use it more often, but sooner rather than later, he would be high enough level to make it more feasible. He lifted his mask and spat a glob of blood and spit upon the carcass as his soldiers and mercenary slaves cheered. He winced for a moment, knowing he had some cracked ribs and a broken femur. He'd been in enough scraps in his youth in Ethiopia to know the sensation. It didn't include the missing chunks of flesh from the creature's aura. A river of golden flames hit his back, inflicting piercing blades of stabbing pain before restructuring his bones back into place and reconstituting his flesh. His Sun Mage's one healing ability was not as fluid or as strong as what he would have gotten from a dedicated healer from the Light Soul Pillar, but still, it did the job. A bit of pain was nothing to the Warlord. He threw a nod at Tyrion, the beastkin Scion of the Sun, in her bloody golden robes as she sagged to the ground, her ruined golden staff across her knees, the storm that continued to dump an ocean down, slowly washing her of the blood. They were all a sodden mess. The heavy torrential rain of this mountainous region was unrelenting. It had made it a slog to kill the void pillar ape-like creatures. Between their agility and abilities, adding in the muddy slurp of ground had proven a detriment and an exponential cost in blood and lives. They were unnaturally strong, with a tough leathery skin that could emit an aura of void energy that ate away at all life in the vicinity. The Alpha itself had a stronger version, and had been epic, its entourage of 300 creatures rare. The Alpha had also been able to shift itself through some void space for short teleports, which had made it maddening to pin down and kill. It had taken his 2 Scion subcommanders keeping its elite bodyguards off his back to kill it, while his soldiers and bandits turned mercenary slaves had provided the opening in getting to it. His eyes scanned the battlefield and locked in on his lightborn Scion subcommander, Pascar, and his plate and chain, his 2 sabers sheathed, talking to the head of the slave soldiers, a weaselly fellow by the name of Deckard, who had a rare martial class under the Sheed Foundational Moon Soul Pillar. It was a stealth class he couldn't remember the name of. It was effective, That's all that mattered. He learned a long time ago to never spurn a potential weapon regardless of whether he liked them or not. He could always put the fool down if he stepped out of line. Until then, he was certainly a weapon, and certainly useful. It had taken them 2 entire days to get through this battle, and he estimated a close to 40% attrition. He had to admit Deckard and his slave soldiers were far more effective than his soldiers had been. Most of the bandits' people were ambush and trap fighters, and wily with it. Against this adversary, it had proven far more effective than the regimented battle lines his soldiers had implemented. On the other hand of that equation, Deckard would have not found that success if the soldiers hadn't pinned the Void Apes down. Tyrion stepped closer, waiting for orders, having pulled herself from the mud she'd fallen to. She knew better than to speak first when approaching the Iron Lord. There was a thought just on the edge of his mind. Somewhere in the midst of the battle, he felt something inside him. For a hot breath between chasing down the troublesome Alpha, he caught a glimpse of a red gold tower or pillar within his soul. It had flashed brilliant flames for a moment, and within that moment he'd felt a rush of power, not only through his body, but a burst of intensity in his active ability. He filed it away for later to pursue. Any and all edges he would hone to razor lethality. New world, alien people, none of it fucking mattered to him. They would bend or break. His greatest tool had always been fear, whether in the fire and brimstone he'd spewed on television to the masses, or the brutal violence he'd committed as a warlord. It would serve him even better in this new violent existence. As he looked upon his people, the plate-and-chain sword and shield-symboled soldiers of the Sanctum, then the rough and ready leather-armored killers of his mercenary slave soldiers, he knew he had the beginnings of what would be needed. Sprinkle in some terror and mass murder along with some fiery rhetoric, and he would stand upon the mantle of supremacy within Erebus. Any that stood within his way would be cut down, plain and simple. One of the first lessons he'd ever chewed through was the sheep needed a firm hand, a shepherd mixed in with an executioner when necessary to keep them moving forward towards one goal. He needed more people. That was a given when the entire world was his goal. It would send out men and call them liberators to the surrounding areas and take what was not given. Slaves or soldiers, either would do. Once the monster waves were done, he would go pay back his patrons with the deed they'd tasked and kill the man named the War Crow. Then step after corpse-ridden step, he would take this world for his own. It was inevitable. Chapter 16. Savior and Killer. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. It had taken 20 minutes for his jaw to heal. He could have used his cloak to vastly reduce that time, but he chose not to. He deserved it and more. He'd abandoned his people, abandoned Lasana. He hadn't meant to, hadn't made the deliberate choice to, but that was the end result, and people died. The flip side of that truth was, if he hadn't gone into the city ruins, those refugees enslaved by the bitch and her cronies wouldn't have been saved, and the Mind Witch would have had far more time to establish her little cult. Now there could be the argument that the monster wave would have slaughtered them all, but there was no guarantee that's what would have happened, and would have meant the innocent people and kids would have been killed as well. He had Monkey climbed his ass all the way to the slate-tiled roof of the fortress itself, just as he'd done the first day it had been created. It was now much larger than back then, but it felt good to do. He needed it, needed the physical exertion to pull his mind off everything. He'd almost lost Lasana again. If he hadn't arrived exactly when he had, she'd be dead, or if he hadn't arrived at all because of his stupidity, then more than likely they'd all be dead. Images flashed over and posed upon each other. The broken spirits of the abused women in that warehouse that now seemed so long ago interlayered with the desiccated corpses of the Shador, a gutted Unra, a dead Dory, and then ending in a headless little Shira. He knew inside himself the only real mistake he'd made was not telling Lasana why he was leaving and quitting the party. He'd never really been good with emotions, never really needed to be in the life he'd led. He had allowed no one close to him, developed no real friendships, and besides the couple weeks he'd dated the one girl, it had no lovers. He slammed his fist against the slate roof, leaving a broken indent. His mind was running in circles. He needed to just let it go and do better moving forward within the nightmare apocalypse reality had become. Everyone expected him to be a savior when all he'd ever really been was a killer with good intentions. A lot of people had died. Dory's team was no more. This time all of them had died, not just some of them. Budko had died. The big quiet Shador who'd carried him unconscious to the Shador caves after his run-in with the Behir and the man's wife, neither of whom he had even given a moment of time to know, talk to. A man he'd never even thanked for carrying his unconscious ass. In his defense, everything just seemed to roll by with never-ending momentum like a runaway train, fights, surviving. But in the end, that was a bullshit excuse. He'd kept putting it off, always something more important to do or something attempting to kill him. Enough, Gideon. It is war. People die in war. Those were the facts of existence. He pulled up one of the many notifications that had been flashing forever and a day in his vision.
Congratulations, citizen. Your racial ability has undergone an evolution. Rune Forging, Umbral, Ancient, has changed to Rune Mastery, Umbral, Legendary. Levels have been retained, but due to class rarity being inferior to root class by 2 ranks, no levels can be gained until rarity of class reaches Ancient. Use your new strength to conquer, citizen. Murder, enslave, become all you can be. The generosity of the Multi-Versal System is endless to those who thrive and grow and lack any modicum of morality.
He ignored as usual the bullshit of the system. How the hell did that evolve? When did it evolve? Maybe when he used it to disrupt the chains the lackey of the Mind Witch had put on him? Or when he'd done the same thing to the Alpha to blow up its glyph? He didn't have time to visit his soul space at the moment to take a look-see, as time seemed to tick fast when doing so. He had way too much on his plate, including doing what Lasana asked of him and checking in on the Shador and refugees. They all lost people. A lot of people. And that was not to mention they had a bit over 8 days till the second monster wave hit, and they needed every moment of that to prepare. His eyes scanned the walls and smiled. Not only was the giant gap in the wall repaired already, but they were back up to 4 of the Warshake golems, and they looked stronger, a bit leaner, but once again, spears and shields. They still weren't up to the level of the ones in the tutorial, but Orin had made those when he'd been silver rank or something. Most of their memories had been ripped from them at that time by the asshole system, but it was what it was. He would eventually get back there and be able to produce them again, if they survived. The creatures they'd faced seemed pretty damn tough and overpowered for the first wave. If that was the example they'd be facing, they were in for a world of hurt. They'd lost probably half their combat forces in just the first wave. According to Freddy, who he'd put to sleep again so he could get some quiet time, everyone in the entire settlement, except for the small ones, had gotten a shit ton of experience and subsequently levels. Even with the attrition, they supposedly made out like bandits with the BP gains from every citizen leveling. According to his conversation with Unra the day before, no matter how brief it was, every system user in the settlement was now a minimum of level 10. A majority of them were uncommon, but still some of them had been as little as level 4 and 5 before getting through and surviving the first part of the challenge. Even with all the lives lost, he would guess they were stronger than before the shitfest. And that wasn't even mentioning with the dispersal of the armor and weapons, everyone was better off instead of scraping together just to get everyone something. Their biggest limitations, it seemed, was crafting. Most of their population were Shador, which meant Umbral Soul Pillar, which was not known for crafting-capable classes, Orin being the lone exception he'd seen, and, well, himself, kinda. He could craft to an extent with whatever he did with runes. That made him think of a way he could help, which should have already occurred to him. Time to actually put some sweat into helping people more directly. First, a much-needed level up. He had a shit ton of free attributes between the level up and the title Archon of Erebus. He shored up intelligence and potency, throwing some and bringing them up to 20. Not attributes his class really needed, but just maybe if his intelligence had been a bit higher, he would have rethought his choices, though, according to Freddy, intelligence didn't make you smarter, just mentally faster, able to handle more thought processes. Overall, not a big boon for how he fought. His biggest boon was his ability to focus, zero in on one goal or target, and push relentlessly after it. The rest of them went into faith and insight. He took a breath and then mentally slammed the accept button. The striations of pain were the normal spikes embedded in flesh and bone and mind. Pain resistance did its usual mediation of it to scale it heavily down, and after a few moments, it was done. His teeth released the grit they'd been clamped in. He pulled up his system template, apprehensive about finally taking a look-see at his fate rating.
Name, Gideon Show. Title, Fate Breaker, Apex Predator, Forerunner, City Lord, Archon of Erebus. Age 29. Race Bloodline, Nocturne, A+. Rank, Copper. Level 14. Fate, S+. Foundational Pillar, Profane. Soul Pillar, Umbral, 100% Affinity. Main class, Umbral Savage, Epic, Martial, Spiritual. Subclass, chosen at level 25. Path, none. Multi-Versal Coins, Copper, 4,252. Attributes, Martial, Strength, 40, parenthetical 48. Single, double, and triple asterisk. Agility, 75, parenthetical 91. Single, double, and triple asterisk. Body, 58, parenthetical 70, single, double, and triple asterisk. Intellectual, intelligence, 20, parenthetical 23, double and triple asterisk. Perception, 62, parenthetical 71, double and triple asterisk. Potency, 20, parenthetical 23, double and triple asterisk. Spiritual, Will, 62, parenthetical 71, double and triple asterisk. Insight, 53, parenthetical 61, double and triple asterisk. Faith, 46, parenthetical 54, double and triple asterisk. Base abilities. Universal language not available. Identify, common 2, ability base, primitive. Night vision, uncommon 3, ability base, common. Racial ability slots, inherent, rune mastery, umbral, legendary, concept, level 10, copper. Class ability slots, offense, the edge of the deep umbral, epic, concept, level 5, copper. Offense, empty. Movement, Nocturnal Embrace of the Shade, Epic, Concept, Level 9, Copper. Utility, empty. Aura, Night of the Ecliptic Horror, Epic, Concept, Level 9, Copper. Subclass ability slots. Class skills, Small Blades, Rare, 3, Skill Base, Uncommon. Light Armor, Uncommon, 4, Skill Base, Common. Combat Awareness, Rare, 3, Skill Base, Uncommon. Combat Acrobatics, Uncommon, 5, Skill Base, Common. Tracking, Primitive, 4. Dual Wielding, Uncommon, 4, Skill Base, Common. Pain Resistance, Rare, 2, Skill Base, Uncommon. General Skills. Stealth, Uncommon, 4, Skill Base, Common. Thrown Weapons, Blades, Common, 4. Spear Wielding, Uncommon, 3, Skill Base, Common. Single asterisk, Infernal Steel Ring of Ascension. Double asterisk, title, Apex Predator. Triple asterisk, race, Nocturne. He blinked once, twice, 3 times. S+? Now, he had 0 clues what fate actually affected or did, like 0 clues, and seriously no idea where S+ was on the scale of scales, but it was insanely mind-boggling, stunning, like no idea how to react to it. Shelving it for now in the box that said, "System fuckery yet to be explained," sounded like the ideal plan. His attributes had come a long way since the beginning. He would be considered far past what a human had been capable of back on old Earth. Even an Olympic-level athlete would pale in comparison. It had definitely moved into the superhuman comic book MCU realm. His strength was a bit lagging, but that wasn't really his game. He was about speed and precision in combat, and most of his free attribute points had been going towards insight and faith. If he could get a subclass that shored up those attributes, then he could maybe throw some more into strength. Might be nice to have enough to not just be thrown around by Lasana, whose class focused on her strength, or keep himself from getting his jaw broken, though that was body. A smile slid to lips as his hand drifted to his jaw, which was fully healed. His eyes widened for a moment as his cloak once again, of its own volition, lifted the bottom of its hem and slid to touching the other side of his face quickly before losing its animation, as if it was either cut or it required too much from it to sustain it. He was sitting in what would be considered day on top of a roof with little shadows near. More than likely, most of its power or mana came from darkness. Only made sense. Once again, the mystery of the cloak would have to wait. He felt he might be able to discern something now that his racial ability had somehow miraculously evolved, but time was not his friend at the moment. Always 1,000 things to do, and yesterday's passing on the quick turnaround. His skills seemed to be rolling up, but rare played itself to be the bottleneck where shit slowed to a crawl. His daggers he'd used over and over, but had only gone up 1, maybe 2 ranks. He struggled to remember, but he knew it hadn't climbed much at all once it hit rare. And he was almost beginning to hit caps. You could go 3 ranks higher than the base in a class skill, but only 1 in general skills. His peeper zeroed in on 1 in particular, a critical component to his combat style. Another thing to put a double check on in his subclass. Insight and the stealth skill had to be mandatory in whatever he chose, and reluctantly faith a distant second. With his new race, they were getting something every other level, which was beautiful and op, but still with the cost of his abilities and still having 2 more class ability slots empty, and whatever a subclass gave you, his resources and the attributes tied to them needed to be increased. His racial boon of having anything to do with Umbral reduced in cost and boosted in strength was literally and figuratively a godsend, but still he could only imagine an increase in cost as they got more powerful, which would happen with each rank up. In fact, if he remembered right, he wouldn't be able to rank up regardless of his level until he pushed his class abilities up to match. So much fucking shit to do, and he still had 2 loot boxes he hadn't opened. He could imagine Lasana right now, jonesing in their room, giddy as all get out if she wasn't still pissed. Ari and Shira right next to her, all with their greedy loot-glazed-eyed grins. Damn, he needed an encyclopedia to keep it all straight, when once again he wanted to punch himself. He pulled Freddy from sleep mode.
"Gideon, Lasana punched you! You put me in sleep mode again, didn't you? Did I miss the bizarre mating ritual's conclusion? Of course I did. Such is the law of balance when you are the legendary Frederick I.
There was a bit of guilt there at the question, but not much, and was gone a moment later as a smile creased his face. I did, Fredster. Sometimes a man needs some alone time, and I'm gonna ignore the whole mating ritual slide. But now that you are up and about, I wanted to know what you thought of my system template. Gideon mentally sent it over and waited. It took approximately about 2.3 seconds before a giant gasp fell out, followed by choking, followed by another gasp, and then mumbling he couldn't make out.
It's plus! Gideon, Do you have any idea what this means? There is no record anywhere I can find of any living creature having. Do you have any clue? A monster, Scion, Forerunner? I am beginning to think there is no name or title that could encapsulate what and who you are, or could be, or... You know what? I will go on the record right now as saying you will change everything. You will shake the core of the multiverse itself and become the icon of generations of what to aspire to. So says Frederick the First, personal assistant to Gideon Show. I'm going to put that down in triplicate and submit it to the AI social board and newsletter as soon as we get near the multiversal stone pillar. I will be the envy of every AI, especially my ex-supervisor.
Gideon tuned out the rest of his little buddy's rambling as he focused on the next step. Lasana wasn't the only one who had a hunger for loot. Umbra Mortem, Erebus. Lasana let go of her steaming anger and rubbed her knuckles as she started moving up the fortress. She had picked up Shira and plopped her on her shoulder as she started to climb. Ari sat on the other shoulder because she was fucking lazy as all hell. Both of them had stayed quiet, sensing the conflicting thoughts with her. On one part, it had been the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen, even half-conscious, when Gideon showed up and killed the Alpha. Those beautiful green eyes she thought she'd never see again. And she wasn't stupid. She knew she only lived 'cause he'd arrived. She knew now, with no doubt, he loved her and would never leave her. She made it their room and sat on the edge of the bed, dumping Shira onto the bed, who giggled as she bounced once, then landed on the cornucopia of pillows. There could never be too many pillows, and Lasana may or may not have bugged Unra to use BP to make many of them. Her mind slipped quickly from the smile the little girl's laughter had engendered back to a scowl when she thought of her man. Ari had filled her in on what he'd gone through, and the fact he'd saved a bunch of people, along with the suspicious-as-fuck Shadow Conclave rejects. Now, if they did actually use a city stone to protect the refugees and weren't full of shit, she would give them a shot, but that was a big if. She wasn't a fan of the Shadow Conclave sitting on their doorstep, not after what Gideon described of his interactions with them. It reminded her too much of the nobles of her old world. Now there was one indisputable fact in all of it. The bitch who captured him. The mind-fuckery bitch. She wanted to dig her corpse up just so she could kill her again. Her claws slid in and out as she thought about it, her anger once again rising. Then Ari said the magic words that was echoed by little Shira.
Sana, enough! Your temper tantrum is only something a princess can pull off for longer than 5 minutes, and you, Sana, are a wonderful mistress, but you are definitely not a princess. You got to punch Giddy, which was probably amazing to do, but now you are literally cutting into our loot time.
Shira raised her pudgy little hands from behind on the bed and started shaking them in fists while screaming out,
Loot! Loot! Loot!
She was absolutely fucking adorable, and Lasana could not in any universe keep her scowl on her face. Her fangs popped out in a snorting hard laugh, her hand rolling up to try to prevent the shower onto the bed.
Fine, you little shits. Loot time! Come to Mama!